And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another dollar. Another day, another session. So good to see you. How are you? Good day. So good day to you. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. If you haven't subscribed already, then please correct that. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, this link right here is your invitation to come and join us on the studio. So, we encourage you highly to click on that. So, come join us on the studio and share your thoughts. So, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the studio. And this link right there that says buy your host cups of coffee, if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, use that. So it's 3 easy steps. So 3 easy steps and then go wild. So 3 easy steps and go wild. So let me remove that because if you want to use it, it's pinned at the top of the comment section. But there it is. So let's get straight into matters. So we were discussing this just as early as yesterday. And we were anticipating that a result was coming in, but we were not quite sure what direction that result will follow. A lot of people felt that status quo will be maintained. I held the contrary view, and I was wrong. Adeleke, you are the Osun governor. Supreme Court confirms. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. But there's a lot to this that meets the eye, by the way. this is an aperitif to the presidential election tribunal. That's my reckoning. I think this is a precursor to the presidential election tribunal. So now, having now had this judgment against the ruling party and against the cousin of the president-elect, if you then have a contrary verdict at the presidential space, you cannot then cry about an unjust judiciary, because you cannot in one breath have your way and say they did great, and then in another breath not have your way and then call them foul. So I think that is that. I think it's a political decision. Is essentially what I mean. Adeleke, you are the Osun governor. Supreme Court confirmed. So that ran contrary to what my expectation was, but there it is. So very quickly, this headline, Tinubu congratulates Adeleke, urges him to unite Osun State. So there it is. Oyetola is something and someone that Tinubu can easily sacrifice, because it's a bit, it can easily be compensated under the Tinubu administration with positions even higher than the Osun State governorship. So there's a bigger fish to fry. There's a bigger stake at play than just some satellite little state like Osun State. So there is that one. Then we go on to this one now. This one has been charging up the news space for quite a few hours. There's been a build up to this, by the way. We touched on it in previous sessions, but it has now come home to roost. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UBA czar betrayed, backstabbed him. So there it is, a battle of the billionaires. There's nothing more delicious than money and ego coming in conflict against each other. So money and ego coming in conflict against each other. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UBA czar betrayed, stabbed him in the back. So exactly what is going on there, we'll find out shortly. This one, I'll only give you the headline for this one because it doesn't really add anything substantial or removes anything. The headline just tells us really all we need to know about this one. El-Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So I think with the inauguration of the Dangote refinery in about 2 weeks approximately now, so that fuel subsidy then becomes a low-hanging fruit. So it can be removed if Dangote comes on stream and starts to pump out fuel immediately. The fuel subsidy can be removed without any impact at all on the economy. El-Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So we just document that as a matter of just the headline alone. So on to the next and on to this one. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for misconduct of his followers. So this is Wole Soyinka back in play, of course. And what Peter Obi stands accused of is he will back his adherents, his fanatics, his followership, the obedience. He'll black them full chest, as they like to say in Nigeria, publicly. But then privately, he will sneak through the back doors to go and make apologies to whoever they've caused offense to. So these people, I'm going to actually bring you a readout by Reno Mokri, which is quite striking. So I'll bring you that actually just as a follow-on from this one. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for the misconduct of his followers. So that is Wole Soyinka then telling us then that, look, this guy came to say sorry. And really, even within the obedience space, they're still lampooning Soyinka and Obi indeed for apologizing on their behalf. But then, of course, some things will never change. So some things will never change. On to this one now. The last grasp of a drowning man. That's the only way you can describe this one, really. There's no other way other than that. The last grasp of a drowning man. Senate Chief Whip Kalu writes ruling APC insists on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So the last hurrah, the last stand at the OK Corral. So he's there with his pistols, but there's nobody to duke it out with. So there it is. It caught a lonely furrow, our man from is it Abia State. So there it is, the last stand of Kalu. But then there is pressure also because just as earlier as yesterday, the news came out that the Southeast have actually rejected Akpabio as a consensus candidate for the Senate presidency. Because, of course, because the permutation now from the press release by the APC is to say then the only position in the power structure that the Southeast will have will be the deputy House of Reps leader, which is the lowest of the rung in the hierarchy of power within the Nigerian paradigm. So the presidency device, they've lost out on that. The Senate presidency, it looks as though almost with some certainty going to the South, and then for Jibrin Barau to be the deputy Senate president, a man from, I think, the North Central to be the House leader, and then coming in at a lowly distant number 6 will be the Southeast. So no is what they are saying. And that voice being championed by Kalu, Senate Chief Whip Kalu, right ruling APC, insist on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So quite how hard is going to play that card, I'm not quite sure. Is he going to go ethnic in the manner that Peter Obi often does? It might well have to revert to Obi tactics and turn it into an unzobo thing. So now this next headline, I'm bringing you it really only to, pardon me. You say all these reads out, you're quite perched, it dehydrates you. Now next headline, I'm bringing you it really only to document just the importance of Nigeria within the world mix. Nigeria is a very important country. Sometimes we don't have an appreciation of that, but people outside, I suspect that every single Black African would rather be a Nigerian than be from any whichever country they're from. And I suspect that any Black person globally would at first choice be a Nigerian other than whatever it is that they are. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. So now you may well think that this is just some administrative, diplomatic nonsensity, and I know a lot of you will say that, they are also twinned with XYZ, but the importance of that alignment, because it's an equal measure sort of state, because what they are essentially saying is that they can see a marry between the projection and trajectory of Abuja and where New York already is. So they want that alignment. And that is what is really going on, and that is important. And New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Abuja enters the center stage. Presidential Election Tribunal article lawyer says many agreements in the 2023 election were broken. So what agreements those are, I will find out shortly. So a rich and diverse menu, when is it ever not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ever ready. So do all those. Let me just swing this round. So do all those. So as we said about all those, let me take a micro musical. And by the way, there's still quite a few spaces on the studio. Come in now, so that not when we get into the heart of it and you want to come in and engage in the conversation, the thing keeps bouncing you back to tell you that the studio is full. So come in now whilst at the opening phase, so that you have already booked in your slot. So do that. So do all that. As we said about all that, let me take another micro musical intermission, and then when we come back, we get into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course, to the Kegites.
Water, only water, where is water.
Holy water, where is he?
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. A powerful, potent prayer by the K guys. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Adeleke, you are the Osun governor, Supreme Court affirms. So I think this caught it in the moment that it just came out. So it's a short little, in fact, it doesn't really need to be expansive. Ademola Adeleke was today affirmed the governor of Osun State by the Supreme Court. According to the verdict of a 5-member panel of the Apex Court, the Court of Appeal correctly reinstated Adeleke as governor. So details to follow. So details has obviously subsequently followed. But let's just go to this space now and hear from the man in his own words. So here is Adeleke then in an interaction with Shehu.
Those are the words of President Muhammadu Buhari to Senator Adeleke and the people of Osun State. Let's get more reactions now. The man who is at the center of it all, the man who the election was challenged not only once but twice, and twice now is being successful. Senator Ademola Adeleke, the executive governor of Osun State, joins us live from Ede, Osun State. Thank you so much and congratulations, Your Excellency. Emerging victorious yet again. The last time at the appeal court, after that judgment, I had the opportunity of speaking with you, and now here you go. This is with the one with a statement of finality. How does this come to you, Senator Adeleke?
Tell the truth, first of all, let me thank the people of Osun State. They stood by me, and they are still standing by me. Because they trooped out on July 16, and they elected me as their governor. And I just thank them because the love is organic. It's just organic. So today, I'm not really surprised that when the tribunal and I set it up that it was a miscarriage of justice. The appeal court, they proved it, and now today, the Supreme Court has affirmed it and said that I'm the authentic winner. And I thank the judiciary judges that use their wisdom. They took their time in giving that judgment. Very grateful to God too, and of what you say. Thank you.
Governor Adeleke, you heard what President Buhari has said today. President Buhari is not a member of your party. He's a member of the APC, but those statements coming from him seeking support for you and saying that now bickering should stop. How do you react to, or how does the president's statement come to you?
Well, you know, there was a few months ago, immediately I was elected. I paid him a courtesy visit as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I commended him for signing the Electoral Act, which brought me in, and I appreciate him. And of course, I seek his support in so many ways, and he promised to support me, to support the Osun people. So I'm not surprised from what he's now saying that the people of Osun State should rally around and support this. I think he's a father. I think
all right. So that's enough of that. So that was Senator Adeleke luxuriating in his moment of victory. So that was Senator Adeleke luxuriating in his moment of victory. But I am suggesting that it's more of a political. It's a palate cleanser for what is to come at the presidential space. So they give them a token and then take the big prize. That is what I think is in play here. So Osun State sacrifice for that presidential tribunal. So that's my reading. What is yours? Still spaces on the platform for whoever wants to join. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UBA czar betrayed, backstabbed him. In 2005, whilst Tony was the managing director of Standard Trust Bank, he approached me to get funds to acquire UBA. I enthusiastically gave him $20 million, which was $2 billion at that time, to buy the necessary shares in UBA for acquisition. After a short period of time, the share price moved up, and I decided it was a good moment to sell and get out of the bank. However, Tony appealed to me to hold on to the shares as he was convinced that there were future prospects, so I kept the shares. I became chairman of Transcorp Hotel in 2007 with a shareholding of 5%, and unknowingly, Tony gradually started buying shares quietly. By the following year, in 2008, I went bankrupt in Nigeria. Tony proceeded to take my shares in UBA to service the interest on my loans, and he also took over my shares in Africa Finance Corporation, where I was the largest shareholder. Shortly after, Albert Oku Magba informed me that an American firm wanted to acquire my shares in Transcorp, which I then agreed to sell. However, this supposed American firm turned out to be Tony Elumelu. The revelation of this prompted me to resign as chairman of the hotel. Years after, in 2012, Tony said he wanted to see me, so we met in my office, where I had previously had a meeting with foreign investors who had not yet departed the premises. Curious to know, he asked what sort of meeting I had had, and I disclosed that I wanted to get into the power business, specifically Ugeli power plant. Tony went quietly ahead to bid for Ugeli. He outbidded me by offering to buy the plant for $300 million. As some would say, the rest is history. Fast forward to present, I offered to buy Transcorp PLC for 250 billion naira, but unfortunately my offer was rejected. My goal was to maximize the company's potential as a Nigerian conglomerate with a market capital of at least 2 trillion naira instead of the current 40 billion naira, but it seems some shareholders have a different vision. As a businessman, I believe in healthy competition and market dynamics. Two captains cannot man a ship, and I respect the majority shareholders' decision to buy me out. This is the nature of the game. But let me be clear, my offer was made with the best intention for Transcorp PLC and its shareholders. I saw an opportunity to unlock the company's potential and create value for everyone involved. It is important for investors to understand that a free entry and exit are crucial to healthy markets. The scramble for shares after my acquisition is a testament to the value of Transcorp PLC. It's a testament to the value that Transcorp PLC can offer, and I hope the company continues to thrive under new leadership. My message to Transcorp PLC and its shareholders is this: I remain committed to the growth and success of Nigerian businesses, and I will always be looking for ways to create value for all stakeholders. Stakeholders are unfortunately always shortchanged by getting stipends, whilst the owner and managers of the business live a jet-set lifestyle, which is detrimental to the stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in this exciting chapter of Transcorp's history. So there it is, and there it is. So there is a relationship that has now is irretrievably broken. That is exactly what we just saw now. So that's a relationship then that is irretrievably broken. But what underpins this is the thing. What underpins this? Because of course, all is fair in love and war, and all is fair in our business and whatnot. Actually, let me give you the preamble to this. Billionaire investor Femi Otedola has revealed details that may have motivated his desire to acquire 6% shares in Transcorp, and also why he decided to sell shortly after. In a press release by correspondents, the shocking details suggest Mr. Otedola and Mr. Elumelu's Transcorp affairs dates back to 16 years ago, when the former was the chairman of the company and Elumelu, the MD CEO of Standard Bank. Recall just last month, April, Otedola disposed of 6% shares he owned in Transcorp to Hair Holding Limited, after both men seemed to have publicly displayed affection for each other and agreed to work together. Correspondents reported Mr. Otedola initially acquired 5.52% stake in the company back in March, making him the largest shareholder of the company. The announcement of the acquisition immediately triggered a scramble for the shares of the company as investors sensed a buying opportunity. The share price more than doubled within a matter of weeks, but Otedola increased his stake to just 6%. Tony Elumelu, via his special purpose vehicle, Hair Holding, also upped his stake, taking his ownership of the conglomerate to 25.5%. So there it is right there. Mr. Otedola apparently accuses Tony Elumelu of taking his shares in UBA and Africa Finance Corporation to service the interest on his loans when he went bankrupt in Nigeria. He also accused Elumelu of secretly buying shares in Transcorp Hotel and of outbidding him to acquire Ugeli power plant after he disclosed his interest in the power plant to Elumelu. However, Otedola does not make any direct accusation against Transcorp PLC or its shareholders. Correspondents understand a statement from Elumelu may be released soon, addressing the comments of Mr. Otedola. Throughout the transactions, Otedola and Elumelu, the chairman of Hair's Holding, publicly displayed bromance for each other, claiming they were close friends. However, this latest statement by Otedola suggests there is more than meets the eyes. Reliable sources also suggested to correspondents that both men never spoke to each other directly, as they related via proxies throughout the transaction. This is also not uncommon for transactions that involves billions. So there it is right there. There it is right there. The cut and thrust of our high-end business. So that's the cut and thrust of high-end business. The winners and losers, you take the picking. Come join us in the comment section. Let's hear your thoughts on that. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for misconduct, for the misconduct of his followers. So this is Wole Soyinka. Now, I'll just give you 3 paragraphs of this. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on Monday noted that the visit of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, to his residence in Abeokuta, Ogun State, was not for reconciliation, but an apology visit for the misconduct of his followers, Peter Obi's followers. Soyinka, in a statement obtained by correspondence titled "A Visitation and the Allure of Reconciliation," said Obi's meeting with him was where discussions were frank and creative. Earlier, the Labour Party candidate had also confirmed meeting with the Nobel laureate. He was silent on the issues discussed, but rather said the visit was intended to erase the needless misconception about the relationship between the great icon and the Obedient family. So there is this article that there's this thing that Reno Omokri put out. Let me just see. There's this thing that Reno Omokri put out, which I want to bring to your notice because quite pertinent to this, Reno Omokri. Right. There's this thing. Hopefully, let's see. Hold on. Let me just see if it's. Is this it? All right. Yes, this is it. There's this thing that Reno Omokri put out, which I want to bring to your attention. Let me just let me make sure that it is the right one. Just hold on one moment. Yes, there's yeah. All right. So this is to the Peter Obi, Wole Soyinka, and Peter Obi, the way he defends the obedience. Anyway, listen to this. In Christianity, the most respected Nigerian is Pastor Adeboye. So respected is he that he was called Daddy Adeboye by a British Prime Minister, David Cameron. In Islam, the most revered living Nigerian is the Sakin Musulumi, His Eminence Muhammadu Saad Abubakar, Sultan of Sokoto. In academics, the most respected Nigerian national is Professor Wole Soyinka, the first Black African to have won a Nobel Prize in an academic category. So honored is he that a former US President Jim Carter personally took his green card to him without him even applying for one. Each of these three national icons have been insulted publicly and carelessly by the obedience. Sadly, their leader is afraid of publicly calling them to order, and instead prefers to go privately to see people they insulted, to say one thing in private and another in public. I'm not quite sure how that escaped. To say one thing in private and another in public. Right. After the January 15, 1966, the Ifeanyi Nzogu coup, there was a nationwide, and pay attention to this because it goes into the history of this behavior. After the January 15, 1966, the Ifejuna Nzogu coup, there was a nationwide celebration, including in the North. Yes, including in the North. I am a historian of note. I have video evidence of that. And there are people alive in the North who remember those celebrations. However, soon after the coup, soon after the coup, some of our brothers started printing almanacs with caricatures insulting prominent Northerners, Westerners, and Midwest leaders. One of the almanac, Chukwuma Nzogu, in one of the almanacs, Chukwuma Nzogu was shown with his leg on top of Sir Abedu Bello's head. Those almanacs enraged Northerners and made them turn against the Aguyi Ironsi-led military government. They forced Ironsi to promulgate Decree 44 of 1966. Let me quote you from that decree. A decree to prohibit and create offense for publishing, display, or offer to public any pictorial representation of any person living or dead in a manner likely to provoke. So I'm only really bringing you that because really it speaks to because we're noticing the pattern now. We saw it was it Femi Ransom Kuti or Sheun Ransom Kuti, where this guy just made a casual, entitled, as by virtue of being a Nigerian citizen, opinion to the political space, and of course, very quickly the obedience went to destroy, any they just massacred him, and then quietly, Peter Obi snuck in through the back doors to go and apologize to this guy. So we saw it again with Wole Soyinka. They've done it to the Sultan of Sokoto and everybody else in between. So there it is. Adeboye came out to say that God will grant Tinubu the grace to govern Nigeria in the manner that it should be governed. And of course, he gets pilloried for that. So, and then he gets pilloried. And you know for certain then in the dead of night, Peter Obi, he will back them publicly, and in the dead of night, he will go and do as he always does. So back to more important matters. Senate Chief Whip Kalu, right ruling APC, insists on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So there it is right there. So there is a real chance, and really the only real option that Kalu has now is to go ethnic. He has to go Peter, or if he wants to maintain or create any momentum behind his push to become the Senate president, he has to go ethnic, and he has to go to tribe in the manner that Peter Obi did. Senate Chief Whip Kalu, right reading APC, insists on Senate president despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. Now, Kalu, the Senate Chief Whip, has written to the ruling All Progressive Congress about his Senate president ambition only hours after the party announced former Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, as its hand-picked candidate for the post. Kalu's ambition was expressed in a letter he wrote on Monday to the APC leadership and 108 senators-elect, in which he positioned himself as the best contender for the post. The former Abia State governor, who said in April that it was his turn to become the Senate president, declared that he had what it took to ensure the success of the 10th Senate. He wrote, "It is with deep sense of joy and humility that I bring you warm greetings and that of the Abia North Senatorial Zone. My emergence as the senator to represent Abia North in this critical time in the history of our dear nation comes with huge responsibilities, top of which is to make quality laws for the good governance of our people. To be able to achieve these enviable goals, we require good leaders who will pilot the affairs of the 10th Senate. Leadership of a sophisticated Senate at the 10th session will need men and women with abundance of shared vision, consensus building, charisma, character, and pragmatism in the saddle. This is why I most humbly write to officially inform you of my interest to be elected the next Senate president. I make this offer to serve you and the Nigerian people with sincerity of heart, humility, and candor. The biggest asset I bring to the table is wisdom and experience garnered over the years in the management of human and material resources. I promise to work for you, promote and defend the Constitution and the party, and foster congenial and cordial relationship between the party, the executive, and the judiciary. One thing is indubitably certain. Working together in unity and mutual love and respect, we can take Nigeria to the next level of peace, progress, and development. So that's Kalu then throwing his heart. Well, his heart was always in the ring anyway. But this is, I will not back down. But the consensus, even David Umahi has endorsed Akpabio. So he has to play an Igbo card. Otherwise, it will just be some lonely voice in the wilderness, some lonely voice in the Ifas. And I think he is going to pivot to that. So almost certain that he will go ethnic on that. There is no other portal other than to go ethnic. So let me give you this as the final readout, and then we'll see who's available in the room to take it on. So now this one now, you may think it's just another random. This is not anything random. This is a crucial piece of information that is germane to the Nigerian experience. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. Okay, it's not anything too lengthy. New York City Mayor Eric Adams will arrive in Nigeria on Sunday for a 2-day visit as part of his tour of Africa. Consul General of Nigeria in New York, Ambassador Lord, whatever his last name is, said the mayor will be attending the Nigeria Governors Forum meeting in Abuja during the visit, Voice of Nigeria reports. He will be visiting the Minister of the FCT to commence sister city relationship between the city of Abuja and New York City, he said. A sister city relationship is formed when the mayor or highest elected official from a United States community and a community in another country or territorial or territory sign a formal agreement on behalf of their communities to endorse such a relationship. Such agreements are meant to promote peace through people-to-people relationships. They could involve basic cultural exchange programs to share research and development projects between the cities. Eric Adams would also be paying a courtesy call to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and meeting the business community in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the guy said. The guy in January, so this is the ambassador to New, is it, who is he exactly? The Consul General to New York. In January, briefed Adams at a meeting of African consul generals on areas of interest in the cities, in the sister cities relationship with New York. He said, "We have started an engagement on the need to have the sister city relationship between New York City and the FCT. We want a situation whereby the city of Abuja and New York are able to partner in areas of education, fire service, medical support, and other social services. Also, cultural engagement. The mayor has taken due note of my suggestion and said the city will be willing to collaborate with the mission, especially as it relates to our desire to promote the Seki dance. The Seki dance troupe and Africa tap dance, and American tap dance have a, so it goes on to speak about some cultural what's it or the other. But really, what strikes really is New York forming a sister relationship with Abuja, which I think is quite a seismic thing. So there it is. So there it is, and here they are. They join us. The majestic Zita joins us. The excellent Adeleke Osun joins us. The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Maiduguri, Hassan, he joins us. Darati joins us, I think, from the Gambia. So good to have you, Darati. Bishop joins us from almost in his car somewhere, and the excellent Tunaija shares his company with us. So good to have you, ladies and gentlemen, or lady and gentlemen. So let's kick it off then with the Adeleke space and take that quickly then to Hassan, who hopefully is there now. We tried to reach you yesterday, but you are not unavailable. Hassan, good to see you. The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Maiduguri.
Yeah. One man, everybody, good evening.
Lafiako.
Lafiya kalau, ya zafi.
Kedu.
Odumao.
Bawo ni.
Kadani.
Yeah, well done. So there it is, Wazobia. So immediately to it, so kick it off with Adeleke.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, okay, on the Adeleke space, what I would want to say is first, congratulations to Adeleke. It was a hard-fought victory, right, during the elections. But personally, I feel Adeleke should have been on that seat like 4 years earlier, because I believed he won the election in 2019 or thereabouts. But always defeating an incumbent and people who have the federal government is always difficult in Nigeria. Therefore, that he has been able to do it in the last year, it's also a testament of his popularity among the people of Osun State. So kudos to him and the people that gave him that mandate. That said, my hope is that I want to see a time when in this country we would have, grown past, always taking each and every election to the Supreme Court. I want to see a time where, losers of elections, will be gracious in defeat, and they will say, fair play to my opponent. It has been a long fought battle, but my opponent won fair and square, because they are draining the nation's resources for nothing. I don't think we should always continue on this path. We will have to reach a stage where we have, enough trust in our processes, where almost every time we will not be going to these tribunals.
Hassan, what are you making of my assertion that the judgment is like a sacrifice to the judgment to come from the presidential space? So they give Adeleke his victory, even though it's PDP. So you cannot then say the judiciary system is not working when they give Peter Obi the boot. Are they using him as a sacrifice for what they intend to do at the presidential space?
No, 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 not really. You see, sometimes we read too much meaning into these things. PDP or not, that man won that election fair and square. Okay, and he deserves to be there. There have been states where the APC have taken over from PDP, and there have been states where the PDP has taken over from APC. Sometimes we like to think as if the federal government just wants to come and snatch up states for it. Yeah, they do that, but they do that in ensuring that there is money for the person who is running under their flag. There is some significant protection, and there is some significant investment and logistics to carry out what they need to do to win the election. But after the votes have been cast, I don't think most of the time that the federal government is actually really willing, because I think our democracy is moving forward from that stage where there is an absolute imposition. You look at Kanu, what happened. You see NNPP taking over Kanu. It's not something I would have expected that the APC would like, but they have to deal with the reality that this is what the people want, and this is only good for us, and I stop even making those comparisons. Tinubu won this election, he won it. So why would the court they really feel the need to give this to PDP, so that no, there is you see, when you think of this, that is by default. It paints the picture as if Tinubu, somehow lost, so therefore he will have to throw a bone to the dog, so that it will make it look as if this is some kind of consolation. No, that is not the case. It doesn't even, it's not even close to the case. But for the sake of commentary, we can put that in the soup, to make it more delicious.
No,
A
no,
little
no.
bit of Maggi and salt.
That is what I think. Oh, that is what I think. I think they've used him as a sacrifice to Ogun. For that's
Oh,
what I think anyway.
Waman, let
Oh, we lost a son. All right. I'll give you a microsecond to come back, Hassan. You are doing so well. Okay. Let's go on to Bishop then. I think Hassan's connection dropped. He'll be back in a moment, hopefully. And Ribadu, we want you on board as well. We've not heard. No, he is back. So yeah, Hassan, your connection drops. Carry on, Hassan. Hassani, can anyone hear me?
Yeah. Mama.
All right. You can see Hassan's thing swiveling, so the connection is not fully. Are you back, Hassan?
I think it's
The
back.
Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of my
Yeah,
degree.
yeah. Sorry, my
All
network.
right. All right. Carry on.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, don't you think that Adeleke won that election free and square?
No, I don't. I don't.
Really?
No, I don't.
So you are a real APC man, like you are a
No,
thoroughbred APC person.
it rigged heavily in Ede, and you know in all these small states, there's usually one catchment where the abundance of the vote is, and if you win that catchment, that local government space, then you are 2 steps towards the. So he rigged heavily in Ede, and the electoral tribunal cut that out. They cancelled the overvoting and gave the ticket to Oyetola. So now the appeal court, on a technicality, they said the INEC did not really do a full recount, and then they reversed it back to Adeleke. But then the convention in Nigeria is that when an appeal court takes a position, the Supreme Court usually just follows through. And for the optics of where we are now in politics, they don't want to do anything controversial in order to leave the space clean for the presidential tribunal. So that's what I think. I don't think Adeleke won that election, no.
Okay, I will not argue with you on your position, which is completely different with the position of the appeal court and the Supreme Court.
One question, Hassan.
Okay, yes.
So one man, you don't believe in one, even
No.
the judgment of the Supreme Court, I mean the High Court, and the appeal court, the Supreme Court, you still don't believe in one?
No, I don't. It's a political decision by the Supreme Court. The tribunal already told us what happened.
Okay, so tribunal victory against the victory he got in appeal court and Supreme Court, you are still not satisfied?
The tribunal was a raw and organic decision, which was yes, it was at the point of contact. The tribunal decision was at the point of contact. The appeal court and the Supreme Court is somewhat removed. It's a removed decision, but the real decision was made by the tribunal. That's what I think.
Even the two against one, you still don't believe. You think they just want to give it to Adeleke, just
not to cause control. They don't want controversy until they make decisions on the presidency. That's what it's a political decision. That's what I think.
In the Tinubu coming election, I mean, what do you call the tribunal now? So if they affirm Tinubu victory, you will believe that?
No, that's what they're looking to do. When they affirm Tinubu's victory, they cannot claim a prejudiced judicial process because the antecedent of going against both Tinubu and the ruling party already established with the Adeleke case.
One man. I mean,
that's what I think now. That's what I think.
What you are doing here to reject the decision of both, it's like you are. I don't know what to say. It's like you don't want to believe in our judicial system. That is what you are expressing here. If you cannot accept the decision of the judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court, then what are we doing?
No, it's not. I'm in no place to accept or not accept. Who am I? I'm not a participant. I'm just somebody running his mouth. But in my thoughts, that's what I think. I think it's a political decision. I think it's a precursor to the.
Mama, can I speak to that decision?
All right. Say that, and then we get back quickly to Hassan. I want to push him through quite a few topics. But let's hear from you. Good to see you, Dorothy.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I just like the line you told. I told somebody this evening also that not even now, when the judgment from the appeal court came on board, I knew it's almost over. So if you go and read that judgment, go and read the judgment of the appellate court. Just like you said, they were preparing the grand. You know, these the guys are grandmasters. Naturally, you know that APC would have managed to still win again, even though let me be frank with you, the Osun people want to change government. They want another party. But if you remove the issues that happened that time, the likes of issue with Adegbeshola, his stronghold that he lost, he lost his strongholds. He supported his guys, supported this guy, PDP guy, I mean Adeleke, to snap some votes in places like Oshogbo. If you know very well, Oshogbo, I was in Osun in 2015, 2014. When you are able to snap Oshogbo, you are able to snap Olorunda, Ede, and you snap what do you call it, Ilesha, Atakumasa, West, East. See, you already won that election. So now they know that. Look at it. When that happened, after that happened, this guy went to court. The court said there was an overvoting in Ede, and the tribunal, kind of declare Oyetola by casting those votes and giving Oyetola victory. When they got to the appeal court, they said no, that there was a mistake. So if you go and read today's judgment, you will see that issue also there again. Now, I want to believe that the Supreme Court also look at the precedence of what is happening right now. If you look at it very well, in the presidential election, PDP won all the 3 senatorial districts in the election. Number 2, they won all the House of Assembly election. That is, they replaced all the APC guys. They will make sure that they muzzle them out. They won that election, and that shows something. It's a clear indication that the Osun people did not really want APC to come back. So it's playing into their game. Like, okay, since these guys did not win, even in the election, in the presidential election, even Tinubu lost in Osun. He lost narrowly in Osun again. So if you look at it very well, it's better for them to just give it to this guy and prepare a grant for what? For declaration of Tinubu. Because let me tell you, what happened in Supreme Court today and the appeal court before is a very good grant to declare Tinubu and shut up anybody's means of countering that judgment when the judgment will eventually come. So I told you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darate. So there it is. I share your thoughts in totality. But back to you, Hassan. So it's a political decision. That's what.
Okay. Left to me. I don't read too much into that. In fact, I would argue that the most organic of decisions is the one that INEC took, on declaring Adeleke winner in the first place. This is as organic as it gets. Nothing beats that in a state where the APC has the governorship, has the Senate, has everything. So I would just look at it more like that. Look, the courts do not have to do anything. They don't have to use a cat paw before they declare Tinubu the winner. I don't think it's necessary. You do that when you do something wrong. This is an election that has been lost and won. For me, that is the way I see that there are some times where there are some intricacies, and naturally with law, you have all these technicalities and things like that. But I don't think in this case it is that necessary or that big enough to think, okay, the courts are doing this because they are preparing the ground to give Tinubu the victory in the tribunal. Why would they do that? That is to say that Tinubu did not win, which is not the case. He actually won. So why do they have to twist things from there? I mean,
all right, let me take you to this headline showing on your screen. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UBA Czar betrayed, stabbed him in the back. So are you following then this back and forth between these dollar billionaires?
Yes, so I followed you through the readout, and what I was just able to make out of what you read out was, it's a typical, elite billionaire thing. and the way they conduct their business. You quite said it right when you said money and ego when they clash. But this is Otedola's. This is Otedola's story. We have not heard from Elomelu yet, but he felt slighted with the way Elumelu, took controlling shares in Transcorp and in their previous activities together. That said, the way it seemed from this report is that Elumelu is somebody who is like a backstabber, untrustworthy kind of businessman. But I don't think you see that Transcorp they're talking about is it's a luxurious brand for Nigerian elite. So me, I don't really like this ego thing within the elite. Bragging about money. I gave him $200 million. He gave me 20 million. They just want to show that they have money and put it on our national delicacy. This is nonsense. This does not change anything on ground. It doesn't put food on the table of anyone. So in that sense, this is not the kind of things I
But
really like. I have interest on.
does it impress you though that yeah, because what Otedola is putting out there is that Elumelu is tracking his business moves and trying to and undermining him, and he cited several examples. But really, outside of that, does it impress you that these people who are dollar billionaires, that they are domesticating their money within the Nigerian space? Because all of that countless billions of dollars at least is swirling around within our economy. They could have taken it to New York, London, wherever, and doubled their money.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but I would have wanted them to have their monies, in manufacture. That is where we need the money. All this, what they are doing mostly is speculation. People who usually invest in shares, and things like that, Michael, shares, stock, bonds. It's more of manipulation. In a country like Nigeria, where most of the money is in the informal sector. This is not your typical kind of economy. Had it been they put this money in manufacture where they are sourcing raw materials, in the process of sourcing raw materials, people are getting jobs, and they have factories that they operate, and these factories have 10, 15,000 staffs, you'd say, yeah, but this is a typical elite ego kind of play. And like you said, all is fair in love and war. I cannot feel any pity for this kind of people. So I don't even want to say whether one is right or one is wrong. Up until they actually go and do things that reach the common man, not investing in Transcorp. This is a five-star hotel, the Transcorp Hilton Hotel. That is their biggest edifice. It's a five-star hotel. They have other business interests, but all their business interests are usually in things only the elite can afford. So you are pandering to, who are you pandering to? I cannot feel pity for Otedola. No, 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 no. The unfortunate thing is that this kind of sensationalist headline made it Igbo people and Yoruba people to start arguing amongst themselves and start saying all kinds of unnecessary things. You don't have even a millionaire in your account and you'll be breaking sweat for this kind of people. It's just unfortunate. This is just sensationalist news. As far as I'm concerned, anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right, leave it at that and go to this. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for the misconduct of his followers. So this is Wole Soyinka coming to set the record straight. And then Reno Mokri went on to do an op-ed on Peter Obi that he has this penchant for publicly backing his followers whilst they are attacking noted public figures, and then quietly, privately going to apologize profusely behind closed doors. Cited the example of the Saudana, Soyinka now, and Pastor Adeboye. So are we now noticing a trend with Peter Obi?
Yes, we are. We are noticing a trend and a pattern. A pattern that does not speak well of, the virality and the integrity of the personality that is behind the face, or the smiling gap-toothed, glass wearing eyes of Saint Peter Obi. It does not really speak well of that kind of person. Anyway, uh what I was particularly interested in, the parallels that Reno Omokri drew. This is kind of typical. I may say that this shows a lack of political sophistication from the OB side, and probably from those Igbo military guys that made that move to assassinate and the people that did that coup. The thinking is very, very short-sighted, and does not anticipate real life social repercussions for some of the moves that is made, because always it is about having immediate gratification now in the interim, without actually looking at the long term implications for the moves. But because if not, why would you allow and not criticize people who you purport to lead when they are? Because if you don't, then you keep fueling. There's this thing that is called group psychology, because when you gather people around, and there is a group and of people running into tens or hundreds, they do not longer think straight again. An individual may make better rational decisions than have 10 rational people, but
You
keep
know
them
what
in a herd.
you know what they call that? They call it herd mentality.
Yes,
HARD.
yes, yes,
HARD.
yes. So
Herd man.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The herd mentality.
Like sheeps. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, yes. People just become like autonomous bots, like robots, and they do no longer tend to think again. So this kind of thing, it's an approach to doing politics, but it almost always works, but in a tyrannical way, you know, in just homogeneous societies. It tends to grow like Andrew liver salt in heterogeneous societies, but at the end of the day, just like Andrew liver salt, after the foam, and all those chemicals, have have finished, have gone, it comes running back down again, and it loses steam, and then everybody's eyes then open. But just to speaking to that, Reno talked about how you were printing, you were depicting the Sardauna, that is because the Sardauna is a prince and a direct descendant and a heir apparent to the throne of the Sultan of Sokoto, the Sarki Musulmi, as at that time, and they were printing Nzegu, with his legs on the corpse of Sardauna. And not only that, it was on record that plenty of mischievous Igbo people living in the north at that time would just stop northerners at random in Kano, in Kaduna, in northern cities, and they'll tell them, look at your Sardauna, look at your God. And they'll show them the picture and say, look at your God, our people have finished them. That level of arrogance, that kind of things, it was just like
Hold on. Let me bring you a couple more paragraphs from Reno. It says, a degree to prohibit and create offense for publishing, display, and offer to public any pictorial representation of any person living or dead in a manner to provoke. But that was not the end. In February 1966, a famous Igbo high life maestro, Celestine Uku, released a song titled Ewu Naba Oka, meaning the goat is crying. Other Nigerians believe the song was mocking the late Saudana. That song and the almanac mocking the Saudana ignited a series of unfortunate events that no one wants to repeat. The only lesson we have learned from history is that we have not learned a lesson from history. So that's how Reno rounds that off.
Yeah, and another evidence to point to that is even now, just go and search on YouTube, and there was an interview that Kaduna Zegu gave to BBC after he carried out that coup in Kaduna. The way and manner he was talking about Sardauna and how he killed him was just so cold blooded, inhumane, and it is in your face kind of arrogance, kind of I, yeah, I don't know, this cold heartedness in your face kind of thing. uh, that manner of doing things, always tends to backfire. You would have thought that any political power grab or approach to get political influence using that kind of philosophy will not work. It did not work in 1966. It will not work now. It will not work. It will backfire because it may give you a victory that is short-lived, a fiery victory. You may get that, but it will not work because the people you are looking to, take power over and control their destinies, you cannot just keep mocking them and telling them whatever comes to your mind, and then you expect these people to fold their arms and then allow you to lead them. It will not happen now. It will not happen. Nobody would agree to these kinds of things. That's just the truth. And Renu, for all we may like to castigate him as a thief, this guy sometimes has a very a good understanding of historical events, and he
It's
follows
a
them
very
up with depth.
it's a very learned man. I don't like him, but he's a very learned
He
man.
is.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Yes, he is, because this kind of things, hardly would you see people actually relate these things to facts, verifiable facts, than what you just read. Really, yeah, it's impressive. I you cannot just overlook somebody like that. He's good. He's just a parao, but he's good.
Okay, yes. Yes, I agree in totality with that. It's a barao, but it can be annoying in most instances. I find him annoying in most instances. But let me take you to this next headline. Is the significance of this? We often don't have a full appreciation of just what we have being Nigerians. I've always felt, and I still do feel, that it is a privilege to be a Nigerian. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. So, what does that mean to you, Hassan?
I hope uh, New York becomes a little bit like Abuja, and I hope Abuja also becomes a little bit like New York. But I still like the laid back nature of Abuja. Anyway, um, there are a lot of opportunities in this relationship. And Abuja can only Abuja can benefit from this in terms of um, technology, um, urbanization, the logistics of managing a big city, um, creating economic opportunities, the politics, and management of a space like that. So much benefits can come from that. But on the other hand, this is not just a one-way relationship. New York, on the other hand, will also benefit from the traditional, the cultural, and you know um the natural ambience, and that connection to nature and environment that Abuja has, that New York does not have, because New York is just concrete and slabs, just too bland of a place to compare. But then, if a connection is going to be made, it's not just on the table, and just Abuja is just going to benefit from this relationship. Uh, but it's something that will go both ways. But as far as economics are concerned, Abuja stands to benefit more from this relationship. And there is this, push from African Americans, to try to identify with Africa in this day and age. And I think Nigeria should explore that space so much, because we can only benefit from that space. Uh, Black Americans, blacks in Europe, blacks in the Caribbeans who have had their ties to the motherland cut because of slavery, because of a lot of other things. They can reconnect to the continent. And I hope and I pray that Tinubu does something about this. Now, in Nigeria, and it's true, I agree with you. Uh, I don't think there is any other African in the world, anybody who has black ancestry, at least, that walks the back of this earth with his head held high as Nigerian people of Nigerian extractions. We make
I've never really understood this, but there's a certain arrogance to being Nigerian. There's a sense of superiority that we have over everybody else.
no, it's not just superiority for its sake. No, I would say it is we just match people's energies. Nigerians like to match energies, and all other Africans have been beaten to surrender against all other races, but not the Nigerian. The Nigerian, will match your energy. If you treat him with respect, he give respect back. So it's not about superiority, it's about returning it to as if you come with good manners and respect, the Nigerian will give it back to you the way you give. But if you say you have some skin over you and you think you are Arab or you are white or you are whatever, Nigerian will give it back to you to take nonsense. Yeah, and it comes, I think, from the very nature in which we grow. We are people who traditionally, no, not even traditionally, ordinarily, we grow up at least speaking at least three languages. Like right now, average Nigerian speaks three languages. Uh, like in the south, or if you are in the southeast or thereabout, you speak Igbo, you speak if you are Isekiri Ijo, you
You
may
you
speak
know
Igbo and
you
speak
you
that,
you,
speak broken English and speak English at the
yes.
same time.
Yeah, pidgin English is a language too. That is what I
It is
wanted
a
to say.
language, yeah, it
Yeah.
is a language. So on average, three languages, but like for many other Nigerians, too substantial, or they speak like four. So you see, that already gives us a different, and we are quite cultural, really. We are quite cultural. We have influences of triple heritage, like Professor Ali Mazrui will say. We are primarily influenced by either Christianity or Islam, our culture, our traditional African culture, and we are also modern people. So it's a blend. The Nigerian is a blend of all.
Can I
So
interject for a bit?
yeah,
Yeah, some of the things you have said, I'm not sure you are actually looking at real numbers. Impressions can be very, very misleading. You are talking about a country that has one of the worst life expectancies in the world.
Oh
One of the
God.
countries that lives on, basically, we are living on scraps, and our economy is terrible compared to any developed country. So, and this relationship you are talking about, see, America was in Sudan for 8 months, and look at Sudan is on fire today. And you have to be careful when you are playing with these people,
To
because
Niger, let us beat
wait,
our chest a little bit
but
now. Let's
wait,
beat our chest a little bit.
wait. I'm trying hard to make sense of what you just said, and I'm trying to compare it with the things we are discussing.
I
We're
think you
not
are
just
painting a
speaking.
rosy picture that doesn't exist. That's not based on data.
No, 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 no.
Oh.
I also think you are just too carried away by numbers, that you don't look at social realities. This is a social and cultural thing we are discussing more of. Yes, there is an economic component to it, but you cannot just push the argument to economics only, or that look at that the West is always a villain. No, not there are nuances to the way the world works. It's not, you don't just have to pick somebody and say he's an enemy and then always is an enemy. There is a relationship you can have with somebody that he benefits you at some point, and at some point he doesn't, and then you yourself as a country, you benefit other countries at some point, and then at some other points too you don't benefit them. You have to understand the way the world works, not just having just
That is
a
why.
set mind.
All right. Sorry, Tunaida, I'll come to you next, but let me take Asan through a couple more topics. Senate Chief Whip Kalu, rights ruling APC insist on Senate presidency despite choice already being made. So he had to do that, didn't he? He can't just surrender. And just as early as a couple of days ago, we heard that the Southeast rejected the consensus around Akpabio because they are now reading the politics, and of course they know that the Peter Obi thing is not going anywhere, and they are in slow motion seeing themselves being schemed out of power. But for Ojikado to have any chance, does he have to go super ethnic with this push, Hassan?
Yes, with the Ojukalu thing, I would say that it is yeah, it is they say the kick of a dying horse. Yes, sometimes when you play all your cards, you just go all in, no wiggle room again. There's nothing left to do than to cry to the high heavens. He is in that stage. I think all is done and dusted concerning that Senate presidency. It's already apparent. There is also no wiggle room. No way is he going to make up for the numbers, to clinch that seat. He knows. Most of people who are paying attention to the politics in the National Assembly also know that it's an impossible ladder to climb, because if it were, say, before this Araki thing happened, then he may have, a wild card up his sleeve. But right now, everything has already been anticipated. There is no wiggle room. So I think Ojikalu and people like him should just go back to the drawing board. 4 years is not, is just like from now till, if you are alive and well, before you know it will come. So start doing the right things. This is not the way to get power. You cannot cry
Hassan,
and hold people's emotions to ransom to get power. Nobody will give you ransom power based on emotions.
Hassan, can you hear me?
Yes.
He can create a lot of problem if he goes ethnic with this narrative, because the ethnic space is already opened with the narrative of marginalization. So if he goes and parks his ambition in that ethnic marginalization narrative, it can create a lot of mess.
He more than anybody understands that his ambition and being an APC person, and really, what is the, you see, we have to reach a stage where nobody should hold us to ransom by threatening that he's going to do something that will endanger the peace of it. Because what is worse than an IPOB and known gunmen and people like that? What is that not the worst that can do? There's nothing as worse as that, since it has reached to the stage where they are killing people because of all those things. I don't think this is threat. This is a threat, and we have to reach a stage where we are no longer held hostage by threats like this. Really, it has to be done. For either he comes to the negotiating table, gets something out of it, or he stays in the wilderness and then watches as there are even other more prominent Igbo politicians that can fill up his space. And because Umahi is supporting the process, so why would he? And the whole thing is that it is even a selfish endeavor. That is the thing. If he like had the mandate from the Igbos, the southeastern stems, but he doesn't have that mandate. He only has the mandate of his people from his own political and senatorial zone. That's all. He should stop pretending as if the whole of the Southeast is behind him. No, those senators from the Southeast that are behind him are also just selfish people. They are not looking at the broader interest of their people. Anyway, from what the antecedent has told us is that people like this, they end up going there and then they will not even represent the constituency that they came there through in the first place. They end up stealing people's money and claiming it for themselves and not doing anything back home. At least in the Southeast, their senators have been pure failures, pure failures. You can. It's even better in a strategic sense to have it go to the south, where like to somebody like Apapio, where you have seen him really had true impact in his constituency, that giving it to somebody who has been a failure also. So really, I cannot fault the APC's decision to, you know, go this route really.
We were discussing yesterday because APC made a public broadcast essentially announcing how they're going to structure the Senate president to Akpabio, Jibrin Barau for the deputy, and then I think somebody from the North Central for the Speaker of the House, and then the Deputy Speaker at the Southeast. So in the hierarchy of things, the Southeast at the bottom.
You
They are
see,
one of the biggest ethnic. Is that acceptable?
no, and let me tell you why I think it's not acceptable. You see, there's this problem with Nigeria, and I don't know why this narrative keeps being the case. Yes, the Hausa, the Yoruba, and Igbos are the majority in Nigeria, but they have to get over one line too. That even though they are the majority, they have the highest numbers of ethnic groups. They have the highest, numbers in ethnic groupings. Okay, they are not the majority in Nigeria. If you put all other languages combined, they are more plenty than Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo combined. So that said, these 300 different ethno-linguistic, groupings, why do we always think as if they are not important? That thinking was the reason behind doing the 6 geopolitical zones. Those geopolitical zones are very important. I don't know why sometimes we fall into the trap of thinking as if the Hausa own the whole north. The Hausa do not own the whole, they do not own the whole north. What the Hausa does is that they negotiate, between those tribes to ensure that they get their, support. And they don't just get that support for nothing. They promise something and they deliver first, because before the remaining tribes follow them. And if the Yorubas does that to similar tribes around it, then they are doing their own job. So the northwest, the northeast, the north central, the southwest, the south, and the southeast are very, very important geopolitical zones. And we must begin to look at Nigeria as beyond Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba for us to really appreciate that this is not really as black and white as sometimes this narrative paint it to be. Because really, we should not make an you know a big deal out of something that concerns just one geopolitical zone out of 6. Come on.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one final last port of call. We're going to Kogi State and we're visiting Dino Melaye. So he was as early as yesterday, even today, speaking in flowery tones about Natasha, but of course trying to cut her following. But Igala, paramount ruler, refuses to endorse Dino's PDP, endorse PDP's Dino Melaye. So this is quite significant. We were talking about Osun State just then, and we're talking about whoever wins Ede are certain to win Osun State. So the Igala vote in Kogi State, they're a deciding vote, and the endorsement of this king would have gone a long way to propel Dino Melaye's ambitions. So what are you then making then of the trajectory of Dino Melaye, who picks a female running mate but is being just disavowed by the galas?
Okay. Is the Paramount, did the Paramount kick endorse his opponent in the APC?
No, I've not done the readout. We are going off the headline.
Okay. But let me just say this, and traditional heads are not supposed to endorse anybody. That is not their job. But they may give body, signals and body language. It should not go beyond that. I don't know why these people like to put themselves into the throngs of politics. Anyway, this is how bad our traditional institutions, have stooped so low. I don't like it anytime I feel these things are happening. That said, um, what I think is happening with the people of Kogi, I think is left to them to decide. But as far as I think the big mistake PDP made was to make their flag bearer. I mean, has not carried himself well as somebody deserving of that place.
How
Uh,
can you hold on, Hassan? Hold on. How can you endorse somebody like Adeleke but not Dinome? Like, I did not cut from the same cloth. Some Baba
no,
Salah
no, no.
comedy governors.
No, comedy is different from insult too. This one that is insulting everybody, calling this one Ashao, calling this one this, calling that one that. No, two different kind of characters. Adeleke, his comic relief is from the dance moves that he does, and that is, cause he's not harming anybody. He's just enjoying himself. He's a happy man. Nothing wrong with that. But you go on pulpits and stages and you rain curses on people and your perceived enemies, you call that one this, you call that one that. No decorum, no, you just speak like a tout. Me, I hate toggery. I hate toggery. I hate this manner of talking that always it is about intimidation and about showing macho that you can do anything, for the sake of what you're trying to achieve. No amount of humility. Nothing. You just come off to people and display your nonsensical, untrained personality and display it, and then you expect people.
Take it easy. Now,
No,
he's an
and you
elder
expect.
statesman.
Sorry, sorry. Who is an elder statesman? Do you know?
Dino now is long in tooth. It started from the House of
Come on,
Reps.
come on, come on, come on, come on.
It's a
Me,
mainstay of Nigerian politics. It's a
no,
mainstay.
me, as far the way my culture works, so there's no elder statesman that still wear Givenchy, wear sneakers, wear face caps, and goes and shouts anyhow and talks anyhow. No elder statesman from my place who do that thing, who fights in public like that with his shirt all off, who jumps out of a moving car and says that no, that is not an elder statesman. One man, please,
Do
we
you
are beyond
remember,
that.
Hassan? Do you remember when he got into a fight when he was in the House of Reps and he had
I
his shirt?
remember, yeah,
His shirt,
yeah, he was
right.
he was almost he had only a singlet. That was a rough kind of thing. It is only a thug, a tout
Do you
that will
remember when
behave
they
that
said?
way.
Do you remember when they said he was going to impregnate Tinubu's wife, Remy?
Yeah, and that is what I was speaking to the Ashawo calling of people. While Adeleke dances, no, if I dance, I don't hurt anybody. But if you call somebody Ashawo and you say you're going to impregnate somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother, someone's wife, come on, yeah, haba. We're Africans, so we don't just throw titles around. You have to deserve them. That guy is no elder statesman in the lowest of the low, really. He can have, if he wins the election, they can call him executive whatever, but traditionally he doesn't deserve any right to be called any elder in any sense of the word, really.
All right, brilliant well put. So that's that's Hassan, the Are Ona Kakanfo of Maiduguri. So from the Are Ona Kakanfo of Maiduguri, let's go to the military man, also known as Tunaja. So Tunaja, you're up next. Sorry, I stopped the interjection. I just wanted him to. I want people to have the opportunity to flesh out just as much as they can. But let me take you quickly then to where I started off with Hassan. Adeleke, you are the Osun governor, Supreme Court affirms. So does this reaffirm your confidence in the Nigerian judiciary system, to Niger?
I think one has to take cheer from the fact that a result can be overturned. And this is a reminder that results can actually be overturned in Nigeria. And because it's been happening, and I don't know why people just think that, it cannot happen and a presidential election cannot be overturned. It can, if there is evidence. Because those judges, I keep saying it, they are not stupid. They are not going to make it home if there is clear evidence and they rule the other way. The evidence will decide the case. It's just that simple. And I like this man.
Make it home. That's a wrong choice to use for our judiciary. How can you say that they will not make it home? What is the meaning of that?
Because I say that because of the chaos it's going to cause. Because if, let's say, there's clear evidence of malpractice,
don't say they don't use that word again. That's unpatriotic.
What do you mean? See, come on, it's a realistic statement. I'm telling you
No,
what
but
reality is.
sorry, to Niger. You know that's the sort of language that people are recoiling from the obedience. You know that language of violence. You know,
They
but
can
carry on.
they can recoil because when you see something going wrong in societies, like I just witnessed today the arrest of this thing that's on TV. I mean, this former prime minister of Pakistan, and you see this is the eruption on the streets. Because there are certain things when remember these people have held back. They've not come on the street to protest. They didn't make any trouble. They were waiting for the decision. And if there is clear evidence and they were abused, there's no other option anymore. So you have to understand there are certain
Than to burn the country down.
because no, I don't think it's a good idea. It's a terrible idea because I've always said it. What the country needs is stability. But there is a level you push it onto that it doesn't make sense anymore. Like we just talked about what happened in the 60s, and you saw what happened, and it led to a lot of terrible consequences eventually. And this is why I think people that study history should understand these things, that there are certain level you push people onto, then their actions you can't hold them back. Even the parents can't control their children anymore. And that's what I think. And I don't think even people supporters of APC will even want that to happen. They will not want a clear evidence to be there. Their nation globally will be seen to be denying the evidence. You see what I mean? So if let's say P2B doesn't, there's no clear evidence, he's not going to win. It has to be clear. Nobody. I don't think even obedience wants Obi to win when there's no evidence. The only thing that can solve this is evidence, and if there's no evidence, then the president-elect carries on. But if there's clear evidence and they reverse it, I don't think the judges will do that. I really don't think our Nigerian judges are that bought over. They are not that bought over that whereby they will just go and overturn, just pretend as if the evidence doesn't count. They will not do that.
All right. You know the operative word in because they've put it out there so that we all know it's substantial. Did the
Yes.
election substantially meet the expectations and the legislation? Because I suspect that the obedience space they wrap their narrative around the odd rogue mutilated something or the other, and then they are whipping up in a frenzy around River State and all of that. What they are inviting the court to do is essentially to upturn a 2.7 million vote deficit, and that would take some doing.
The court will never do that except there is evidence. You said it yourself. Substantial evidence was what the requirement was, and the
Yes.
case of River State is an emblematic one because we are talking about in excess of almost 150,000 votes difference. The manipulation that was involved there. I said it.
No, you can't say that though. What is the evidence for that? You can't
Because
just
it's on the
casually.
IRS, it's on the INEC website. From what I
You've
gather.
identified the 150,000 votes.
This newspaper, I didn't do it myself. This newspaper released the information, and nobody is contesting it. Not even INEC is contesting it.
Why would
You see
INEC
what I mean?
how many things will INEC contest? There are countless. Every single day there's an allegation.
If a newspaper releases false information, you would think they will be penalized for it. Nobody's penalized that newspaper for highlighting information. So it lends credibility to what they've done.
So several newspapers released that Peter Obi did not say yes, that that the yes daddy thing was doctored, and nobody was penalized. Peter Obi confessed himself that it wasn't doctored. How many things will people be?
No. He didn't say it wasn't doctored. He said the way he said it, some of the information was not there. Maybe it was no. He didn't. He said he engaged in the discussion, but the way it came across, the way the doctor I don't know. I'm not an expert in that one. But
we played the interview here. We played the interview here.
Yeah, but he didn't say that's exactly the way he said it. People are very clever. I can do the same thing. So we know what has happened there, and let's leave it at that. But regarding the judgment, I believe people, even the biggest doubters, will be surprised the way the judgment is going to come across. It's going to be clear.
No,
Nobody wants to put Nigeria
you
in
shouldn't.
bad.
You shouldn't. You should be a bit more reticent to Niger in your political pronouncements, because you severally told us that this election will surprise us. You've made countless assertions. None of them have come to pass. So be a
Like,
bit more. You told us Peter Obi will win an election. You told us X, Y, Z, and ABC. None of them have ever come to
I
pass.
didn't say. I said
So
he could win. You
be a bit
underestimated it
more.
from the beginning.
Yeah, well, and rightly so. He came third.
Okay, we'll see then. We'll see what happens eventually. Even if he came third, he came a strong third, and he won 12 states just as much as the winner of this in the that's the current this in president elect. So we don't know. We really don't know until the dust settles, and there's a reason why they went to court. And Peter Obi has experience of doing it. And I don't think Peter Obi doesn't come across as somebody like just petty. They just want to go to court for the sake of it. He went to court because he felt there was something there. Yeah, that man doesn't come across as somebody that likes to waste his time in 1 minute of his time on something that is not worthy. You see my point? So let's just see. And I actually believe it. I'm one of those people that believe that the Nigerian justice system, they are not as terrible as people would like to make them sound, especially when the chips are down. Look at what they did with Adeleke now. You know, because there was clear evidence. He presented clear evidence. The overvoting was clear. No matter what the other side did, they couldn't overturn it. Now the Supreme Court have upheld it. So in a country where bribery and all this stuff takes over, you would think the ruling party will be able to just swing it their way easily. And let's see. I'm just
Can I
from what I've seen.
can I say this to Niger? He didn't provide clear evidence. It was INEC. Don't forget that INEC has a role to play in that election. INEC must defend the mandate he gives to any candidate that won an election. And that was. Do you also know that INEC was the first to even went to a court of appeal. They were the first to file an appeal on that election. So the same way INEC defended Adeleke, I don't have anything against Adeleke's declaration. I'm good for it. That is Osun State people speaking. As a matter of fact, that's my maternal. So I don't have any issues with them. They have changed their mind. But as for the presidential election, the same way, INEC also defend the mandate given to Tinubu as well. So it is then the onus now lies on Obi and his council to prove them otherwise, or to lay their petitions to bear. Then the court, the justices will then decide on it. So, but don't forget, INEC will always be on the side of Tinubu, being the umpire,
yes,
the election umpire.
that's understandable because that's the position INEC took. And I must say there's a lot of questionable decisions that INEC made, like on the Abuja requirement. They didn't even bother to address it before they made the declaration. They just went ahead and made it. And the way they did it just seemed to be like, oh, they just want to make it a done deal and get on with it.
Hold on. You are saying that on the basis that there is an Abuja requirement, but a lot of people will tell you that there is no Abuja requirement.
If that is true, they could have just addressed it because it's still a controversial
Why would they address
issue.
it? Why would they address it when it's a non-issue?
To them, what if the court says otherwise? You see, now
that's down to the. You have to understand that INEC is not Mahmoud Yakubu, and INEC is a retinue of some of the best legal brains to guide the process. They have a strong bank of lawyers. I'm sure you know that.
They probably do, and
they
managed to screw up the most important election of the country. They probably do, and they managed to screw around the most important election in the country. So I'm not. Excuse me for thinking that these people have issues.
How have they
the
done
presidential
that?
election data was not transmitted when other elections were.
Let's not go back.
So we know that. So I don't want to go back there too. So see, for me, this is simple, and I like to have faith in the Nigerian system on this level. When it comes to such a case, it has to be clear. Even I will not say P2B should just be declared winner if the evidence is not clear. You can't overturn such a result.
It's a shame you were not with us yesterday, but in the course of conversation yesterday, what we actually concluded was that a victory for Peter Obi will actually be a victory for Atiku Abubakar, because if Tinubu is removed, the default to Atiku, not Peter Obi. I'm sure you know that.
That there is some truth there, but there is also the possibility that if the numbers were massaged, that evidence could upturn the numbers for
For
Atiku too. So
Atiku,
we don't know that.
so they clear everybody out of the way for Peter Obi.
It's
There
possible
is
because if you
nothing.
go by River
Uh,
State, that's what I'm just talking about.
Right. All right. Let me take you to the next talking point. Let me take you to the next talking
Yeah.
point. Senate Chief Whip Kalu writes ruling APC insists on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So the last throw of the dice, and you know, a lot of people in the course of Tinubu coming back from his rest, the anticipation was that it was nailed on that the Southeast will get the Senate presidency. In fact, there was even a clip of Uzo Kalu joshingly mimicking Tinubu, saying, "It is my turn, Emilokon." You know, so all of that. But as the politics has now permutated, the southeast has now completely been sidelined out of the power structure within the Nigerian dynamic. Ojikalo now the last cry of a man with ambition. Senate Chief Whip Ojikalo. So what's your take on that? What's your take on that? Yeah.
I think the Southeasterners don't care about
Mm.
the Senate presidency. I think that's partly because they've had it before and it didn't do them any good. And also, whenever they mention Oji Ozokalo, I've never heard any Southeasterner say it in a brotherly way. They don't like the man. They don't care for him. I've never seen. It's like the bad boy. When I look at him, he looks like a innocent, charismatic, just a guy but he's so disliked. I don't get it. I always we make fun about it actually. That I've never whenever they mention Oji Uzo Carlo, it's the bad way. They always like have something bad to say about him. And maybe it's from knowing the Southeasterners feeling a little bit marginalized and feeling that all the leaders have gone to the center, they've not really done well or made them proud. And there's this element of needing somebody that is almost perfect, and I try to highlight to them that you can't always expect perfection from people around you, because this man is the only one that is out there. But they have a right to say they won't support him, because I believe if the people were behind him, he will have a stronger case. But anytime anybody mentions his name, it's like he's just going by himself and on his own. So I don't think anybody will be
Tunaja, you say the Southeast they're not especially forced about I think that might well be a mistake, because when that table assembles for decisions to be made, if you don't have representation, then you don't have a voice. That's just it, isn't it? Somebody was citing an example just yesterday that a parcel of money came into Nigeria, and the way they divided it, the Southeast was excluded. So if a Southeasterner was the Senate president, whether they love him or not, he would not sit at that table and see his region excluded. So you have to have a seat at the table. If you think you are turning up your nose at it will be to your own chagrin.
I think sometimes when the people get to a certain point, they start feeling like, okay, what is it? What is the point? They can't be bothered, and that is something that Nigeria should be careful about. When a population start thinking there's no point in the middle, don't bother. Anybody that is going there is useless. The only person they care about is Peter Obi. I guess maybe because of the presence of Peter Obi, there was this hope that maybe he will make it to the center, and given his this in his personality and his profile, compared to someone like Ujo Carlo, and they just feel like no, it's not worth it. And it's a very, very what is going on in Nigeria right now is very touchy. And maybe that could explain why our leaders are so cowardly to outsiders, because they know we are easy to we are easy to light up into its cinders. And because this country, the way it's been, we have been so conditioned because of all these things, all the events that has occurred, including in the past election, to rip ourselves to pieces the moment anybody decides that they want it. And this is what is going on now. The Southeast don't care. They simply don't care. They don't care whether he goes there or not. As a matter of fact, they don't want him to go there. All the people I've spoken to, they don't like him. They say he should not go. They should not give him that. They don't care about anything in the center. So maybe later on they will think twice. Maybe, but as it is right
But
now,
by then it'll be too late, wouldn't it?
and
But
that's my point. It's going to be a problem because whether we would like it or not, the Southeasterners are a major group in Nigeria. They are just as big as any other group.
no, how major are they though? Because Buhari described them as a dot in a circle. It's just a tiny little geographical enclave within the wider Nigerian space. Just how, but I know they're very vocal, but just how impactful are they?
I think they are a lot more impactful. You see how the Yorubas spread, Benin Republic and all the rest. We forget that there are a lot of Igbos kind of speaking people, cultural kind of people that don't claim to be Igbo. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of them in Delta. There are a lot of them in the River States. There are a lot of them in the Cross River, all around, and they are present everywhere, and they are also present in the North. And to underestimate their importance in the Nigerian family is not advised. And they did that. If you look at what you read earlier on, they did that in the 70s, the 60s, and look at the consequences over time. They are still paying for what happened during that period. And we don't know exactly. When you said they were putting up posters, I guess maybe you will get onto that. But that posters one, we don't know who put those posters up really. We don't know what is behind them. Maybe they were trying to inflame Nigeria and they succeeded in doing what they wanted to do. But that is a topic for another day. That's something, because when you mentioned that, I found it very interesting that people were putting up posters, such inflammatory posters. After you just killed the people's leaders and you put posters about, come on, what are you asking for?
Are you claiming it was done by fifth columnists? Because there was another.
I won't be surprised. That thing is weird. It's really weird.
What about a legendary high life singer from the space that was singing mocking songs about the killing of the Saudana?
What? Which legendary high life singer did that?
I read it out. Let me see. It says in February of 1966, famous Igbo high life maestro Celestine Oku released a song titled Ewu Neba Oka, meaning the goat is crying. Other Nigerians believe the song was mocking the late Saudana. That song and the almanac mocking the Saudana ignited a series of unfortunate events that no one wants to repeat.
Okay, that is interesting, and I have to be careful what I say here. To my Igbo brothers, I had a serious argument recently with CM, and what you see is that sometimes they are not self-aware. Some of the things they say to people. And this is one of the reasons why I say we as a people, we lie a lot to each other. We don't tell each other the truth. We want to get one over the other all the time. And when I was having this conversation with an Igbo man regarding the South, and you can see how dismissive he was being of the South without even noticing it. And hence, you know why this is really bad? Because that kind of stuff makes this type of statement credible. Because how can you play a song about somebody that was killed in the North, a leader of the country too? That shows lack of empathy on a level, and ignorance on a level that is just, I don't know whether it's pathological or something. I don't get it. And we have to be careful here, because I see some of the behavior that comes from some of our Southwestern people that is reminiscent of that. They don't seem to understand that there's always a yin yang to everything. People are listening. They will be thinking, oh, we are down, you're kicking us. We are down, you're kicking us. On the day, we are all poorer for it when the consequences come to fruition, like it did in the 1960s to 70. So what that man said, I really found that very, very interesting. I actually saved it because you don't often get stories like that from that period. You often just hear coup, Ironsi, unitary system, civil war, Ojuku civil war. That's all you hear. You don't hear what led to the pogroms and all the things that happened and during that period. And it's not surprising. It's really not surprising that, because till today you still see that trait. Bring a conversation here, bring Southeasterner here, and let them acknowledge the way they treat the South people. You will see how explosive it gets very quickly. They will not want to confront it. They will not want to address it. They will just weave and dive, and it will just degenerate. And it tells you the lessons have not been learned. This is what is killing the Southeast and the South. If they were functional, they will be the major group in the South. Because there's a lot of Igbo speaking people in the South too. Like I said, it's just this thing that they don't know how to relate to people next door to them. They don't even know how to relate very well to people in the same country in a way that makes the people feel at peace with them. I describe this as an Abel syndrome, whereby, you know how the Bible, Abel was a good guy, did all the nice stuff, but guess what happened? Cain came along and did him in, because Abel wasn't aware of what was going on with Cain. Self-awareness is also important. For me, that's the lesson I took from that. People are thinking about greed and all the rest. I took the lesson that if Abel was closer to Cain, Cain wouldn't have murdered him.
All right, navigate it back to Kalu. So his open letter to the APC pleading his case and exercising futility. Is that what you conclude?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Nobody is crying for him in the Southeast, I can assure you. Not at the moment. they are not crying. Everybody hates him. And it's unbelievable, really.
All right. I'm not sure if you're following this storyline or not, but we touched on it a couple of weeks ago. It resurfaces now with some of the details now coming into the public space. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UBA Czar betrayed, backstabbed him. Is that something that you follow?
I don't know what I say defined for grown, industrialists or big Ben to be talking about people backstabbing them in public. Do you hear this sort of things in the West? You don't hear this sort of things. I don't know what
No, you hear it you hear it on the financial pages. Of course, you do.
You do. I see.
Yes.
If he feels like he was betrayed, he was betrayed. Now, and big people complaining about their problems. There was a time when I felt like every grown-up doesn't deserve respect in Nigeria. There was a time in the last couple of years that I was like, plague on all of you for giving us this. The country they left us, the situation we are in is so messed up. And I don't understand, because I believe that leaders we have bigger problems to worry about.
Sometimes I buckle when I hear you say some of these things. Nigeria is a mess, for one, but it's probably the most advanced yet. You know that Abuja is the first and only black created city, that indigenously created city. A lot of first in the world. The Nigerian military force are probably the only one recognized, certainly in South Africa, certainly in West Africa, etc. There's a lot to that country. There's a lot that is wrong, but maybe we don't celebrate enough a lot that is right.
The only thing that I see that is right in Nigeria so far they've managed to do is the Nollywood and the Afrobeats. That is it, because that is creating wealth from almost nothing. That is the only magic we've managed to do with our own people, with our own minds. Everything else we are serving other people. Everything else has been left to flounder. And the people that were manning the till during that time, excuse me for saying, these people have a lot of questions to answer, including our forefathers, I must say. They have a lot of questions to answer because they are all in this world when all this happened. They were not asleep, and we are still asleep. I just heard a
All right.
European say that.
Sorry, don't go into slavery though, because that's a long.
That's true. I'm not going to go into slavery.
Hold on. Take an interjection from the Prime, who wants to put something to you. The Prime dot come in.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, True Niger. I want to ask, do you have a YouTube channel that you discuss?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Sorry. Do you remember sometimes ago somebody came online, probably D Prime Dots, and you were very sure I was one Emeka? And I was telling you guys, I'm not Emeka. I'm a Yoruba man, and you all confirmed I am Emeka. So sometimes what we know is not.
You sound like Emeka. You sound like Emeka. You sound like you're an Emeka. You're an Emeka.
No, man, this was serious.
I don't know when we had this discussion about Emeka. Okay, go ahead.
No, man, this is serious. Like, I had to on my camera. Yet they saw my face. There was this.
It's not Emeka. You just want to kind of sound like him, but it's not. If you listen to his voice very well, you will know that they sound almost the same, but it's not Emeka.
They were 100% sure. At the point they started raining curse on me, I was like, really?
On my channel? Are you serious?
No. Alexander is saying it was on Niger Watch.
Okay, maybe yeah, probably not me. I would not.
Yeah, no. If they are raining abuse on you, it will be on Niger Watch. That's where they curse people.
Okay, that was why I wanted to ask, like, are you the one? So that just to expatiate that sometimes what we think is right or what we think we know is not the absolute truth. So we should always give room for additional knowledge. That's just my interjection, please.
All right, back to Otedola and Elumelu. Thank you. So don't call him Emeka, please. It's a full-blood Amalamonta.
Yeah, it's probably. I don't have much of an issue with Emeka. Emeka has his own opinion. I don't, go after people like that. So for me, the Elumelu guy, the stuff they are doing right now, I don't think it's edifying. They should just worry about helping manufacture. Somebody said earlier on, do value addition manufacturing and create wealth for the country. That's what your job, not to be worrying about all this stuff right now. And I don't see any urgency in our leaders, really. That's why I said it the other day that I subscribe that we need a nationalist movement or government in Nigeria, because these leaders there's no urgency, and the whole world is moving on. And a white analyst recently just said that Africa is going to implode, that sooner or later, because we are now partakers in the world economy in the future, because America is going to South America now to use South America as a manufacturing hub. Europe is doing another one. The Chinese are doing something else. So we are just here and acting as if the world is not happening around us. And these leaders that should know better have time to be, like now we're talking about Soyinka, this is what we do. I don't know, man, but it's okay. Let them do what they do, and you want to drift to Soyinka because it's similar stuff. Peter Obi.
Yes. So yes, I'm taking you to this space. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for the misconduct of his followers. This is Soyinka now, and this, by the way, was what led us to that piece by Reno Mokri, who tracked the trajectory of Peter Obi's pattern, and this is a pattern and a trend that a lot of people are picking up from our man, from Oka. He will publicly back the misdemeanors and the misbehaviors of his adherents, and then privately go behind closed doors to go and do idobale. So he is now gone to Wole Soyinka, putting out this photo up to say that everything is cushy between me and Prof. But Prof now comes out to say that he actually came to apologize for the conduct of his adherents. So this is now the trend. When are we ever going to see a man from Anambra publicly call his adherents to order and stop sneaking in via the back door.
You know what? I will agree 100% wholeheartedly with this if he was actually backing his followers when they insult people. P2B has said
Did you see the interview with Charles on Arise?
no, I didn't.
Go and watch it. He publicly backed them for assaulting Professor Shoinka.
Okay, I will check it, but I from what I've seen of it, I watched that interview. I don't remember seeing it,
How do you
but
say that he publicly backed him?
yeah,
How did
I
you?
didn't hear him say, "Oh, it was okay that they were insulting people."
We reacted to it here now. You remember we reacted to that. Adeleke, you were here now when we were reacting to his
But
interview on Arise.
he did not say I am backing them now.
He
Not the way
he said the people attacking Shoyinka were infiltrators and not real obedience.
But that is
And he said he is very sorry with what is happening.
He did not say that. He did not say that.
One
In
man
fact,
can check the comment
oh
there.
my
He said
God,
he
oh
wants to
man.
comment that comment that is very sorry.
we played it here now. If Adeleke gets
We
to
can play
sing,
it
he will
again
tell
now.
me.
Let's watch it now.
It's a 40-minute interview now. Adeleke, do you remember?
Oh,
I plead
But I
innocent
remember
for
everything
P2B.
there.
P2B is innocent. On this one, I don't think he goes about encouraging people to insult people. This is a guy that
And
after the election was
he
done, told his
had made
followers
public
to stay back.
statement concerning his followers' behavior so many times ago now. He has made the statement. He has always cautioned them in many times during the
Mm,
campaign. So you cannot say that he always backed them. There are
mm,
behavior that he cautioned, he put out a tweet there. So
mm.
just be fair now, please.
There's a level of gaslighting going on too when the P2B has gotten all kinds of flags too, and not only flags, in terms of his followers, physical attacks. You rarely see P2B followers attacking any other group. It's always the other way around, and it's almost like gaslighting. You attack people and you tell them that they are the most these are aggressive ones. At the same time, it's really weird. And somewhere along the line, people are getting away with it, and maybe that's why a lot of Obi supporters are tuning off. And from the point of view that this is why they don't like Ojus or they don't care about the Senate, they don't care about anything, and they just want the mandate from what they are looking at. If there is no evidence for it, they too will back up and just fade again and wait for the next election. The truth is, these people have been exemplary in their behavior. Let's face it. If it was like some situations where election occur like this, especially in the case of Rivers State, it's very, very inflammatory because I knew the moment that result came out that is not right. So they behaved themselves, they held themselves, but they didn't do anything about it. They just waited for the process. They are still waiting for the process to come through, and they are going to still wait until even INEC will confirm that the Rivers State result was not what it was supposed to be. So they have been well behaved. They've not attacked anybody. Yes, they do verbal attacks. They even attack me too verbally. Some people are so passionate about P2B that it's like a call figure to them. So you can also understand that P2B is very, very unusual as a leader in Nigeria. He carries himself in such a humble way. He is soft-spoken, and he seems to have a lot of empathy. Nigerians, you'll be surprised how much Nigerians want empathy. They really like leaders that show empathy because Buhari has been so aloof. Buhari doesn't seem to care. It's like a absentee father.
Do Nigerians want empathy or good governance?
Oh, they want good governance, all right, but they also want empathy. I think they want good governance more than they want empathy. That's the truth. But
yes, and does P2B have the antecedent of good governance?
That's the thing that he does. From what the example that is, he left a surplus in his state, even Jagaban with all the excess alpha beta money didn't leave this is surplus. Come on, we know. So so from that point of view, he has done relatively well by people. So people feel strongly about him, and they attack me too. They call me Tinubu man, APC, and all the rest that I've been bold, all kinds of stuff. So you can see why sometimes they come across it a bit aggressive, but they are very, very well behaved. If you ask me,
the obedience are very, very well behaved.
By the standard of other people, other parties, they attack them. They attack them and they kill them.
My God.
Come on, man. They burnt the market for crying out loud.
Which market did they burn?
In Lagos now,
My
you
God.
know.
Oh, all right. Oh, no, I don't even want to go there. But let me take you here instead. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York and Abuja. So that was where you interjected with a son because you were holding a contrary view. But a lot of people will feel that it is testament to the status that Nigeria is evolving into, that the international community now are now coming to pay homage.
They are coming closer now because they see China coming closer. They are coming closer now because they see Russia coming closer. They are seeing other powers coming to try to build Africa. Now they are coming to stop it. And that is something people have to understand. They are not coming to build us. They are coming to stop it. They were in Sudan for 8 months, and Sudan is on fire today. And the reason why they are able to do that, because the Sudanese wanted to put a Russian military submarine base, this is a port in their country, and America warned them not to do that. And I don't know why they allowed America to come. When America is warning you, go and allow them to bring their embassy into your country. They did that. Look at the country; it's on fire today. And what you are seeing now, their attention to us right now is not because they want to help us. They are coming to stop the Chinese. The Chinese are building trains, they are building bridges, they are building roads, they are doing all kinds of stuff in Africa. Yeah, the Chinese is making money too, but it tells you, where were they all this while? Where was the West all this while when the Chinese were absent? They didn't do anything for us. The only reason why they are here now is to stop them. And once they stop them, we will be sorry for it. Because you know where, because whenever I say stuff, I always have evidence to a kind of historical data to back it up. In the 90s was when America was at its apex of its powers, because that was when the Soviet Union collapsed and Boris Yeltsin was a drunk in Russia. Guess what was going on in Nigeria then? Hell. Guess what was going on in Africa? Hell. They didn't do anything to help us. As a matter of fact, that's when our countries and Africa really went downhill even further. Whenever there is another power out there challenging their power, that's when they come in to use to challenge you. They will use you against that power. They will pretend as if they want to help you against that power. In some cases, they actually do. Like in the case of the US now, they use China against the Soviet Union, and they succeeded. But now China has developed from it, and they don't like China anymore. So the point is that we have to be careful when we are dealing with the US. Even if it's with a black face, you have to be careful. And for me, all this sister city stuff and all the stuff, I just feel very, very insecure about it, because our leaders they are so, how do I put it, so soft. You just match to attention to foreigners. Look at how they just ran to the royal coronation, all of them standing in line after they were saying that they are not going to do this type of stuff anymore after the queen's burial. They just went and did it again. So this is why I'm concerned. I also watched a video today of a US commander of their military in our military base, and they were giving him some kind of military salute, that kind of stuff. They do military stuff. So all this type of stuff concerns me. They are moving in. And we don't have any say in what they are doing. Some of all this is, I consider it very, very anti-democratic. Actually, the people should be given a consent. One day we'll wake up and we'll see.
You consider it anti-democratic that that New York is signing a sister relationship with Abuja.
I consider some of all this stuff anti-democratic. I wouldn't say this one rises to anti-democratic, because I don't think it has any real substance other than just cultural and exchanges and all the rest of it. Not this one. The ones that are going on behind the scenes, the military attaches and all the way they are intermixing right now, I consider it extremely, extremely undemocratic, because one day you wake up and Nigeria will sign a contract, an agreement with the US to put a military base in Nigeria, and nobody will be consulted for that. And this is the kind of stuff that
Buhari requested for it a couple of years ago.
Exactly.
That the African base should be moved to Nigeria.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago, wasn't it? It was basically this. Do you know that Nigeria was the one that
One man,
prevented
please.
America?
Can I interject? I just want to do a brief interjection, then you can continue.
Yeah, come in.
To Niger. I see where you are taking your argument to, but I think you are extrapolating too much to suggest that just a mere visit to discuss businesses of the mayor from the New York mayor to Abuja, that will somehow translate into America bringing a base. And the Americans are not people that will just begin to engage with by the coming of this mayor. They have been in our oil sector. They have been in various sectors in this country for a very long period of time. We've been doing business. So we have to start looking at our relationships as not, it cannot be purely negative. There are times that we have positives in our interaction. We cannot just, no nation is an island. So you just want us not to interact with the Americans and then only interact with the Russians or the Chinese. It doesn't work that way now. So
No,
you are
no,
extrapolating too
I'm
much.
not
You
saying
have
that.
an argument, but you are extrapolating too much. Somehow,
I think you are
the
misreading what
discussion
I'm saying.
about the mayor and a sister partnership between between New York and Abuja, somehow that has already translated into the United States starting a war here and starting a military base. No, come on. Those guys gave us super Tucanos that we used to destroy insurgents. So there are positive relationships that can happen. We cannot close our doors to those kinds of things now.
You see,
And
and
it is the guy you saw is the commander of the U.S. War College that came to Nigeria, because we have many of our soldiers that are trained there, and a lot of inter-military activities that has been happening between our various armies. Even Buhari too was a product of that same war college. So there is a relationship there. That let's not be putting too much meaning out into this kind of things. That's just all I want to say.
do you
And
know the proportion of coup
addition to
plotters in
that,
Africa that were trained by the US? Do you know the
to
proportion?
Niger, let me ask you a question in addition to what Hassan said. Do you see any good thing at all that could come out of this for Nigeria, between this relationship that New York and Abuja are trying to build? Do you see any good thing that will come out of it? Yeah.
As it stands, I don't see much of a good thing that comes out of it. If anything, I see danger for us, as it stands, because our people, what we do is that we just think, oh, let's just trade with them. We trade with them with trinkets. We don't talk serious stuff with them. These people treat us as if we are babies. We are not capable of anything substantial in this world. That's why every time they come, they just come and inspect us as if we are babies. They do. Tucano is like a World War II aircraft, and you are here being grateful because you got Tucano from them. They prevented us from getting it for how many years, and after we got it, they prevented us from using it against Boko Haram, because they say they are worried about civilians and all the rest of
What
it.
would you rather us get? MiG 25s? What?
You get whatever you can get from them, or from
Su-57s?
yes. You get
Come
better
on.
aircraft because they are
Tonight,
getting
you
better
don't
people.
understand the way these
Hold
things
on,
are happening.
hold on. What is
To Niger,
Hassan, what are you saying?
hold on. Watch this clip. It's only about a minute plus.
With your girl, what's your name? Esther. Esther, what's the name?
Not this one. Sorry. If I find it, that was for Thomas to get his conversation going. There was a clip.
Concerns. Yes, I've known the Nigerian army for the last 25 years. They're very professional, they're very serious, and they do good work. They intervened in Liberia to settle the civil war there in 1990. They intervened in Guinea-Bissau to stop the drug trade there. They're really good people. Boko Haram is their biggest challenge because these Islamic terrorists, they mix with the population. They're in the refugee camps, they're in the villages. And when you see teenage girls as suicide bombers, that's very, very difficult to cope.
What would you say, sir, to critics who say they've also made some pretty catastrophic mistakes? Civilians have paid the price.
That's right. But look at U.S. bombing of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. They've made mistakes, too. They've bombed refugee camps.
Or have a domino effect. Can we have Chad, Cameroon, and Niger coming to the United States and saying, you know what? We need those planes as well to fight Boko Haram.
I don't think they'll do that because they don't have the capability of operating these aircraft. They have good armies on the ground, but only Nigeria in that region really has a decent air force.
And do you foresee any kind of hurdles?
Wow.
So to Niger, the rest of the world rate us a little bit more highly than you probably give us credit for.
You know, if you take their word for it, the people we confronted are basically West Africans that are even worse off than us. This is a problem. This is a black man problem. Have we confronted any major country like Algeria? You will be surprised. Algeria is 4 times less our population. They will wipe the ground with us as it stands right now. And or Egypt. Have you looked at their military capability? Yeah, have you looked at the kind of aircraft they give to Egypt alone? We are not talking about European countries now. Just Egypt. Have you looked at it? And Hassan, I'm really surprised the way you are sounding as if trinkets are worth anything. They are just buying time for themselves to do whatever they want to do with us eventually. This is how history has happened before now. And 400 years we've been doing this with them. And in life, if you say you are a friend of somebody, why are they always giving you the worst kind of aircrafts that is out there instead of giving you something that is going to suit you? Why are they preventing you from advancing in terms of strategic these technologies? Why are they preventing you from reaching the height that other nations reach?
To Niger, so you want them to give us F-15, F-16s, F-22 Raptors, F-35s? Is that what you are talking about?
I'm saying that yes, of course. Why not? You don't want it?
An F-35
cannot
be given.
Even afford
we cannot
because you are inhuman.
Come on, to Niger, don't be that.
Low self-esteem now or
that is
inferior?
that is a surface argument on how these things work. Look, the Super Tucano has smart munitions. We've been working with Cesenas and we've been working with Alpha Jets. These are old model Soviet-made planes that do not serve our purpose. The Americans were the ones that we got smart munitions from. These two Super Tucanos have succeeded in combing out and wiping out and reducing substantial amount of unnecessary casualties that usually when those Alpha Jets go. Do you know our Alpha Jets have been killing the army because when they call in airstrikes, when the airstrike is either it hits a refugee camp or it hits an innocent village and things like that. So we are better for it in preserving the lives of our own army people and civilians with the Super Tucanos. And here you are saying it's nonsense.
We could buy better aircraft from the Chinese. We could buy
the
better
Chinese,
aircraft from the Russians.
come on. We have
So
to
why are the Chinese not selling
for your
them to you
information.
then?
Because our leaders go to them all the time.
For your information.
So why are they not selling it to you?
For your no. We do have Chinese aircrafts, but they are useless. they are, when you take them to the field, they are not effective. So we have Chinese, we have Russian-made Alpha Jets, we have it is the Super Tucanos that did work. For all we want to see about America, man, their machinery works.
The name of Chinese aircraft to me, I've never seen.
It's Y-22. Y-22.
The Chinese aircrafts are useless. This guy, I don't know whether you know what you're talking about.
He does.
If you can say the Super Tucano is useless, then the Chinese is even worse than useless. It's just a toy compared to the Super Tucano.
Chinese aircraft are used that America is sweating.
Hello, Azan, please.
Yes,
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Concerning this sister arrangement, what do you feel? Because there's this cultural element they are bringing. How compatible is the liberal culture of New York with the core northern state?
No, that's a different conversation. Just give a brief response to that, and then we move on.
Abuja generally is the mixing point of. It's a long way to look at Abuja as if it's a core northern state. It's not. If you've been to Abuja, you know that it's just a mixing point of Nigeria, and all the people that are there are ordained liberal people. That's just what I would say.
Okay, you think it can work? Because I was thinking it should not be another ingredient for disaster.
No.
Okay.
It's just a
Anybody that has been to
cultural
Abuja.
exchange now. It's just it's a deep. It usually doesn't have any meaning. What they usually do is they exchange students, and then some set of students will go to America. Some Americans will come to Abuja. They'll live with a host family for a couple of months, and then go
That
and
would be
tell stories.
lovely.
Yeah.
That would be
So
lovely.
that's usually how it works. But let's get back to Niger. So
Yeah.
to this space now, give us your doomsday apostasy on this. So your doomsday apostasy, tell us how this means they are all coming to get us. Kogi Guba Igala, paramount ruler, refuses to endorse PDP's Dinomelaye. So take us from there and land us to how the Americans are out to get us.
Yeah, about this Kogi, this, and I guess Dino Milaye, he has his positives because he's very dramatic and all the rest of it. But it's up to him to decide, I guess, who he should endorse. Personally, I would say rulers like that should stay out of politics, like the way the royals here do, because they tend to be more respected by both sides. They shouldn't be taking sides in political acts. They should be advising. Their focus should be advising on things that will benefit the state in terms of prosperity and the well-being of the people of the state. So for me, it's neither here or there. And if people are if people are concerned that he's not endorsing Dino Minai, maybe because he's already they used to do that before, and but they shouldn't have. You know, they say traditional leaders shouldn't be doing that. They should be praising things that are good in either of the candidates, because in the end you want the best to come out from either of them, and you encourage them to do better. Because if you encourage good behavior in this one, you encourage good behavior in that one, they will want to do better by each other. They want to outcompete each other, and that is good for the people. And that's I think that's what traditional leaders should be about. And it is whether he does this thing or not. Whoever, for me, I don't have a horse in the fight. It's up to them to decide how it goes. I don't have much of an.
You don't think this is an American conspiracy to infiltrate Nigeria? The gala, you don't think so?
No.
Oh, all right, so I'll just check
For
in.
me, I will see. Some people like Hassan, you see, what they do is, because they understand what is going on. They see people face to face and they talk to them. They don't see what's going on behind the scenes and all the stuff that is going on outside. They don't hear what other people say about us and what I would do if I was them. And because you have to plan for the worst. And if you look at our history, it's this type of complacency that got us in this mess in the first place. For 400 years, we've been doing this. We work with them. We think, oh, it is good for us. We are selling our slaves. It's okay. They are giving us a bit of guns. After all, they give us guns, and but they have this in the cannons and the Gatling guns. But the then gun is okay for us. Let's just keep playing the possum every time they give us a little trinket. Why? Hassan, do you see us ever becoming a nuclear power state, a state that is spacefaring, a state that can do anything that any other part of the world is doing? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if you look at the continent today, we should be generating the most brilliant people in the world from the continent based on our genetic diversity alone. We should have everything that other people have. We have the natural resources, we have the people. And we keep
see,
second
Neil,
stage. And you
okay.
say that they give us to Kano.
To Niger,
So that is good.
Okay,
you are a
you have to
passionate person now.
yeah,
Let me answer.
Yeah, go on.
I understand you are a passionate person. I salute you for that. But Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist. He's not any philosopher of note or anything like that. I will not take, lessons on on Africa's trajectory, or on diplomacy, or our foreign interest or policy from somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Look, we are where we are. We must work with the tools that are available to us. It is sometimes too much of wishful thinking to just expect that at the stage we are now, we should we should have nuclear weapons, or we should be space faring. You look at the countries that are operating in the ISS, the International Space Station. They are just like five. In fact, the EU is operating as a continent, as an economic zone, because they have the ESA, the European Space Agency. They have Roscosmos, the Russians, and then they have the United States, that is NASA. That is how the ISS have been operated traditionally. It is now that the Chinese are getting into for. Look, you see, things happen, but they take time. Uh, when you are hatched as a egg, the egg takes a period of time to incubate before it becomes a chick. We are just coming up. Yes, we have the brains, but we have not yet fixed our internal structures to work in such a way that they will support everything that we tend to achieve. It may take time. We're just some 60-year-old, as a country. We will get there. Let us fix our house and keep it in order first, and then slowly but surely we'll get there. So I don't like this simplistic comparison of Nigeria with the United States. Anytime I hear it, I think the person, I don't want to, but I just think that the person is an ideologue. He is cling to some kind of ideology, or maybe he's
No,
just
no,
looking at
you are
Africa.
you
I
are
don't
right.
know.
Tunaja is an ideologue, but which is good because you
Let,
need that to push the ambition. But sometimes his ideology he just needs to balance it. That's to
okay,
say. But it's
you see
always
what
good
he's
to.
just done now. You see what he's just done. Left for people like this, I really fear for our future if somebody like Hassan is the one in charge. They are
My
the
God.
ones that sign our futures away. They are the ones that go into that meeting and think we are not worthy. They are the ones that allow us to be in a world where guns were existing for 400 years and we never advanced. Because they see everything as if we are hatchlings. He actually used the word hatchlings.
No, no,
We were here.
no. Hold on. I'll be consistent with what he said now. He
But you
said,
are getting on it.
no,
Have he distorted everything I said too?
no, because I heard what
uh,
you are both saying.
Maybe one man.
He's saying where we are in our evolutionary phase, it is not really where we can compare to people that have been nations and have for centuries and centuries. So Nigeria is a new configuration, and we're still trying to perfect an understanding of it. And in that trajectory, even we're not doing as badly. You understood what he said now, to
We
Nigeria.
are
Don't
doing that badly. Our
One
life
man, one
expectancy. Can
man,
I finish,
one man.
Hassan?
Now, one man,
Let me finish my thought
we are doing very
because I
bad.
allow you
Though.
to finish your thought.
One
I allow
man,
you to
We
maybe
are
finish
you
your
doing
would
very
thought.
bad.
have. Okay, please, one
Let,
second.
let me
I'll
finish
get
my
off.
thought. You've
Yeah,
actually
Okay,
finished your
no.
thought.
Let Hassan expand. You bring it home,
yeah,
and then I'll go on to Zeta. Yeah.
okay.
But he has
Maybe.
spoken. He didn't even let me
No,
No,
no.
I
finish.
have not. Please, to
Hold
Niger,
on.
please, please. Oh God.
Everybody, hold on. To Niger, let Hassan expand on what he has said, and then you bring it home after he has expanded, and then
Okay.
from you, I'll go on to Zeta. So,
All right.
Hassan.
Okay, maybe to Nigeria, what we'll do is sometimes you will do a program where me and to Nigeria would debate each other, point for point, facts for fact, and somebody would be doing the fact checking for us. Because this way, you never know the kind of confidence will just gaslight the facts. Anyway, what I would just say is, you see the accusation he said against me, that we are the kind of people that we are the ones that we go on tables and then we sell the future of Africa away. Yeah, I don't know where he got that from, but I'd rather be a leader, that, is rooted in reality than be a complete socialist or communist ideologue like the ones in East Africa that caused chaos to the Central African Republic and the DRC, that their people are still dying for up till now without being able to temper their ideology with some form of realism. It's hubris. It's hubris. If you feed into that, it's hubris. That's just what I would say. So many people are waiting. Let's open up the discussions to others too.
see, he's pointing at
all
other.
right, bring it home and then we move on. Yeah.
You see, he has scorn for fellow Africans even more than he has for the people that enslaved his own forefathers. But that is a different matter. Then the countries that he also
Don't
pointed
feed
to.
into hate.
Can I
It will
can I can
destroy
I
you. It
can
will
I
just
talk?
make you
Can I
bitter.
talk?
You are
People like
accusatory and
you,
have to
people like
defend
you,
myself.
no, it's not about hate.
You are bitter.
Hold
You
on,
are
let me
bitter.
talk.
You are
I let you
bitter.
talk
You are too
twice now. You
bitter.
won't let me talk.
All right,
Then
talk.
stop sending it towards me so that I will not give it
All
back to
right.
you.
Because you are replying to me too.
Hold
I
on,
have
hold
to.
on, hold on.
I have
Hold
to.
on.
I have to.
To Naija, bring it on, but play the ball, not the man. Play no ad hominems. So play the ball, not the man.
Okay,
To
good.
Naija,
Okay,
carry
I will
on.
try
Yeah,
to do that. I will try to be
yeah,
disciplined.
yeah.
So the idea that a country with this life expectancy of 52 years, when Somalia that has been at war has 56 years. Somalia has been at war for more than 20 years. They have a life expectancy of 56 years, and many of the countries that were mentioned have a higher life expectancy than Nigeria. And this is the kind of sign off people do because they don't realize how bad things are. And it's lack of monitoring what has happened through history is what informs this type of behavior. It informs this type of complacency. Any anthropologist that looks at the world the way it was going on would think we are experiencing an extinction-sized event. But people like this, some Nigerians will just think, oh no, it's just our everyday stuff. We don't see it coming. It's okay. Let's just keep dancing along. When other people are operating I literally have been on in a lab where they are using quantum technology and they are using sound to control light. And we are here talking about let's just work with Tucano and let's keep aiming for small ambitions. Our economy is running at this in our national budget is about 50,000 this is 50 billion dollars. While that of the UK is 1.5 trillion this in dollars. This is crazy. We can't exist like this, and people are complacent that this is okay. We are facing a serious challenge here because if you live with a next door neighbor that is going to market every day with 1,500 naira and you are going to market every day with 50 naira, sooner or later they will buy your property. You're not going to have any future. That is a staggering difference in the way you are looking at this thing. I'm not here being an ideologue. I'm looking at the numbers. Most of the stuff I look at is based on numbers. And anybody in the West that is willing to tell you the truth, if you watch those videos, they will let you know that you people are not even in the game. Even a Nigerian general was talking about it the other day when he asked the Asians, what do they think about Nigerian cybersecurity? He said they burst out laughing. We are not even in the game at all. We are not partakers in the world geopolitics at all. And some people want us to remain this way. So it took one leader in China, Mao Zedong, from China being a defeated nation to where they are today. He changed the direction. Lin Kuan Yew for Singapore. We had the chance like they did. But this type of complacency in the 60s was what led us to miss that chance. This exact complacency. Because we thought
let him land so we can move on.
I want to ask him something.
We are part of the Queen's Commonwealth. We thought we were part of the Her Majesty's and Americans world. We were still playing this game as if it's a game. While they were using us, and when they are done with us, they left us destitute like we are right now. While the other countries in the Asia we were borrowing money, what were they doing? They were doing the kind of things that I'm talking about that we should be doing. They were fortifying themselves, making their nations from being nationalists to their own people, to their nations, and look at where they are today. See, this might not
I say something
about me and Hassan at all. Sorry?
Can I say something just for you to finalize? Yeah. Did you watch Falana interview yesterday on channels around 7 o'clock?
No, sorry.
When he said we are buying our goods here in dollars, and it's very bad for our country. And that after giving the whole explanation, in fact, he said Nigeria don't have any destination at all. We don't have any focus up, as in we don't have clear cut. This is where we want to end in the next 5 years, or in the next 10 years, or in the next 50 years. We are buying our petroleum products that we produce here, we have here in the country. We are buying it with dollars, regulating our own naira. to the background.
Because some people think we are unworthy.
Just to back up with what we are saying, we don't have to defend all this. This thing we are Nigeria don't have any future. Our leaders are not planning well. We are still looking up to that. So there is no excuse for failure. Other countries, many smaller, he gave example of small countries that have already strategized on how they will get it better in the nearest future. Small countries in Africa. Where is our own destination when we are still buying our own crude oil with dollars here, destroying our naira, and we are defending it? So just conclude. Thank you.
All right, bring it home in a couple more sentences to Nigeria. I want to get to Zita
Yeah,
before she goes to bed. Back to you.
Thanks for indulging me. I appreciate that. See, we have
we delight in hearing from you, even for the comic relief. But we delight in hearing from you.
So
carry on.
So the idea that we think that we are part of their empire, in other words, we are basically outsourcing our survival and our security and our children's future to their whims, whatever they decide for us. And no group ever does that. If you do that, you're asking for your extinction. And it's not about me and Asana regarding this, because the truth of these things are going to manifest itself. Many of these nations that I mentioned just now, one of the reasons why they were able to do what they did was because they saw the need. The Chinese were invaded by the Japanese, and they all hell broke loose for them, and they woke up to it. Even a Chinese official thanked the Germans. He said, "You people have woken us up and will never go back to sleep," and they never did. The same thing with North Korea. When they destroyed their country, they never forgot what the Americans did to them, and look at them today. Look, any of the matrix, we like to think that we travel around the world and all the rest. Any of the matrix, they are doing better than us. Look at Singapore, the same thing. Lee Kuan Yew was due to be executed by Japanese soldiers. He literally survived by a whisker. He didn't even know. The people that were with him were all executed. He didn't know. He just survived. And look at what he went and did for his nation. Because they never forget. They remember that the moment you outsource your survival, your people's survival to another people, you are running a dangerous risk. Because tomorrow, and we know what African Americans went through. We sold them. We know what they went through over there. And these same people, we subscribe to them. We treat them as if they are our friends. I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me who is missing something here. Who is lost? Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently delivered by Tunaja. You all know him. He needs no introduction. Another voice that needs no introduction, the majestic Zita. So Zita joins us. So Zita, hopefully we still have you. Are you still there, Zita? All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So, Zita, kick it off from where everybody started from. I know you especially delight in this. Adeleke, it will continue to dance Buga for the next 8 years. But what then the fate of the people of Osun State? So, the Supreme Court now finds in his favor. What says you?
That's a good development. The angle you were looking at it earlier on when I heard you speak was like they robbed him to give the same judgment as Supreme Court for the presidential election. I don't think you're right from that angle. Tinubu won that election fair and square, and Adeleke won this election. What I was looking at is, I thought they would have given the judgment based on the brouhaha of IREF and BS and all those stuff, but they didn't. So all the Yahoo we've been talking here about what is going to go on in the technicalities and all whatnot, it's not going to happen. That's why I'm saying they robbed Ayetola. Sure, that's his name.
Oh, Ayetola.
Yeah, to conquer the opposition, because the things they keep pushing out is overvoting, real-time loading, real-time uploading, back-end uploading. What is at the back end, what is in real-time, what is in real-time is not what is at the back end. And we've been saying it here in this platform that in the in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I don't think they have started giving interpretation on software. I don't think so. The last time I checked, I don't think so. So if you bring anything on software, I think they're going to throw it out. They're still going to use the paperwork. So I think somebody has spoken on that. Good luck to him. Congratulations. He's a nice fellow. He's a happy guy. He's not as he's just happy. He dances. He's not somebody who is rude and arrogant. He's not
Is he
going
not?
about.
Is he not too silly though to be the governor of it? Is he not just a silly guy?
Woman, as I said before on this platform, sometimes there are things you think is a vice, but that vice can be used to deliver. Not all vices are bad. He might be silly, he might be dancing, but don't be surprised. He may be the best governor Osun might ever experience. The good thing about him is that he's not rude, he's not arrogant, he's not insulting. He doesn't go about calling people names and abusing people. Even with his silly and whatever you call him, he has not been there like an idiot, rolling on the floor, insulting elders, saying all manner of things about people I've never heard. Maybe you need to tell me if he has, but it's just his dance and a happy guy, and that's okay.
All right, brilliant. So Zita, you understand somewhat the financial sector and you understand the ego. So both of them in this mix now. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says you be a czar, betrayed and backstabbed him. So what are you then making then of this $1 billion fallout?
Make about what? The guy didn't say anything, did he?
Yeah,
He
sorry, go
didn't
on.
say. I don't even know why you brought this to this platform.
Because it's been hotly debated within the Nigerian cycle.
Debate what? Somebody is telling stories of how they do their business, and you want us to discuss it. Discuss what? He didn't say anything.
Treachery in high
He was
places.
just telling
Treachery in
story
high
about
places.
how this one he put so billion, and this one takes so. He said he's going to invest, and that's what I would. Woman, please, next topic, I beg.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. The Igala paramount ruler refuses to endorse PDP Dino Melaye. So you were already hinting at that space in your monologue around Adeleke. Because as you know, within a lot of these states, there are certain local government areas that elections are won and lost. And within the locality of Kogi State, you have to get the Igala vote in order to become a governor. So now, if the Igala paramount ruler is giving Dino Melaye the cold shoulder, how does this affect then his trajectory towards the state house?
I'm going to discuss this thing just in two headings. One is Dilo Minaye as a person. Two is the traditional ruler, using this one as a case study. Let me start with Dino Menaye. In this platform, I have told you people that Dilo Menaye is not somebody to occupy such a seat. I remember the day we were talking, you guys said, I said something about FKK. You people said FFK or something?
FFK, yeah, Fanikade.
You people said it's the same thing as Dilo Menaye. I was a bit taken aback, because one thing I have noticed about Nigeria as my country is what I saw in 2023 made me to start talking in one-man platform. I was surprised you people were trying to compare Dino Melaye with FFK. Anyway, Dino Melaye is not somebody in character and the morals to occupy such a seat. He's rude, he's arrogant, he's careless in his statements. We are trying to build a Nigeria where people should respect their seat. And sometimes I get shocked when it is good for A to misbehave, but it's not good for B to misbehave. We are looking forward to building a good Nigeria where people will have to manage put themselves to fit a seat they are sitting on. We don't actually care who you are, but we want you to fit in to the seat you are trying to occupy. Dino Minaye, the way he talks recklessly, behaves recklessly, he might have something to deliver. He might be a good governor. I don't know. Some people are praising him. They say he passed this bill. He passed. But I don't really think such a charlatan should be a governor of a state. But that's me talking. I don't know about Kogi State people. That's one. Two, this idea of traditional rulers endorsing people is beginning to get on my last nerves. I mean, you are a traditional ruler of a community. In that community, I take for instance, this year, there were 18 political parties. In that community, you have 18 political party members in that your community. And you oversee all of them as a traditional ruler. They are your people. They have the right to make a choice. Exactly, that's their constitutional right. So endorsing, being their mentor, being their king, coming out to endorse somebody, what are you trying to do? Force your community to vote somebody by hook or by crook, by duress, or cajole them into voting for somebody they don't want to vote? I mean, traditional rulers should stay away from that thing. You remember during, can I continue?
No, carry on, yeah.
In 2015, I've been trying to remember the name of the guy. I think it's Aujali of Oyo State. Is it?
Ijebuland. Aujali of Ijebuland.
Yeah. I remember Jonathan went to him that time with his gangsters of armed robbers. They went to him for whatever, maybe endorsement or something. I remember
Who is dancers of armed robber?
with his gangsters. I
Oh,
said, Jonathan
okay.
went there with his
All right.
gangsters of
With the
armed robbers.
usual Agberi and Agberi, the usual Agberi. Yeah.
So when they got there, the man made a very interesting comment. He said, I cannot endorse you. That day, I was trying to open the ground to fall in because I have never seen a traditional ruler that frontal with confidence. He said, look at my cabinet members. They belong to different political parties and they work with me. It will be unfair of me to say I endorse you. He said, we have APC here, we have PDP here, we have this party here, we have this party. And he concluded by telling Jonathan, please help us refund the money our son used in building whatever bridge or road that is supposed to be a federal road or something that has been bad. I think the governor worked on it with some, you know how they call money, billions or something. So he was begging Jonathan to please give it back to the government of your state that they need it to do some other things. That's how a traditional ruler is supposed to behave. A lot of things is going on in Nigeria. Doctors are going into taking sides, lecturers, even pastors, traditional rulers. Why would you do that? You have a congregation, you have followers, you have your indigenes, you have people in your cabinet as a traditional ruler who for some reasons belong to one party or the other. Why endorse? So that one I don't even buy it. They should stay off politics. That's my take on that. Next one.
I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for the misconduct of his followers. The foremost playwright within the Nigerian space, Wale Soyinka. So now, it's to that space now. You just saw the volley of wildness that was unleashed on Soyinka for after his interview with the Rights TV. And then hopefully you subsequently saw Peter Obi's interview with Arise TV, where he recoiled from pulling back or making good that space. So he now quietly goes to meet the professor to try and make good, but the professor then puts it in the space that it wasn't a reconciliation. He came to apologize. In fact, they were insulting both of them on the obedience space when I checked earlier on, Zita.
You see, I just want to wait a little. Let them finish the inauguration. Then I will start talking, just releasing small. Riversman says small, in my own technical way. The other day, I wanted to speak on Osibanjo, right? I got attacked. Explain yourself. Give us evidence. It angered me. I walked out of the platform. Actually, my cousin signaled me to come out. There are a lot of things I have to say because I actually said I came to one man's platform for 2 reasons. And so far, so good. When they blame the obedient, I want to use that word because you guys like using that word. I wouldn't use that word for any human anyway. But since they use
Which term would you use to describe his followers then? With their popularly known as obedient?
I would say LP supporters.
Okay.
I think that is decent enough. But since it makes them happy, they don't see anything wrong in that word. Let me use it. I'm really feeling very uneasy using that word, but I just have to use it so that people who are listening will understand what I'm talking about. You see, when you say obedient people, they insult, they abuse, they start with obedient. What is this genesis of campaign of Kamoli? I wanted to discuss it the other day. For those who have special people, I told you people that Yorubans, what they did in 2023 general election, it still swept me off my feet. And my feet is still in the air. Until after the inauguration, I will start talking, I will start saying very few things if they will let me. I don't mind interjection, but I want it from somebody not to bring down my thoughts. But you ask me questions that will make me remember things I even forget to say. Now, obedient insult people, they are rude. There is genesis to this in this 2023 election. I will discuss it one day, but let me leave it at this. When he comes in the public and defend them and goes behind to apologize, I don't know what he's trying to achieve. But then, I don't know, because they already have heard that he apologized, although most of them will not still believe it. Because this is a space, you don't tell anything to change their mind. Even as Wolo Soyinka has come out to say that thing, they will not still believe Wolo Soyinka. They will believe what they want to believe. If you go to their space now, they're saying Wolo Soyinka is lying. He never apologized to him. So that is what is happening in 2023. But we are doing a lot of work, and so far so good. So that we believe him. He put out a statement, and that statement, that's what they're going to believe. So all this one, you guys are saying, we are saying the Soyinka said no, he came to apologize. when he went there, he put out a statement, and that's what they believe. So every other thing that is coming out is a lie. So we shouldn't be saying Woloshenka is saying that what is not a reconciliation, it was an apology. No. To them, it was a reconciliation. In fact, he did the best thing by even going to show his face in Woloshenka's house, so they're happy with that. And that's how it should be. So for them, it's happy. But later, let's 29th come and pass, then we can start talking.
All right. Let's talk about this then instead, Zeta. Senate Chief Whip Oji Kalu writes ruling APC insists on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So it looks as though the decision has been made and irreversibly so that they are going with Akpabio. But a lot of the argument has been that somebody like Oji Uzokalu, excuse me, should occupy that space. But what are you then making then of this last minute throw of the dice by the former governor of Abia State?
What I make of it, nothing. If it is actually to be, as I said before, anybody looking at what happened in 2023 and it's still happening somewhat because I am still following this space. It's still happening. If I were Tinubu, but I will never be Tinubu. Two things I'm going to do for myself before the nation. Anybody who will have a decision in my career as a politician sitting in Asset Rock will never come from the Southwest and Southeast. Then anybody who will have kind of easy access to me without an appointment that can walk up to me, talk to me, sit down with me even while I'm eating will not come from Southeast and Southwest. The kind of hatred you people bestowed on that guy is unimaginable. And I will continue saying it. One day, I'm going to explain in details what I have in my
Madam
hands.
Rita, I didn't hear you well. You said something should not come from Southeast and Southwest.
Right. You heard me loud and clear.
What? I didn't hear you. What did you? Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
I said two things.
Mm-hmm.
First, his career. Anything that will affect his career, that somebody has to take a decision on, that person should not come from Southeast or Southwest. Any position that will give somebody room to walk into him without booking an appointment, even walk to him while he's eating, he's sleeping, or anything, should not come from the Southwest and Southeast. Quote me. This is a global platform.
Why?
I'm saying it.
Nigerian? What's the problem?
But I have just told you the reason now. I told you the reason. You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear you.
Okay, let me repeat myself again.
Yes.
I said, anything or anybody will be in a position to take decision on his career.
What Adeleke Osun is asking you is why.
I understand. I'm coming to that. Because in as much as I'm trying to answer Adeleke Osun's interjection, I'm talking to a particular group. They are listening. So in as much as I'm trying to address Adeleke Osun, actually I am not addressing Adeleke Osun. I'm talking to those people. So let me repeat myself. Can I?
Carry on.
Thank you. Anything that will take decision on his career, anybody who have a say to make or mar his career should not come from the Southwest or Southeast. That is one. Two, anybody that will have that opportunity to walk into him without booking appointment, without, let me use the right word, easy access to him at any time, at any point, should not come from southeast or southwest. Why? The kind of hate you people rendered on him in 2023 is unimaginable. I am not Tinubu, but it scares the shit out of me. Have I answered your question?
I don't recall the Southwest raining
I will
hate on
discuss it.
Tinubu.
The other day, I wanted to discuss it. The instigation was somewhat of irritating because I noticed something here. I have to say it, and I have said it. Some people have called me. I have still told them outside of this platform, people who come to this platform, I said, I noticed something. I used to call Yorubas people who got each other's back. But there is something I noticed on this platform. People come to this platform, among all the Yorubas we discuss here, apart from Adebayo, or maybe Oyedepo, I think most of the Yorubas we discuss here, in line of politics, the oldest is Tinubu, if I must say. But people come to your platform one man, they say, oh, manner of abuse on that man. And nobody shuts them up. No Yoruba people, no Yoruba person on this platform. But anytime another Yoruba person is being discussed with bitterness or somebody is raining an abuse, the kind of interjection and questions that come to that person. I wanted to discuss actually Osibajo. That's the person I wanted to discuss. But the way the interjection was coming, my cousin signaled me to leave this platform that day. I could see the anger. I could see, like, what are you talking? Are you talking? What rubbish are you talking? What are you trying to give us the evidence? But although I have already given the evidence for people who listen to me, before I said what I said, I have already given the evidence. Sometimes people want me to say things like, the other day he went to Obasanjo's house. He spoke with Obasanjo on the phone. And they said this and then, which day was that? Did he call him? Nobody said, that is what you people, I can never say a thing like that. No way. I have my information and I will release it the way I want to release it, when I want to release it and how I want to release it. I really want to discuss Osibanjo. The day I will have an opportunity, I will discuss it. These people, this one, everybody is shouting obedient, obedient. I will tell you people the genesis of all those abuse on Tinubu from the obedient side. I will tell you on this platform. And that day, I will like a decent interjection.
Are you suggesting that information was being fed by Oshibanjo to the obedient space in order to sideswipe the Tinubu trajectory? Is that what you're suggesting?
How many of Osibanjo's handlers went to handle Labour Party after the primaries? You don't know.
I don't recall that any of them did.
I don't want to. Anyway, never mind. The day we will discuss that, we will discuss that. So, what is his name? Ojos or Kalu? I don't know for Tinubu. I'm just saying if I am Tinubu, but I will never be Tinubu. So if he feels comfortable with Ojos or Kalu, that's fine. But as I said before, and I will continue saying it, if I were Tinubu, I would look at North Central, Northeast, Northwest, a little chunk from South. Is it Southwest? Is it Southeast?
So sorry, which functionary of Oshibanjo was working for Peter Obi?
One man. You see this kind of questions. That's the questions you guys ask me. You are a journalist. You have a platform, and you watch that primary campaign of Osibanjo up to the day of the campaign. You watch a student come into that arena with placards to support Osibanjo. One man, you saw what they wrote on those placards. You saw it. Now, after that election, after that primaries, are you telling me you didn't follow what happened?
Ms. Zita, what did
they write on the
placard? What did they write on the placard that...
Go back now. Why are you asking me?
No,
You are talking in abstract now.
No,
Nobody is.
wait. The primary election of APC is still in the YouTube. Go back to it and read what they wrote in the placard. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, a primary election was being conducted. Student union government came to that primary arena with placards. And you're telling me you did not see what they wrote there?
that's politics
No,
now.
no, that's politics.
I said, I repeat myself again.
hold on, Zita.
Wait,
Hold
no,
on.
no.
You are
Don't do
talking
that.
in a,
Don't do
nobody
that.
understands what you're saying.
No,
Carry
don't
on.
do that,
Yeah.
please. When I talk, I like people to listen. I said, for the first time in the history of Nigeria election, it didn't make sense to you people. Student union government came. I did not say national election. I said primary election with placard. It still did not make sense to you people. You are saying, what did
No.
Is
Look, hold on. Hold on. Can you hold on?
A common thing to you people.
Can you hold on
That's
for a
fine.
moment? Hold on, Zita. What you are saying is not consistent with, is not out of sequence with norm. It's not unusual. You know, Yemi Oshibanjo, along with Peter Obi, they are the choice of the youth and that young space who wants a more sophisticated sort of presentation in terms of governance in Nigeria.
Youth
And they
from
find
where?
it, they find
No,
that
youth from where?
what do you mean youth from where? Youth are youth, aren't they?
Youth and youth include northern youth.
Irrespective, I don't know.
Come on.
It doesn't hang together. This conspiracy theory you're building,
It doesn't hang together. Okay.
It does not.
Okay. Were you following Osibanjo's primary campaign?
We covered it here.
His primary, his campaign group. We watched it. You watched the interview to the Muslims that they put in the Twitter. Did you watch it? Oh man, please.
You're talking in. Sorry, Zita. Maybe. All right.
Hello, I want to say something.
If you're not going to land it, then just don't bring it up because you confuse us.
Ask you a question.
No. Hold on. Don't worry about what you observe. You confuse us more than. Can you hold on, Kenneth? You confuse us more than you expand our understanding. You're talking abstracts, and then we're asking you to flesh it out, and you say, go and look. It's very difficult. We're trying desperately. We are trying to follow it, but you are not giving us anything to follow.
Wait, I told you there was an interview on the Muslims.
Right.
They called them Muslims, by the Tinubu group, by the Osibanjo group, and they put it in the Twitter. So what you want me, one man now, is to tell you, so when they were interviewing them, they asked this one this, and that one said this, and they asked this one this, that one said it. I've just given you the evidence you need. So go and look for what they said.
No, nobody's going to do that. If you're not willing to leave it. Let's move to another topic. But if you're not willing to expand on something, you are not here to set us homework now. If you paid attention to a particular peculiarity, bring it to the fore and let's have a conversation. Of course. I mean, if you paid attention to it, then bring it to our attention. Not set us homework now. Then I will tell you
word for word what they said.
All right, let's Ekene come in.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to understand what Madam Zita is trying to lay out, but I really want her to explain more because I know what he's saying. I'm a little bit familiar with it somehow, but I cannot say much on that unless if he's able to give out the whole fact, then I will be able to say the ones I know that really shows that. Yeah, that's
oh my God! You see this thing there?
So It's not that
I don't talk my own no.
what she said. There are some truth in what she's trying to lay out, but I really want her to land on something. I know I have knowledge of what she's trying to lay out there. At least I know one person. I know when she was trying to say some group, I know one person that I know that is a Osibanjo great supporter that is part of that big campaign, which people didn't really see. They
My
really don't know.
brother, the FBI, don't worry about that. One man, next
You
question.
people really don't know that person, but to me, I know that person is really Osibanjo supporter, and he's part of P2B campaign.
And he help una arrange wetin una go talk.
So, what's the big deal in mentioning the name?
No, I don't know the man's name, but I don't know his name, but the man is a pastor, but I don't know his name. But I really remember the man, and I really remember.
Sorry, can I interject? Sorry, can I interject?
Is that person a member of APC? Is he a member of APC?
Hold on.
No, the person is not a politician. The person is not a politician.
You can play his politics the way you like.
Yeah.
So why do you want
thank you, Adeleke Osun.
Thank you. Why do you want to blame Otibajo for the politics he play? He play religious.
No, nobody's blaming her, but that's why I say I want her to land on something. It's not bad for that. I'll be able to.
What you brought is no point. You can't use that to want to use Oshibajo accountable for the politics he play. He play politics.
No, I'm not holding him accountable, Mr. Adeleke. I just said I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to understand.
Don't blame Oshibajo for the politics.
No, I'm not blaming him. I'm just trying to understand. I just want Madam Zita to land. Then I will be able to. I just want to contribute my little knowledge of what I know on how, as in the support that he gave on that aspect.
Let me say this. You say the politics that Oshibanjo plays is very similar to the politics that Peter Obi plays, at least the political narrative. They are speaking of a new age, educated, younger paradigm shift. So a lot of people see in Oshibanjo
and they're still playing that politics today, even as they're political.
Yes, so a lot of people see, yes, hold on. A lot of people see in Oshibanjo a leap from the Buhari, Babangida, Obasanjo sort of politics. They see in Oshibanjo a breakaway from the past. In Peter Obi, they also see a breakaway from the past. So anybody that is sympathetic to Oshibanjo's politics, it is not a leap of conspiracy to see them also sympathetic to Obi's politics, because it's somewhat the same texture. So there is no depth of conspiracy in that to say that somebody that empathized with Oshibanjo now sympathize. So there is no there. You've not landed on anything with that. So that's not.
One man. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think it's high time for us, because I think some of the at least some of we panelists on this platform, we are not. I think we are learned enough and be able to decode things and be able to discuss matters deeply. I kept on saying this. Most of the time, we discuss most of the things on the face value. It's like most of the things we don't understand. We just discuss them the way we feel. But when some people are trying to let us realize that this thing is deeper than this, we put a lot of resistance in most cases. I think we should learn to look at what is actually the root cause of some of these things. You are saying they see Ozibajo as a new whatever, as a departure from all these things that you are saying. Nigerian politics is more than all these things that you are talking about, Mr. Woman. And when somebody is trying to draw our attention to it, let us be patient and try to learn from such a person. I think that's what I want to say for now. I'm just joining now. I don't know what people have said about
No,
let me finish. Woman,
right.
I don't know what people have discussed about the election. I mean, the Supreme Court judgment in Osun, because it is my state, and I know a lot of things that at least went under the ground in that state. And I'm very sure some people will have said some things that might not be true on this platform. I don't have a preview of what you have discussed.
Wait, there you look at that. So you've come with prejudice. Look at this guy. You've
One
come with
sorry,
prejudice.
can I interject?
Yeah, come in what pace, and then we get back to Zeta.
Please don't get back to Zeta yet. Let me clear some things,
Yeah, I said come in, and then we get back to Zeta. Come in, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I won't tell you how to moderate your platform. You know that as one thing I will never do.
No, carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. Hold on. A certain thing, I know I have a very loud voice. Sometimes I try to hold myself back so that I don't say talking about other people. But they do that too many times when I'm trying to interject. They talk over me, I have to pull back, and they never give me the chance to interject. And nobody have a monopoly of a loud voice on this platform. I can do it all day. But why can't they do that shit?
You have the floor now. You have the floor now.
Yeah, and again, I want to come to you, Mama, yesterday. You spiked me yesterday a lot, but I just had to keep my cool and move away and give you that space. Next time I wanted to interject, and you told me firstly I should wait. 5 seconds after that, Thomas came and interjected. 5 seconds after Thomas, somebody else came before enigmatic. You never came back to me and said, okay, what piece you wanted to interject, have your say. That's not fair, one man.
Sorry, next time draw my attention to it. Sorry, sometimes in the flow of it, sometimes I lose track. But you have the floor now, so have your interjection.
Yeah, I want to quickly just start them little by little. Yeah, sorry, Sir Gomez, I've already make apology. Sir Gomez, I'm too small to take your apology. But what you just did, I was so baffled and surprised that you are leaking the whole race. I don't understand. This has been going on in Nigeria.
What are you? Bring us into what you're talking about. What did Alexander do to you?
Yeah, it was a comment section. I know it was comment section story. One supposed to say it, but then he came on the panel and make a super chat to apologize to it. And I saw that I was going through back and forth with the people when they were chatting with other people. You cannot just say because Tunaja is too hard to look like a Benin man. Man, that's insulting to your own race. You are too intelligent to say that.
You are discussing to Nigeria's handsomeness. What's going on here?
No, handsomeness. You said no, not handsomeness. When did he become handsome? Like, no, I mean the super brain. Like he was just saying that the two Nigeria is so intelligent to be. I mean, the other two like is too intelligent to be a Benin man. Yeah, as they was talking, and people interjected and started asking, why do you have to talk like that? This is not like it's different than this. In Nigeria, mostly in the south, if they want to like slander anybody, when it comes to female, they say you're a Benin woman. In the other side, they say you Benin. They always use it, but we're always quiet. We don't fight about it. I don't understand if you say you're a Benin woman or you're let's say human being. I don't get it. Since Midwest started, Benin have been the top 5 best when it comes to education in Nigeria. Even now, when we are states, some people just think they are more educated than the others. I don't get it. This is a problem of this country. But I'll address that. Let me let that slide. Then that of a mayor. I wanted to ask Fatai one time. People can remember. I was asking Fatai, how do you see this China's policy?
Is that an interjection
Nigeria?
or you are taking a space?
I'm not taking a space.
But that's not what I'm speaking about now. So you are supposed to interject me, and then I move on.
Okay, I'll hear the floor for you. Sorry, let me hear the floor for you and you should say what you're gonna say. Sorry, Manda.
All right, brilliant. And please, Alexander Gomez, tell World Peace that is handsome too, so that you don't upset people. So
and intelligent
and intelligent. So there it is. Yes, I was trying to push you then on this abstract.
Peter, you do for my trouble. The way you they talk sometimes they make me they do for my trouble.
Who they talk now? Ajali Coco.
I mean now, why you they talk to me like that?
What did I talk now? I beg.
I just they play. Then you say make Alexandra make you do another thing. Why you the main person they laugh like that now?
Ogagani Coco. You know, say I go there, you go there find my trouble. When I call name now, you go kill
No
me
call
finish.
name, I beg. Make it flow on at the flow, I beg.
You go kill me finish. Yeah.
Okay.
You see, as I said before on the platform, and I'm still saying it. If it's Tinubu that I shifting one or two things here now, I won't get this kind of attack. But as I am talking about Osibajo, did you hear what one man said? Simba and Dekene. Did you hear what they said? They said it is normal politics. It doesn't mean anything. So these are people.
Madam Zita, I didn't say it's normal politics. I'm supporting you.
I know. I said, did you hear what they said? Did you hear what one man said?
Yes.
Ekene and Simba, did you people hear what one man said?
Yes, I
Ekene
heard.
understands what I'm talking about. And
Yeah,
the people I'm talking to, the listeners understand what I'm talking about. But one man seems to wave it off. You see, this is why I don't like releasing information for somebody that I will give it to that will trash it in the trash can. I have released my information the way I want to release it. The people that understood me made reference, they rewind to what happened. And some of them say, yeah, he gave them consent to support OP. Some say, yeah, he was the brain behind that. But the people who don't need those information have dropped it in the trash can. Like, it's normal politics now. Is that person an APC member? Is that person a this, that? Is that person a this? So, if you are Osibanjo's handler during his primaries, you must be APC member. And then if he has to give you permission to go insulting Tinubu, you must be APC member. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about, because the information I want to release, all I did was to rewind people's brain. I reminded them of something, and those who knew what happened, they have lodged in. And those who don't need that information, like one man who is sticking that I should spit it out, has trashed it inside
I need the information. I'm just confused.
You don't need the evidence.
I'm just confused.
Woman, you don't need it. The people that need it, they got the rema. Sure, that's what they say. They got the rema. They got. I speak in rema. They got my rema. So that one. Next topic, please.
Well, all right. I'll tell my researchers on Instagram to look into that. So, guys, look into that, and if you have an understanding of what Zita is saying, send it to me via Instagram so that we can bring it to the fore. So let me take you to the space, Zita. So now,
before I leave that space, let me say this in one man platform. Osibajo is a terrible person. His handlers are listening. He's a very terrible person.
He's a short man.
You must tell us why. You must tell us why.
Short men are terrible.
But I was surprised. That's all I can say. I wasn't shocked, because if I look at the information I have between May 29th, 2015 to November 2018, I will say to myself, Zita, are you shocked? But I wasn't shocked, but I was surprised. And to think that these 2 weeks to inauguration and he still carry on, I wasn't only surprised, I'm getting angry. They're listening to me. I'm getting angry. But that being said, let me go back to the next topic.
Ms. Zita, you said 2 weeks to inauguration. He's still carrying on. He was present at Tinubu's the occasion when he was given certificate of return by INEC. He was present there What is this? What is it that
you see, Baba Ajani Koko.
Yes.
I don't really dwell in innuendos.
Mm.
Neither do I dwell in eye service. I am somebody who look for information. People entrust those information to me. Today, as I came back from work, I chatted with somebody for 3 hours on Osibanjo. They trust me with those information. Those are people who are close, who work there. So whether he is the one holding the certificate of return or he's not the one holding the certificate of, I don't really care. But the only thing I'm telling you is, I repeat myself again, 2 weeks to the inauguration, he still doesn't know when to take a bow.
Take a bow at what? Which can bow?
At the push he's giving.
He's the vice president. He cannot take a bow to anybody other than Buhari now. Who must he
You
take
don't
a bow?
understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, to stand down. It's saying to stand down. To stand down is what she means. What Zita is hinting us is that Osibanjo is still very much trying to undermine the Tinubu mandate, just out of spite that he did not get that ticket and the assurance that is that the GO gave him that he's going to be the next president.
But Ms. Zita, do you believe that Nigerians are very good at spreading propaganda against somebody?
I don't do propaganda.
Particularly if that...
I don't do propaganda. No. That's why whenever I hear somebody come to one man platform to start showering praises, love, peace, kindness on Obi, if you can remember, I always ask them, do you know him? I don't deal with propaganda.
No, don't you think that those people that
I said I don't do propaganda.
No, hold on.
That's why I can ask that kind of question. I'm trying to tell you who I am.
No,
so
not you.
I can
not
decode,
you particularly. I am saying that those people that are
giving me the information are doing propaganda.
Yeah, they might be pro Tinubu
with video tapes and audio tapes
and trying to
destroy his Koko, come off it now. Come on.
Trying to destroy his character because
Ajali Koko, in future, when we know ourselves very well, God keep us alive. Maybe one day you come visiting. I'll show you my studio. I don't do propaganda.
All right.
One man, the next topic, please.
All right, let me take you to this page. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. So I thought this was a sign of evolution for the Nigerian state. But to Nigeria is with its doomsday apostasy. But what says you?
You see, I will elaborate on that a little. The word sister city is marvelous. But the person coming, is it not this one that said, every 4 hours in New York, there is a crime. And 60% of the time, the crime goes to fatality. And he came out and said, that's good, that's not bad. I don't want my Abuja to be like that. That being said anyway. But I'm not talking about the person coming now. Let me talk about the deal, which is the sister city, right? I'm not talking about the person. Let me talk about the deal. That's a very good thing. But I noticed that we Africans are still doing negotiation the way we did in the olden days, without knowing our values and what we have and what they meant. I would like Africans to go into deals with these guys. Put it in paper. You give me this, I give you this. Let's develop our land. It's obvious we cannot do it ourselves. We need them to come. Let's do it. One-on-one, business for business, deal for deal. Everybody will be happy. That's what I want. I don't want it like a kangaroo, merry-make, fun fair. Let them sit down, put their heads together. I get you this, you get me this. Let's develop. I don't have issues with that. By the way, I will always want American around us more than China. Anytime, any day. I will always encourage the government of Nigeria to deal with them, business with them more than America. As I said before, I love their culture. So this question of China, America is coming to knock off China. I don't even know what China is doing in Africa in the first place. We are two parallel lines anyway. So having to create a sister city, that's a good thing. But I will want whosoever is putting that negotiation on the table, let it be detailed and let them run with it. It's a good thing. In fact, if there's any way American cities or American states will take one-on-one of every state in Nigeria, let them work together. I will be very fine. Those people, their forefathers laid down a very good foundation that if anybody copies, you run with it. So I don't have issues with it, but actually do have issue with the person coming. That guy talks a lot of shit. Next topic, please.
Ms. Zita, can I ask you a question, please?
Ask me.
So are you going to separate the mayor of New York from the American?
I didn't get you.
Yeah, breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better. Yeah, carry on. We're listening. What pace?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Okay, let me rephrase my question. Let's say the government is true reflection of the people they govern. So are you telling me that you want to separate the mayor of New York from the American policy?
Of course.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
really?
Of course. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So the mayor
person,
is
about.
No, hold on. No.
Carefully. Listen to me carefully. When I talk, I like people to decode me. I did not say the mayor of New York. That is a seat. The mayor of New York is a seat which a person sits in, occupies. I said the person. If you are listening to what I said the person. That's what I said. And I quote him by saying that every 4 hours there is a crime in New York, and 60% of the crime turns to fatality. And he said that's not too bad for a city. So I'm talking about the person. I'm not talking about the mayor.
But the person is being trained by the institution he represents.
Oh my God.
I know. It's like my question is triggering somehow. But the mayor talk shit, we understand. The person, we're talking about the person. But if he can be talking that shit like that in New York, and you are saying that the deal is bringing, how are we sure that there's no shit in that deal he's bringing? That's just what I'm trying to push out.
When I talk, people should listen to me. I said Africans were doing business like yo, before now. Whosoever that sent him, I said the business. I use the word, that business, that agreement of sister city is a good deal. The business, I didn't say the person. So of course, you and I know that it's not him. Whatever he's not coming as his person coming to do it. There must be an above agreement. So whatever he's bringing to the table, I'm telling my people to scrutinize it. Put him down, let the deal be deal, let this thing be this thing. I'm not talking about his person.
Okay, ma, I got you. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this final space, Zeta. So now this El Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So is that vexatious topic again of fuel subsidy? But it looks as though there might be rescue on the horizon as Buhari is set to inaugurate the Dangote refinery in just about a week or so. So what are you then making then of the seniors within the Nigerian space are calling enough is enough on the subsidy regime?
Was there a subsidy before? Some people are just, they wrote something on paper and they're sharing money. You said there is a subsidy.
When price go up, we will know now. Since the petrol price is very cheap. See, the truth is there is subsidy because fuel is cheaper than in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia.
Let me tell you.
Not in Saudi Arabia. When did they become cheaper than in Saudi Arabia?
It's actually cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia.
It is not. Why do you just say these things, man?
Because it's the truth. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Bring the evidence. Bring the evidence.
Okay, I will do that now.
Yeah.
One man. What he's saying is true.
Is it?
Yes.
All right. Apologies.
What he's saying, one man, is not true.
What
is not to apologize? How can he do
that? Simba lives in Saudi Arabia.
No, the problem, the problem. Most times we forget our common sense at home, and we try to be very try to prove cut and prove science where there's no science. Nigeria minimum wage is 30,000 naira, and a liter of petrol is 2 something. How is it cheaper in Saudi Arabia? How much is Saudi Arabia minimum wage? What are you guys talking about?
No, that's affordability now. You are talking about
yes, I'm saying affordability. If you are a civil servant, you are earning for 5,000 naira, and you fill your car every week with 15,000 naira. Is that affordability?
How does that one affect the price? How does that one affect the price?
Let me tell you.
No, I know you don't. Excuse me. What piece? You are talking and you still open your statement by abusing people. You don't talk like that.
No.
How did they abuse you?
No, I'm not talking. He says some people they talk without using their brain. You said it now.
I said listen. I said I live common sense. If common sense is not common anymore, I don't see what you're talking about. Common sense, I said.
You can see now, and you said that is not an abuse.
Apologies if you're offended by that.
Because if you look at even your own discussion, you know, sometimes what you are even discussing is what does not even concur with common sense. That's what you are saying.
Don't go down that road now.
Thank you. Darcy, thank you. You work in Saudi Arabia. You earn so good in Saudi Arabia. And you inside your salary, you buy fuel. It does not pinch your pocket. Now go tell a man. Use the word common sense. Now the man in Nigeria that is paying 45,000 naira and that is filling his car.
If you are saying affordability,
let me laugh now. How did government build their economy? It's not affordability. They build their economy with a Samsung phone. I sell for $1,000. Do you think they build for Nigeria economy? They build it for the economy that can afford it. What are you guys talking about?
It's not how it works.
Hold on,
Tonight, don't come in because I want to wrap that space off. But
first of all, let's take the now since these guys are using common sense now offensive now. Let me drop the word common sense. If what you want to afford, and your minimum wage cannot afford it, how is that not cheap? That's just my simple question. Can somebody just tell me?
Okay, can I answer that? War peace. Petrol is an international commodity and is denominated in dollars. So what people are saying is that the dollarized value, because our petrol is a dollar product, the dollarized value of petrol in Saudi Arabia is more expensive than the dollarized value of it in Nigeria.
Oh, man, sorry, can I ask you this? Maybe I'm not as super brain as you guys. How much is Toyota, a brand new Toyota, in what standard?
I don't know where you're going.
Which brand are you talking about?
The cheapest of Toyota cars. How much is it?
Which one? There are so many of them now.
I said the cheapest one of it. I said the cheapest brand of it. Just take like $10,000. The cheapest of the Toyota. Is it not international fix? The Toyota price in Japan is the same price as Toyota in America. Now, just tell me, is international fix yes or no? That's a simple question I ask, and let me use the floor for the next person.
All right, back to you, Zita. So people
You didn't
are
answer my
saying
question,
that
one man. You didn't answer my question. I asked.
I don't know the answer to it. If anybody knows the answer to what Peace's question, please.
I want somebody to answer me before I use the floor, please.
All right.
Oh, Dorothy, let me point it to you. How much is the cheapest Toyota Camry? A 2022 Toyota Camry. Somebody can answer it.
2022 Toyota Camry.
Toyota Corolla is
Yeah,
cheaper.
brand new. Yeah, a brand new Ham. Huh?
$27,000.
So is it
something.
okay? Okay, is it sold in Saudi Arabia for $20,000?
How would anybody know that?
Because everybody know, one man. I don't like this. Everybody know the price of Toyota is the same price of Toyota in Dubai, Nigeria, anywhere in the world. In Japan, it's same price.
Right.
It's a simple logic.
So
How cannot be?
Hold on.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Of course. Okay, let me use the floor. We all can argue in circles here. Most times we try to create what is not. Fuel is cheaper in Nigeria, it's not cheaper in Dubai. It's cheaper in Dubai, it's not cheaper in Nigeria.
All right.
But
I think
we don't serve the economy.
We've lost Zeta. But all right. Carry on, land the point, and then we move on.
We don't base the economic factor of that country first to the price of what you are getting, but we keep saying it's cheaper in Dubai. Dubai have a standard economy. Whatever price they put there, it's gonna look cheap. But in Nigeria, the economy is so low. Our minimum wage is like in $30, and you are saying a fuel price on the high price. Why do you think they put subsidies so that the common man can afford it? But taking it away is a good thing. But don't put it like it's cheaper in Dubai and it's more expensive in Nigeria. It's wrong narration for me, but maybe you guys have another way to put it in and make all of us look intelligent. It's okay, but you guys continue. I yield the floor.
A very brief question for you before you go. Can I go ahead?
Carry on.
Continue. I'm here.
How many people earning minimum wage of 30,000 that we make so popular? Like there are people actually going home with 30,000. How many people earning 30,000 minimum wage in Nigeria drives a car and buy fuel?
Well, this is a layman, how would I say, handicap question you're asking me. I'm saying Nigeria economy, civil servant is based on 30,000 naira. So you have to base everything.
You premise the price. Sorry for interjecting. You premise the price of fuel based on the fact that common man that is earning $30, 30 naira or 30,000 naira or $30 cannot afford it. And I asked, how many common man that is earning 30,000 naira in Nigeria actually drives a car and buy fuel?
Okay, let me answer you. It's not every man that have 30,000 naira in Nigeria, that 10,000 naira in Nigeria that drives car, but they buy fuel for their small generator. It's the same price for that.
None of them can even buy a car. None of them can even buy a car. None of them can.
Hold on.
They cannot even eat 2 square meals a day. 30,000.
Hold on, Ekene. But they buy fuel for their small passenger generator they own at home. Maybe just
not everybody buy fuel now.
Hold on. Let's put it on a general terms. Now, the price of him buying that fuel in that generator is still the same price the guy is buying in his tank. So it does not make any difference. If a common man cannot afford it.
How much do you think they are selling for in Nigeria now? How much do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes they say 500, sometimes they say 800, sometimes they say 2 something. So I don't know. But if somebody's earning this low,
220,
okay, right, yeah, okay. This person,
and not everybody is buying it now.
Okay, if somebody's having 30,000 naira and his son has to do GCE and he has to buy fuel for that to feed that generator, tell me if he can afford it.
See, stop talking like as if everybody earns 30,000 naira in Nigeria. Stop all this. What is it? I have people that were in the civil service. How many people are in the lower round of the world of the civil service?
Hold on, 90 million Nigeria. 90 million Nigeria. Hold on now.
Just like that.
Hold on. 90 million Nigerian citizens are poor. They're not working. They have the civil salary. 90 million. That's not my word. No, how can I forget? Hold on now.
One voice at a time. One voice.
Okay, Dorothy. If you're hold on, Dorothy. If your cousin is earning money and earning wealth, does that stand for the rest?
One voice now. Yeah.
Can you now, because your cousin earn good salary, let's say $1 million a month in Nigeria, does that mean he stands for the remaining 200 million, 90 million that's not working?
And to support you,
Hello?
what
Hello?
to support War Peace. So War Peace to support you. 2/3 of Nigerian population are living in multi-dimensional poverty.
How many people are earning 1 million naira? How many people are
how many people are
earning 1 million naira in Nigeria? Even professors say, how much are they earning?
We start saying things. I will say you are looking for help. If you accept, I can hear you, Adeleke Osun.
To support you, 2/3 of Nigerian population are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So what are we talking about?
What are we talking about on international platform?
What are we talking about? 133 million Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So how are you going to say that Nigerian people are this or the?
What is multi-dimensional poverty?
What is multi-dimensional poverty?
Yes, I asked.
Many people cannot, people that cannot afford the health care, the school fees.
All right. Hold on.
Please. One man, let me quickly drop this. One man, please. Somebody just said they sell the Toyota Camry 2022 for what? For 27,000.
Let's not go back to Toyota Camry. Let's stay with multi-dimensional.
I doubled now, and I got 18 million naira. If you divide that, you will see that it's almost very close to that particular amount. You see, we need to be very careful. That particular sector is a dollar denominated business, and it's why you can talk about economics of scale sometimes, but it's not as if the disparity is that much. I have allergies to lies and propagandas and peripheral talk that can't thinking.
What's the original topic?
All right. I've lost track. But what the question that Bishop asked? I'm glad you've turned up so that you can talk us through it, Kulata. What is multidimensional poverty? So there's a chart on the screen. So maybe you want to talk us through it.
Well, from what I understand, multi-dimensional poverty is, looking at poverty in different aspects. Education, do they have access to education? Do they have homes, basic infrastructure? And then do they have cash? Do they have money? So those are the main 3 dimensions that they used to look at poverty. So if people are poor in those 3 areas, that's considered multi-dimensional poverty. But sometimes this poverty, all this international poverty index, to an extent, is supposed to be fair, but sometimes it doesn't represent rural life. Like a lot of people in rural areas, sometimes they don't even need cash. They may be cash poor, but they may eat enough cassava and cook enough bush rats to feed their families. How do you measure that? You're going to say they're food poor because they don't have cash to buy food in the supermarket, because who knows if they're using the supermarket. They won't be using supermarket standard. Let me not poo-poo it. But it's sometimes it doesn't reflect the quality of life some people can get in rural settings. That's why it may be a bit skewed. But if you're going to measure it against international standards, then we have a ton, like is it 90 million or something of people in abject poverty, multidimensional poverty, and that is understandable. But I don't know how this impacts. If we're talking about comparing of gas prices in one country and another country, I don't really just look at dollar terms and just forget about it. Affordability is something else, something different. But if you're going to say, because like we've argued on this platform, the cost of crude is the cost of crude. The rest that are going to be local prices is the deal you can get from the refinery and your taxes and all that stuff. That will determine how much that they're going to sell the gas. So if gas is more expensive in Saudi Arabia, it's more expensive in Saudi Arabia. I don't think it's a big deal. Affordability, yeah, we should consider that. But cost is cost. If you look at apples to apples, it may be more expensive in Saudi than Nigeria. But if you now want to start interpreting cost of living, blah, 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 then of course, anything in Nigeria will be more expensive because we're a poor country.
Oh, all right.
sorry to interject.
Sorry, and on those that are multidimensional poverty, so food security, healthcare, water reliability, sanitation, school lab.
Yeah,
So
all those
those are
things.
those are the parameters for that. So have that interjection, and then we'll move the conversation on. Because now we're
Sorry, when I was sorry, one man, Dorothy, sorry, Miss Zita, if you
One
use the
man,
floor
it has
because
been
you
long
were
I put
interjected.
in this platform.
Yes, I
Yeah,
will come to
you come after this. I just want to make it short. Sorry. Sorry, Ms. Zita, Dorothy, sorry for the outburst. What I'm saying is that our problem in Nigeria, we always like to see our problem from just one angle. Nigeria problem, like Adeleke says, is a multidimensional problem. We have problems from different angles. So if you are solving a problem or you want to solve the problem, you factor all those things in. Okay, thank you for explaining more. But what I was trying to say, when I said, I was trying to tell people that gas price, what you guys are explaining, that gas price is international standard fixed on dollar rate. That's why I used to Toyota, 10 Toyota. Toyota is international fixed rate is dollars. And Nigeria, we are living below $30. The average Nigerian is living below $30. So that's why the government uses subsidy so that the average man can afford petroleum. If you remove the subsidy, price will go up. Of course, we know, but we have to make sacrifices. My point was this: that for the fact our in Saudi Arabia is cheaper or it's expensive and Nigeria is cheaper, we have to factor the economic base, their welfare, their population in Saudi Arabia. They have good economy. They are well paid, so they can afford any gas, any price given to them. Like in Japan here, the minimum wage is $2,000, and gas is like it's $165 a gas distance per liter. I can afford it, but in Nigeria, Nigerian man cannot afford it. That was just my argument. But people think I'm just shouting or making a word assertion. But thank you, Ekulata. I give the floor.
And they have a welfare system in Saudi Arabia that we don't have in Nigeria. You know, a way of
excuse me. What we are discussing, we are not discussing whether it should be removed or not removed. We just mentioned something. The cost is a different case. If we want to argue, should we remove the first subsidy or not? That's another case. Because if somebody living in Benin Republic can afford a higher fuel, somebody living in Niger can afford a higher fuel cost more than the Nigerians, and even somebody living in Chad and Cameroon, because those are the places where our fuel are being smuggled. So we have to discuss that one differently. But about the cost, there's no two rules about it. So the discussion we are now is not about how much is it. If you want to discuss how much is it, Nigeria can afford. It's a different case. But when we are talking about the landing cost and what the price, a liter of fuel is being sold in Nigeria presently, is the cheapest in the whole world. I'm telling you.
No. It's not the cheapest though. It's not even close.
Go to Venezuela,
Venezuela is the
25
cheapest.
cents per gallon.
Venezuela, there's Libya, there's all these other countries. It's not the cheapest.
Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me. All those things that you are talking, they're in the past too. Venezuela now, go and Google it. Libya, you cannot even. Libya, they don't even have, excuse me, but Baba Jale Koko, Libya now, they don't even have a government, so you cannot even say this is the pump price of fuel in Libya. All those things, those are the Gaddafi in the olden days belief. Go and Google it now. We are telling you the truth. We are talking about the
Venezuela does he have government? Venezuela does he have government? Is the cheapest in the world.
Actually, what you are saying is actually not true. I'm looking at gas prices as of May 8th today. Venezuela is still the cheapest. Iran is the next one. Libya is the third one, followed by Angola. And then Nigeria Iraq is cheaper than us. Iraq as of May 8th. So it's still cheap in Venezuela and Iran and Libya and all those places. It's even cheaper in Egypt than in Nigeria.
From what I can see, we are cheaper than Nigeria. Okay, yeah, from the list I'm seeing, we are about 4 countries or 5 countries are more cheaper than us, including Egypt, which is very interesting. I don't know how Egypt managed to pull that one
It's
off.
cheaper in Malaysia, in Egypt, in Algeria, Angola, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, all these Kazakhstan people, Bahrain, Iraq.
Egypt, Kulasa, Egypt
Not
can have
Iraq,
it
not
cheap.
all
We are,
these
we are
countries I'm
surrounded
looking,
with
not the list I'm
guys
looking
that
at.
have oil.
No,
Morocco,
Egypt have
Algeria,
oil now.
Libya.
Egypt have oil
They
too.
also
They
have
are all
some. They also
producing
have
country.
They
They
also
have
have
oil.
some, and they are buying cheap also from Russia right now. They are getting so many that they are.
They're getting cheap gas from Russia, but we can't afford it. I think that's just the bottom line. We can't afford the subsidy.
So they are the best of.
And what is going to become our of our pump price when the subsidy is removed? It is going to be
What
how
I'm
cheap it
reading,
becomes, and it's going to
government is going to
trickle to
sell
one of the most expensive
Dangote.
in the world.
It's not going to be one of the. Am I exaggerate? Government is going to sell.
Go if any price
No,
for
now.
product that brings hardship to the people in the country and it's
But we
not
can't
affordable to
afford the
individual.
luxury anymore. It's not helping the poor anymore. It's helping the rich. Government is going to sell to I said to Adeleke Osun, to Dangote. From what I heard, I hope it's correct, at the official dollar rate in naira. So maybe like
And
400. I don't know what's the official
that
rate.
will not be good now. That will not be good because that is one of the arguments Falana is still making out
Why?
about yesterday. How can you be
Why?
selling our oil in dollar rate? The oil that we have here.
But it's an international, but they don't sell in dollars.
No,
It's
no, no,
still going to
no.
be naira, but the prevailing rate will be the official CBN rate, which is, I don't know, is it 450, 500? I don't know, 400 or whatever. That's what they will sell, but it's going to be in naira because it's domiciled in Nigeria, so it's not going to be a dollar transaction. It's a naira transaction. So we're going to save on dollars. We may save on taxes too. Who knows? But the refining cost, we're not going to save on the refining cost because Dangote has to pay his bills. And transportation, we'll save on transportation because we're not shipping anything. But I worry about the state of the roads that they're going to be using to ship those things from Lekki. Lekki is going to become a nightmare very soon. So we'll be able to save here and there. So if the prices of crude also goes down, it may be negligible if the prices of crude go. But if we keep getting all these $80, but how much are they going to sell? If they're selling it at the CBN rate, I mean, if the price of crude still goes up, it's going to be more expensive than what you buy right now. If crude crashes to like $40 per barrel, then there's nothing to subsidize. I mean, it's going to be nothing. It's going to be almost like what you normally buy. But
We can afford to keep it down if we
we
get the
can't
money
keep
from
it down
subsidy.
now. Crude is international. Like
No. I mean the petrol price in Nigeria. If from the funds we get from the removal of the fuel subsidies, we pass it on to using it to get the refineries back in shape. I think that can also bring price down.
Dangote is launching 600,000 barrels per day. I don't know, that will be able to cover a significant chunk if a lot of the demand, if it's going to be selling just to Nigeria alone. But I'm sure it's going to be
Well,
exporting.
yeah, it's selling it at a higher rate. But if we have our own refineries, we'll be saving money. So we
Forget
need to
about that.
invest some of the money.
We can't maintain refinery. Forget all that
It's a
nonsense.
private institution now.
We cannot hold refineries. Our people are saboteurs. Nigeria, tell ourselves the truth. We are evil. People are saboteurs in Nigeria. So that's the reason why that Port Harcourt refinery, they are still going to privatize it partially to
They
even
have to
so
now,
that
for it to function, they have to let people that know how to run it run it.
The reason why Dangote can function right now is the same reason why we're able to build the refineries in the first place. Let's not if Nigeria fails,
Do you
Dangote
know
will
that? Do
fail.
you know that many people are not
We
even
should
happy with the emergency of this Dangote refinery?
Why will
because
not
they
they be
don't have
happy?
the idea of what it
I
means.
think we should use the
If you
money
know how much
to
they are,
get our own
do you
refineries back
know
in shape.
to Niger? Do you know what they are doing right now? all the new oil wells in Nigeria right now, the Komani oil field and the other ones, they are building integrated refineries whereby you don't need to ship any crude. You are exploring the oil and you are refining it there. Okay, let's see how you are going to break the pipe. Let's see how you are going to siphon fuel. Except you want to steal the whole thing, and let's just see.
Dangote will first reveal a big battle before this final function. You I'm seeing it.
Why?
A lot of cabals in that space now. They will not. A lot of cabals in that.
Dangote is the biggest cabal we have in Nigeria.
He's one of the.
He himself the cabal.
He's just one individual now.
Look at this guy.
He's not the only one though. Otedola is there. So many of them invested in that company.
That was really might be a turning point for Nigeria actually, because if we can start getting slightly, because most of the money we spend on petrol right now, some of it will start getting it back again while we are removing subsidies. You can see now the federal government will have a little bit more money in its pocket to do things.
Yes,
so it might just mean a turning point. Well, let's see.
But do you know that Nigeria also has a stake in that company. Nigeria has 20% for its energy security. No matter what happens, we are going to get 20% of the profit, 20% of at least all the products that will be coming from that place, because we have 20%. That's $2 billion. So at least just to make sure that we can keep a check on Dangote when he wants to misbehave. And by the fact, so we also have a lot of them coming. Do you know that there's a refinery working in Owerri right now? Watersmith, Azura is coming on board this year, 20,000 barrels. Edo State and Chinese consortium, they are starting their own also this year, about 5,000, 20,000 capacity.
There's another one, Edo State.
And there's another
one. Those are modular refineries. They're tiny now. Akwa Ibom is the only decent one. That's like 100,000.
Yeah, but they are adding up now. I like to be hearing these things because this money that is going to be ending up in Nigerian pockets, and that's a good thing.
Almost 1 million barrel capacity per day. 1 million barrel per day. Then we export. Burundi is already on ground. Ghana has already started booking. It's going to be a game changer for Nigeria, and Naira will become probably a bit stronger.
It's a game changer. Then Port Harcourt too. They're going to, they're refurbishing Port Harcourt. They would. I mean, there's a Spanish country, and then the car maker. They're refurbishing Port Harcourt and Warri, and which other one? I know there are like 3 they're refurbishing, and the Port Harcourt one is going live middle of the year. I think with like 50,000 barrels a day. Then by next year they will go to ramp it up.
It's 100.
100.
Okay, 50. 50. Yes.
I think it's 50 first, then 100 and 200 later.
Yes, I think so. You're right.
By the end of this year, all these things you guys are saying is true. I'm telling you, Nigeria is going to be experiencing a kind of renaissance in the next 5-6 years.
They have started building that of BUA. BUA has started this. AXA from France is building that in Akwa Ibom.
They've started building that one too. You're right. There's supposed to be one in Ogun State, but I don't know if they're still building it. By that Baba Jebu's son, Adebutu.
Yes, I heard that too.
He got licensed for 250,000 barrels per day, but I don't know if they're building it.
They have not started, but I think they have started. They are still talking about it. And in the next few years, Nigeria and the gas now. There's another gas train 7 that is coming up, that is on board right now, 10 point something billion US. And when that one comes on board, we are going to have more gas for the domestic gas market, and also to get more money from the international gas market at least. So probably we are just hoping that everything will come up good. By the time we match those things together, there will be a resurgence. We'll be able to have money to free up a lot of spaces. Look at our health care system. If all the states of the confederation can have access to health care alone, our what do you call it? Life expectancy will jump up. People will have also money. Our education will be taken care of.
Let's calm down. Healthcare is on state government. It's not on federal. The only thing federal government can do for healthcare is the teaching hospital complex. Federal government has no hand in
But
healthcare.
they are doing something now. They are doing something. I learned Ogun State and Oyo State and Lagos. They are having their health insurance scheme, and I heard it's being paid for by both. Federal government is paying some amount, so just some amount. State also pays some amount. Then
Yeah, but the
some donor.
primary health centers are the responsibilities of the states, not the federal government.
Yeah, of course, of course. But they are being supervised by the National Health, not NHIS again. They have scrapped NHIS. It's now National Health Insurance Authority, which makes it much more viable for the whole country and not just federal parastatals. That's what they normally do before. It's only for federal parastatals, all the federal government schools, universities, polytechnics, and stuff. But now they help out in accessing some funds to assist the states, and some donor partners also put in money. And
Who
with the
pays
money
the
they are going to
staff
put in,
of these primary healthcare providers? Who pays this? Is it the state or the federal government?
is the state government, is the state. But we have NHPAD, PHCDA, that is Primary Healthcare Development Agency. There's a particular agency for that under the Ministry of Health that oversees that. So it's like an intergovernmental thing.
Sorry. The prime dot, switch on your mic because your device is not connecting properly.
Oversees that. So it's like an intergovernmental. Sorry. The prime dot,
All right.
switch on your mic.
Sorry, who's that? Who am I hearing myself back from? All right. All right. Thank you. So thank you. Let's get the conversation to Ekene now, who has been waiting for quite a good while. So Ekene, you're up next. Ekene.
Yeah, thank you, one more.
All right, good to have you, Ekene. A real night hawk. You're a nocturnal animal. You should be an owl or something. But there is Ekene. So Ekene, now talk us through what happened in Osun State. Governor Adeleke now is going to dance in State House for 4 years.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the man's victory today. In short, no hard feeling. I love the man so much. I love that man so much. In fact, starting from 2019, when they started playing this kind of politics against him, I was very angry. And today I'm one of his happiest fans that has been able to have a breath of fresh air to govern Osun State. So I watched his interview today. The man is very happy. The man is very sound. So, and I'm happy he's already doing something for Osun people. And you can see when people mandate speak, you see the joy all over the place. The people of Osun State are very happy today. The workers, I see them celebrating him. So I think he has been putting smile on their faces. So that's why they were able to have a lot of joy when he got that final mandate. So no hard feeling. I'm happy for the guy, and I believe he will do so well in Osun State. I see him coming out to be one of the best governors we have in this country. So,
would you have him as your state governor, Adeleke?
Wow, yeah, I love the man.
Are you sure? To be dancing Buga in State House.
There is nothing dancing took away from the man. Is very intelligent. In fact, I love seeing him speak. Yeah, and his intelligence is not about speaking good English or it's not. He has passion. I see the passion he has for his people. So, and when a man has such passion, he will do all his best to make sure that he makes the people happy. And I see the happiness all over Osun State today. So I love that. I love people that have passion for their people. So the man have passion for his people, and he's doing his best to make sure that Osun people are. He said he already bringing electricity in Osun State. Already bring pipeline water. So I'm very happy. Those are the kind of things I love to hear. So people that want to serve, not just to go there and waste people time. So I'm optimistic. The man will do well.
No, Ekene, I didn't hear you very well. What do you say he provided?
Electricity
and there are pipeline water.
Where did you hear that?
That was he said.
How did he provided the electricity? Yeah, he bought generator.
Places that have it's not that they don't have electricity. There are places that maybe they have lost maybe transformers or maybe there have not been electricity in those places. So he has been able to revitalize those things.
Yeah. He has provided some transformer for some
So that's
places.
what he said. And there's some places that the pipe water have stopped, so he have been able to provide those things. So people are happy, and the workers are happy. They have been able to start paying them most of the money that have been owed them for some years back. So he have been able to meet up their expectation, and they are very happy with him. So I love him for that. I love him for that.
All right, brilliant. Take us to this space then. The goings on between the Billionaire Boys Club. You know, there used to be a movie called Billionaires Boys Club. Was it Dan Aykroyd?
Woman.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, can we look at the judgment and look at it in the way it can affect, and look at it maybe to maybe whether you can superimpose it to what will happen between Tinubu and the way they handed over the judgment, this Supreme Court judgment.
Yeah, we can do that later, but I want to try and get as many because too many voices have been waiting for too long, and people get impatient.
Go ahead.
Yes. So to this space, Kene Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says you be a czar, betrayed backstab team. So you are part of that billionaires club, we know. So what is then going on between your bodies, your billionaire brother,
I'm not. But the issue is,
who told you that? Who told you are not? We know now.
I'm not. I'm not.
Are you not a Lagos? Are you not a Lagos big boy?
We are hustlers in Alaba market. We are hustlers in Alaba market.
You are a Lagos big boy. Okay.
I hustle with the hustle. So the issue is when you have that's what we see in the kind of the country we are. People that when you have people that are fighting for individual riches, that's the kind of news you will hear. So, but when a country is shaped in a way that, as in the people the wealth is for public. Nobody will have time to be showing off wealth and all those things. So, the country is all about who have money pass, who get pass. So that's why you hear those kind of noise. So they don't care. Let them face their warrant. I don't care. So I just believe that one day this country will better and all these people will stop to make noise. So that's the thing. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So he likes to act like a tough guy in public, but in private he goes begging on his knees. So Peter Obi now in the Idobande position in front of Professor Wole Soyinka. What are you then making then of Obi blowing hard in public, but on bended knees in private?
Well, my man Obi, so, but the issue is what I understand what Wole Soyinka was trying to put out is that many people thought that he's having issue with Obi. But the man was able to put it out there. There is no issue between him and Obi. That he came for reconciliation or apologies for the misconduct. But personally, you don't have any issue with the man, Obi. So that's what Wole Soyinka was trying to explain in that in what he just put out there. So I read it. So he's trying to make it out that I don't have any problem with the man, Obi. So and he never had any problem with him. So it's just that because of the misconduct of his followers, he came to speak on their behalf. So I don't have any issue there. So the man did what he have to do. I know him for that. So I'm not surprised that he went visiting. So that's that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So to this space then, Senate Chief Whip Kalu writes ruling APC insists on Senate President despite party's choice of ex-minister Akpabio. So you've already spoken on this space in the past, telling us that the Southeast are not interested in the Senate.
I don't care now. I even want the man to be crying until maybe Tinubu finishes 10 or whatsoever that happens. So that you will know that Nigeria is not for him. So let him continue to cry. Yeah, if we are talking about Senate President, I already made my position. He's not the kind of person that will go there to represent us. He's going there for his own selfish interest, which I don't care. I don't really care about all this. I know them very much. There are people you mentioned. Then I say, okay, let's talk about them. But people like this, I don't talk about them. So what I want is the person that will serve the interests of this country, not just coming to the southeast. And I've already made my position known on that. So coming to southeast and giving it to a criminal is not advisable. So and that is my position on that. So it's just not southeast having a Senate president. What is the benefit? What are the benefits? And people are saying that there are some money that will come into the country if you don't have even if we have representative and the money come, the man pocket the money and go and use it to buy house in London, just like they used to do. What is the benefit? So it's better that the more he didn't collect it, let the other people share it for their own benefit. Maybe next time we'll have a better representative that will go there and collect the money for us and use it to develop our region. But he will collect the money, use it to go and develop, buy house in London or in any other place. Then the country will be counting Southeast has benefited. They have given so amount to Southeast through Senator Ojo Kalu. And we will continue to tell you people there is no development. We didn't see anything, you know. So it's better he did not go, so that other people will enjoy. Maybe next time we'll have a better representative. That's my take on that. So forget about the man. Don't care about him. Yeah.
Akene.
Ajari Koko.
You
Thank
don't
you,
see.
sir.
Yeah. You don't see. Look, you are conflicting. I think a lot of you that are speaking in this direction that, oh, we don't want this guy, oh, he's correct. I think you are conflicting the position of executive governor with that of a senator who doesn't have executive power but have influence. And the influence on the side of the Senate president is so strong that he can use his influence to better the life of a lot of people from the East. He might not be able to build road or build school or build hospitals because that is totally outside his function as a senator. But as the Senate president, the difference between him and the president is that the president is a commander-in-chief of armed forces. But he have oversight as the Senate president over all parastatals, ministries and parastatals. There is no minister or parastatal that will not come to him for one favor or the other. And he as well can beg for favor, can ask for favor from any one of these head of ministry and parastatal. Maybe in terms of appointment, appointment to some of his people from the East. At least on each, do you know how many positions that, in terms of appointment, political appointment, other than all these ministers and all these things, do you know how many positions that is available that the president have to feed all the board members and various political appointments at the federal level that he, as the Senate president, will know how they want to appoint people through it, because they are the ones that are going to do approval for everything that the executive, the president, that want to do. I mean, you guys are just setting yourself backward politically. You don't seem to get what you don't seem to understand the political arrangement in Nigeria. Look, Nigeria it's not the kind of democracy that you people are. It's just an arrangement. Give me this, give you that. That is the way it is played in Nigeria. It's an arrangement, political arrangement.
Well, I really want to. I really want to move on from this man.
Educate you more. I'm not saying
no,
that.
No, you see, there is nothing of this.
Hold on. Let me land. He cannot, when it comes to political appointments for his people, he cannot pocket it. It's not money. As you are saying that, when they give him money, he can take on. No. And some other benefits. He cannot pocket it. He have to share it. He have to look for people from his region to come and take such appointments. So there are so many appointments that is not known that people they chop for Nigeria. Political appointment at the federal level. Maybe if my memory can still serve me well, maybe over 6,000 or 16,000.
Well, I think he said he's still in the race. So let's see how he wants to fight it.
You guys don't get it, but you continue to destroy one of your own that is stand a chance. And
he say he's still in the race.
Doesn't even get it. You want to look at his past. He was a governor. He stole money. He sold this. Who did not steal money among all of them? Who is there?
Can I interject for a minute, please?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sure you defended Kalu this much yesterday too. I think another time. The truth of the matter is that if there is any place that Kalu should be now, it is in the jail. That's where he belongs to. And Kalu's antecedent did not start from today. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of crooks in the corridors of power in Nigeria. If you now have a very known one, as bad as Kalu, that was convicted, the trial lasted 12 years on some nonsensical technicalities. It's bad enough that it's in the Senate, but whatever rigmarole you want to rigmarole and decorate him and make him the Senate president, I think it's an insult on the sensibilities of his own people that are rejecting and the Nigerians in general. So this your pushing of him is enough. I know a lot of people in Abia State that would rather have, in fact, what's his name? The one that the one that the court said he should before the president, Senate president, than having a Kalu. Kalu is selfish. Kalu is mean. Kalu does not deserve to even be in the Senate. So please stop this trying to paint them as if
just look at how last election how selfish the man is. Somebody came out as a candidate in your party. You say it's your party because your brother is contested. You just bench the guy. You bench the guy. You couldn't even say a word. I watched his interview on Arise News. You just know the guy is nobody, and the person is in your party, APC. Yeah. To tell you how selfish the man is.
On that one, what do you call former governor of Ogun State? Ogundile Amosua, what is his name? He worked against his party. He worked against his party in 2015, 2019, and 2023 governorship.
He has been consistent in that, not only in this election.
What are you guys talking about working against his party?
No, his own. He has been consistent. He has been consistent. It's not once. It's not twice.
Who has been consistent? Who?
Ojo Kalu.
And the same.
He has been consistent in that. How many times have you heard of APC in his state?
I am telling you.
And it's not that they don't have candidates. Once he win that Senate, nothing he cares about again.
Listen. He is not the first person that work against his party. A lot of them in APC have worked against their party and nothing happened to them. So on that one, put that one by.
Mr. Adeleke, let me just tell you,
I'm giving you specific, mention specific name. In the I'm also what is his name? The former governor. He openly worked against his party, governorship candidate. and
we
that
understand.
of so that one by the side, and this one that what do you call it? Bishop is talking about somebody is corrupt, is supposed to be in jail. Who is not supposed to be in jail among all of them?
I'm not saying it.
Who
No,
is not
listen
supposed
to
to
me.
be in jail?
Have a conversation.
What are we talking about? What you have in Nigeria, you don't have the right people. You don't have people with credibility. Hold on, let me land now. You don't have people with that integrity, people with credibility in the position of power. In overall, you don't have them. You have people that are criminal and looters. So there's no way you want to. It's just because this one was caught. You don't have all of them who are looters and criminals. So don't exempt anyone. Don't give credit to it. Even this Akpabio you are talking about that they are following now. Is it not a thief? Don't you know how he messed up what do you call that agency that he just left? You don't know how much one man. Were we not here that we treated how this guy was looting money during the COVID period? Did you forget one man?
He was asking them to go and cash $1 million and bring it to his hotel room.
During the COVID, when the country was locked down, this what is his name? The one they are sponsoring for Senate president. Akpabio. I mean, you people should just stop this
Mr.
condemnation of one and leave others. And
when they were screening him on Senate ground,
can we have
off the mic?
Can we have a conversation?
Let somebody when somebody
can I quickly interject?
Let somebody finish speaking before you interject. Be patient. Let somebody finish speaking before you interject. You know.
You interjected me and you did not even let me land my thoughts.
Okay, no, Bishop, let's not go there. Give us your thoughts and then round up that space, so give us your thoughts, Bishop. Give us your thoughts. Yeah, give us your thoughts, yeah.
No, that's a false accusation. I said you don't want me to talk. I was speaking, he interjected, and
give us your thoughts. Let's not. We don't want it to go in that direction. Just give us your contribution, and then let's hear from it. Let's get back to it, Kenny.
Wrong accusation. That's not right.
Oh.
I need to please let me finish my thought. Because
carry on. Give us your thoughts now.
Good. You are saying everybody is corrupt. That is the mantra in Nigeria. We have this catch 'em, chief mentality. Oh, everybody is corrupt except ourselves that are talking. Have they been convicted of any crime? The answer is no. Was Kalu convicted? Yes. The facts corroborated what I'm saying. On technicalities that the judge that delivered him because he has been promoted, and we are saying he was convicted. He did not say he was not convicted. So if you are saying everybody is corrupt, everybody is corrupt, even if you bring Jesus Christ today, we will say he's corrupt. So this idea, this argument of everybody is corrupt, so that argument does not hold water. Not anywhere. The truth of the matter is that even people that are his own people there are saying at whatever cost, we don't want Kalu. I spoke with people. I work in Aba continuously for years. I have a business I established there. And it's still there. At least a farm. So people still talk to you, say, who is he going to represent? The same thing Ekene is talking here. So if people there have considered, and you are taking the placard as if it's not a personal thing. It's in the interest of the generality of Nigerians. Oh, there are two evil. Kalu is evil. The other guy is evil. Okay. They said that they prefer the other guy. And what did Kalu do that he deserved to be rewarded with the Senate presidency? What did he do? He was the first person that started sabotaging Bola Tinubu. He was the one. Everybody knew that the direction was to shift the presidency to the south. He was the first person. He granted an interview with Shehu that was promoting Ahmed Lawan. He was the first person that was promoting Ahmed Lawan. Then when they came down, if there's anybody that could have given APC some good score in Abia State, it was Kalu. But he deliberately sabotage his party. And we are not saying that Amosu did not sabotage, but Amosu is not asking to be the Senate president. Kalu is asking to be the Senate president. He wants to have the blockers of the president in his hand so that he can squeeze it as he wish at all times. And even his people are saying no, and you are insisting yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Round on that space, Ekene. Yeah, round on that space.
So I am.
One man, can I go after Ekene? After Ekene, can you come to me, please? Because I have somewhere going to later.
No, I have
After
to go
Ekene.
to I have to go to Justified, who has been waiting, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I don't have any explanation to give in that Kalu case. The issue is that it's not only me. If wherever you see an Igbo man, just ask him, do you want Kalu as a Senate president? Just wait for the answer and what he will tell you. Nobody wants him as a Senate president, as an Igbo people. So that is a generality of everybody's thought. So if Ajani Koko, if you like him, maybe he's still in the race. He said it. So let's see how he will work it out. He said he's still in the race. So let's see how he will work it out. So, but for us, I see him going nowhere, and we don't prefer him to be the Senate president. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. And New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign twin agreement with Abuja. What's your take on that?
Well, for me, I'm one of the people that don't like these white people. I don't know the reason. I don't know. I don't like all these Igbo people coming to our space like that. And for me, it's not an interesting story to me. It might be to other people, but for me, it's not an interesting story to me because I love my. In fact, if we can come together and develop this country, I'll be the happiest man on this earth. So it's just that everybody is leaving the country, including you, one man. Everybody is just leaving the country. You people are just there talking about Nigeria. Let's come together and build this country and forget about this man. This white man.
The man is not Oyinbo now. The man is not Oyinbo. He's a Juju like us now.
Whatever he is. You see, when you come to this Nigeria, we have a lot of talent. So that we don't even need all these people. What we need is just to develop the talent. Then they will come and be begging us. I know what I'm saying. So we have a lot of talent here. It's just that you are not here, you are not seeing it. Even there is new development in our market now that many guys are catching out. Under 6 months, guys are buying cars, building houses. It's a new development even in that Alaba market. You understand?
What's the new development? What's going on there?
So it's just all these electronics television screen. The ones that have a line, those ones that have maybe the screen has issue. So they have been able to find solution to it, and guys are making money, big money out of it. So the first person that introduced the stuff last year, the guy is a very big man now. And if you see him today, you see that the guy did a ritual, but it's not ritual. We know how he started. We know how he did it. He went for research and he got it. And many guys now, young boys now, he's training young boys now, and they're cashing out. So it's just a matter of development. The government coming in, giving us what we need. Then this country will be on fire. Everybody all these Igbo people, they will come and be begging us. So I know what I'm saying.
When you're talking about Oyinbo people, are you counting people like Kulata amongst them? Because he's an Oyinbo man.
All of you people are Oyinbo people. All of you people are Oyinbo people.
Now one man Oyinbo pass for this platform.
I'm the only Nigeria here. I'm the only, and I don't believe. I've told you in this platform, one man, I cannot live abroad. I cannot. Nothing will make me live abroad. I don't even have that dream.
We have quite a lot of African shops now. If you are worried about your food, you don't have to change your diet. You don't have to start eating chips.
Is it no? What is food? Nothing like food. It's not about food. It's all about what I like. I love Nigeria so much. The weather is too good. Everything about this country. In fact, when you have money, if you have money, If you have money, you will enjoy this country. Yeah.
The weather in Lagos is good. Pollution central.
Why? That place you go. Do you swag in that country? Do you wear singlet and the short jean to go around? Can you do it in that country?
When the sun is out, I can.
But this place you can swag anytime you want to swag now. Wear your jean. Yeah.
Do you like to oppress people, like you carry your G-Class, G-Wagon, and you go to Lekki or VI and all those babes will just be saying, Ekene. Do you enjoy those kind of things?
No, I don't even have G-Wagon. I don't have G-Wagon. So I don't like to oppress people. I don't oppress people. I don't live that kind of life. No, I don't live that kind of life.
You look like an oppressor to me, okay? I have to be fair.
I'm not an oppressor. I'm not an oppressor. No, I'm not an oppressor. It's just that you don't know me very well. I just focus on my business. I do my business. I come home. I enjoy myself with my family. I don't even go to club safe. I don't go to club, so you cannot believe it. So
you say you're from Anambra?
Yes, I'm from Anambra. I'm from Oba precisely.
Are you building there?
Why? Everything there is Anambra now is a well-developed area now. So if you don't
I mean you personally. Yeah.
So everything now, that place now, if you don't develop your own on time, you cannot even get the land again. So that place now is well occupied, especially my town, Oba. So if you know Obi Kubana, we are from the same place.
Obi Kubana is from your place now. James.
Yeah, the same place. His mother is my principal. Is my former principal because.
What did you make of that burial that he was killing 150 cows and throwing money all over? Was that vulgar?
No, the guy has the money. You know, the guy, even the time we are still in the village, the guy has made money since 2005. It's just the time people begin to hear about him. The guy has already made money since 2005. So it's just when people, it's not that burial. It's just the burial that made people to begin to hear about him. But as of 2005, the guy is made. Well, the building that he has, one of his building in the village, that building is still up to standard today. I don't think upon all the estate that they build, many people are still trying to beat it. As in the building that he built as of 2005. So
how did they make it? How did they? A lot of people are saying it's voodoo money. How did they make his money? Is it voodoo money?
No, he's into all this because one of his hotel, Ibiza, I know one guy that he has the hotel with. They later divided, so it's from there. So he went ahead. The guy still have only 2 hotels now. The guy he started with, it's like a combined something. So he started from that Ibiza hotel. That's where he started from. So before he was
one man. Most of Obi Kubana athletes, they are franchise. Not like he's the only owner. They are a group of businessmen that came together, opened Obi Kubana franchise all over Nigeria. But he is the main head.
They have a lot of. There is one near my place now, Labana. All of them are good. Before they
are like people e-money in that group. What is the e-money and other? Yeah,
this
in that group.
What does that e-money guy do? What does he do for a living? E-money.
We know now. You know now, Kulata, so don't have to go there.
Honestly, if I knew, I won't ask. I'm genuinely curious.
When I say you know, you just leave the case down. Okay. But they do this franchise. They do this franchise with Obi Kubana and entertainment. That's genuinely something they are doing. More money. So many guys, like 7 guys from Japan, my brother's friend, they are in that group of company now. They are franchise. They bring drinks, like Glenvich or whatever. They have the sole license distribution, distributor, let's say from Scotland to bring it to Nigeria. They have a lot of license to bring some drinks or whiskey to Nigeria.
And one of the thing I love about those guys, they never live abroad. They all made it in this country.
No. I told you that 6 is from Japan. You're telling me they don't live abroad. Oh, they're more money and this thing
No,
happened to come.
even if they go there, they don't live there. That's what I'm trying to make. That's my
I
point.
said they have lived like 6 and lived there for like almost 30 years. My senior brother's friend, my friend. Abuji is my friend. He's in
Maybe
Nigeria.
maybe there
In
are
Abuja.
maybe some of them, but the one I know, big Kubana, don't live abroad. That's what I'm
All
trying
right.
to say. So I know many of them that have money in this country that never travel abroad. So I know many of them.
All right, brilliant. Can I give us very brief thoughts on the fuel subsidy, and then we go on to justified. The removal of the fuel subsidy. Your thoughts?
Well, the subsidy has to go. That's it has to go. But the issue I'm having is that if they don't handle it well, it will create problem for the new government. So they have to. The new government they have to apply because the NLC now are begin to pop up because some problem. So it's not just to remove it; it's how to make sure that because they are giving Tinubu. They say that the minimum wage will be 100,000, or he will repair the refineries or make sure that refineries are. These are the two conditions they gave him before he will be able to remove it. So, but Tinubu is not here yet because I know that this country there are a lot of damage in terms of the economy, which you cannot just expect the man to just come and give you 100,000 naira minimum wage. It's not possible. The man has to go there first and study the system before he will come up with a bargain. So, but the subsidy need to go. A lot of corruption. There is a lot of corruption in that system, and the people that are holding that space, they don't want to leave it. They don't want to leave it. They still want to continue to drill the country in that area. So I just pray that God will give that the man the wisdom to handle it and have the political way to do it. If we will be able to achieve it, we all live with it and get adapted to it. Then the country, I believe, if he does that, you have enough money to put this country in a better condition. So that's my take.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ekene. So, Ekene, let's go on from you and go on to Justified and take his thoughts on the talking point. So, Justified, we kicked it off with everyone on the Adeleke space. Good news for his household, but is it good news for Osun State? Justified.
Well, thank you so much, Woman, for having me, and thank you, everyone, on this platform. Well, politics is really a grassroots. How will I put it? Grassroots base. Adeleke. This family is known in Osun, though I'm not from Osun. But from what we've heard, this family is very known. Even outside politics, they have been philanthropics to the people. I know they've sent people to school, people come to their house, give them this, especially Davido's father. So this family is well grounded in Osun State. If you look at the election, I think there was an election that he contested that they won him with just 500 votes, about 500 and something, with the coalition of Omishore and APC. They managed, and we all know what happened in that election. We knew how voters were intimidated, but we can't go further on that. But this family is grounded in Osun. And we could see the whole last election. He won the whole Senate seat. That was a total hands down. Everybody saw it. Tinubu saw it. This man won the whole Senate in Osun. Even the House of Assembly, House of Rep, he won the majority. So I think we should give it to this family. Even when they invited him to come to APC, then when he contested the senator, he won hands down. So let's give it to this family. The people love him, and let's respect the verdict of the courts. But for me, I think political permutation for me is going to be 1-1. I'm not talking law, but I'm just saying political permutation. One for Osun PDP and one for federal APC. That's what's going to likely happen. And this family is really low. I think we should accept
do you buy into my conspiracy theory then that this Adeleke victory is sort of a sweetener for the hard land that is going to be the presidential space? Are they throwing them a bone in order to take the meat?
That's what I said. Political permutation is 1-1. One in Osun PDP and one in the federal APC. So when the judgment of the presidential election comes out after the whole hula baloo, I don't know how many months, they'll just say, guys, just accept it in good faith. Of course, which you accepted for Osun. So I'm just talking political permutation. I'm not looking at the law or whatever surrounds it, all the jargons they brought before the court, but political permutation is going to be 1-1. So that's it on that. But this family is really loved in Osun, and we should just pray for him, and let's accept the verdict of the courts. And I hope it's going to be good to them. But we'll wait for 4 years and see what he's going to do if he keeps dancing around and not taking his job seriously. And that will spell doom for him. But I pray for him he succeed. If probably after 4 years, let him go for another 4 years. But we could see what he has started for the people of Osun. And I don't think it should be a disgrace to that family, because the family is rich already. So I think it should be fine. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So there is a certain sense of injustice to the way that the Southeast seems to be being schemed out of the power structures of the Nigerian state. Orji Uzor Kalu takes the final last stand. He writes an open letter to the APC to say that he's available for the Senate presidency. But was it worth the effort to put pen to paper justified?
You see, the man you are playing politics with, the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that they are playing politics with, is well grounded than any of them in politics. Of course, we had him in the last, what's it called, at Kaduna with the Arewa people. He told us even Atiku met him in politics, that he was one of the youngest guys that is working with Yar'Adua. That's the former military man, then the Yar'Adua who was in politics. If I was surprised, that was the first time I would hear him. And Asiwaju doesn't just talk like that, just listen.
No, that's not true. Atiku did not meet him in politics.
Hold on. Let me say this. He said Atiku was about to retire. I don't know. I watched this fully. I've been full in Nigerian politics. That when Atiku was about retiring from customs, he said, I was the youngest that was staying in the PDM with Yar'Adua. Quote me, I will send you the link so that you can watch it. He said it clearly in front of the whole Northerners. So he's not saying it in Abeokuta where people will support. He said it in front of Northern elders who have been in policies for years. He said it, and I repeat, he said, Atiku was retiring from custom. He met me with Yar'Adua. I was one of the youngest strategists. If you want that something, go back and watch when he appeared before the Arewa people. Then when he said he probably didn't want to come. So that was that. So let me just go ahead. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a man that he was loyalty. Quote that anywhere. If you are loyal to him, he will die for you. He will be ready to give you anything. And we can quote instances. Look at what's it called, the former commissioner for planning, the Iwabueze. He's a very loyal man. He's an Igbo man. Where is he today? Asiwaju doesn't forget loyalty. He brought him to be Director General of Budget and Planning. How many do you want to count? That is when what's it called? When he was governor of Lagos State, the speaker then, Olorunubema Mora, he was there as speaker for 8 years. And that was when the issue of Chicago certificate came in. If everybody expected that probably this speaker should overrule or take over the governance or something, but he was loyal to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu those years. And he rewarded him. Today, of course, immediately he left the speaker. He's from Kwara State. I don't know whether Kwara or Kogi or something. He rewarded him to become the senator from Lagos State. He served 2 years. And after then, he presented his name for a ministerial appointment to Buhari. Buhari did not appoint him for more than 3-4 years because they offered him to be, I think, one secretary in Abuja Municipal Council. He said it by himself. He said, I'm too big for that. How could I? I was the assistant director general to Buhari campaign in Nigeria then. So they gave me a secretary of a municipal. I was too big for that. Not quite the days or weeks after that he had that interview I watched it, they now gave him this Minister for State for Health. So what I'm trying to say is that Asiwaju rewards loyalty. He's close to Orji Kalu, very close to him. They have family ties. Of course, we have Orji Kalu that said his children live with Remi Tinubu for more than 2 years in Bodilon. And you can see the ties. But the man you are playing with, he will be smiling with you. He could eat with you. But what's going to do when you are disloyal? You are going to see the results. And we all had Orji Kalu before the primaries. He said it clearly. I was just wondering, how could Kalu say this? He said, Asiwaju or Shibaju, the race has shifted beyond them. We are now facing Lawa. I'm supporting Lawa. He said all that in the whole space. And this is what they know, that this is where he stands. But later again, it changed again. But let me just support what what's it called? Adeleke Osun said. He said this yesterday too. He expanded on it, but I think the guy was trying to tell was a little differing from that. If Asiwaju and the powers and the caucus want Orji Kalu, nothing will stop it. Let's forget the issue of any corruption. His people doesn't like him, or his people. If this is the man they want for the Senate president, nothing will stop it. What is the difference between Orji Kalu and on Akpabio? Everybody has corrupt cases, and Adeleke Osun said it. If you are the cleanliness man in Nigeria, which a bishop rejected, if you are very clean, go and take a political appointment. Try and be a governor of a state. Let just immediately after your 4 years, tell everybody you are the saint, that you have anointing on your head. If they ask an auditor to probe you, they won't say you stole. What they will say is that you misappropriated 25 or 100 billion dollars. That's what they will just say. And let Nigeria hear that you misappropriated. They don't want to know whether you put it in your pocket, whether you buy a house in America, or what they will be saying is you are a thief. So what I'm saying is that bring any Nigerian politician.
How is misappropriating different from stealing? Is it not a fancy way of saying stealing?
Well, auditor could put that. Nobody will say you steal, because of course probably it might not be in your account, probably in the course of your dispensing fund. You didn't really follow through due process. That's why we could say it is misappropriated. So what I'm saying is that when you say a government misappropriated 200 billion, of course, you know he didn't put that in his pocket, so it must have probably in the course of due process. So what I'm saying, as Adeleke Osun said, is that there is hardly will you, if you're a politician, if you probe you, that's Nigeria. In Nigeria's space today, let me give you an example, which you know. When they removed what's it called, the MD of Intercontinental, MD of what's it called, of Oceanic, what did Sanusi say? He said they were corrupt. He brought all those allegations out, and Nigeria kept quiet. When they removed Dasuki, when Abacha removed Dasuki, he said he was corrupt. When they removed Sanusi himself, they said he was corrupt. That was the allegation that Ganduje brought to him, that he had misappropriated 2 billion or something naira. And that is Nigeria for you. If they don't want you, they'll bring a case against you. Even, let me just say this, the saint that we know that's in the government is Oshibaju, the vice president of Nigeria. We all love him. We can attribute him to be a saint. But today, if they are to probe his office, honestly, it will go depressed. Nigeria will now say, so that is the country we are in. If they probe him as the vice president, they won't say it's still, they'll just say there's a misappropriation. He was the one that gave all the whole market money. So that's Nigeria. I support, what's it called, Adeleke Osun on that. We all know that. So for Kanu, if they make him the Senate president today, there's no corruption anymore. If they want him, the Hausas wanted Obasanjo. We Yoruba rejected him in 1999, but he became the president. So if they want this man, there are lots of things that will accrue to the Southeast, regardless of people. Ohaneze will love him. The whole Southeastern will love him because he will bring a lot of development. A Senate president, Adeleke Osun said it clearly, the advantage of having a Senate president in the East. But unfortunately, this man is not loyal. And I assure you can never work with somebody who's disloyal. And they brought out all those cases. He scored 40,000 as a Senate president, as a senator, and I assure you scored 8%, 8,000. He was not in any way available in the campaign. And he said he wants to be a Senate president. And they saw him when he was having private discussion with Atiku. So such a man, you can't work with Ashwaj Bola Tinubu. I think he missed it. That's what I saw there. It's just because of his disloyalty. And if you are disloyal, I'm sorry. And again, as a politician in Nigeria, you'll be careful of your words. What are destroy politicians. And number one, we all know what's it called, Aregbesola. What destroys him today is the word of his mouth. He said it clearly that is Ashwaju thinks he's a god, and people so look at today. He can't even move close to Ashwaju. We've seen everything. It's not. And Aregbesola was the closest to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the closest to him in those years. But today they are far apart because he gave a disruptive word. The same thing with what's it called, the Port Harcourt man, Amechi. Look at what he said. So the word of a politician, you'll be very, very conscious, especially when you are brought to the fore to say something. Be careful. That's why most of our politicians change their words. Immediately they grant an interview. Say, no, I didn't say that. That's not what I meant. They changed my word. They changed my story. But for Kanu, I think if they need him, they'll bring him to the. Don't be surprised if they impeach Akpabio. If they bring him in, you might not be surprised. But for the corruption issue, that won't stop him if they really want him. But the problem is just not loyal. That's just what I say on this space. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. It should certainly. It has reasons to feel a sense of being betrayed. Watch this.
Where is Mama? Mama is the leader. Come and receive your guest now. Mama is coming home. Mama, I do the traditional one. Yoruba, the ballet. That is Miko of the House of Red. How are you, ma? I'm fine. I know you. Yeah, how are you? I know.
So yeah, Tinubu led him on somewhat. But let me take you to this space. Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UB is betrayed, backstabbed him. So thoughts on that?
Well, anybody reading anything about these people, it's just going to be a waste of time. You don't join in their fight, and that's it. It's just when two politicians are fighting and you join in the fight, you're just wasting your time. Even all that discussion is just academic exercise we just discussing. It goes nowhere with these people. Otedola and Elumelu, if you have to know the source of their wealth, if not because they monopolize the system, they are monopolies. They monopolize Nigerian system. That was what they had, what they have. You know, Otedola bought in shares of close to about 250 billion. I was a little close in the oil industry. I know when it was given the rights to be bringing diesel to be getting diesel from the federal government, there was no account. It was just in bringing the diesel. Only God knows even if they account for it. I know people who work with him because they know what their guy was doing. They made money. I know people who work with him. They made money. There was no accountability. So all these people can't be in their space. They just by May 29th, during the swearing of the president, let me assure you that you're going to see two of them. Probably after the swearing, there'll be a cocktail, there'll be a party, whatever. You see them, you see these ones, and they will embrace themselves again. And you are fighting over them and say, oh, this is Elumelu, and say we are friends. No, we can't fight. Ooh, how would they fight when somebody's buying a shares of about 250 billion, buying Ferrari for his children of our household? So it's just us that we are the ones suffering because the wealth is not evenly distributed. It's just in the hands of few. And I don't know where they are taking it to. So he had a fight too with Dangote those years, but what came out of it? They settled it. So we can't just be in the space and so we can't just join in their fight. Let's just leave them. They'll sort out themselves.
All right. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for misconduct of his followers. So this is Wole Soyinka adding flesh to what is known.
Honestly, it's quite unfortunate I don't know, I've played politics back. I was in politics in 1993. So, and if you want to play politics, there are some rules, there are some rudiments if you want to really join politics. So there's some things you need to know. I'm sorry, Obi is a quiet man, is a gentleman, but he doesn't understand the game. Whether he pretends, I don't know. And the only people that could really totally give him the support, I appreciate that they are the youths. And probably if somebody wants to be parochial, this is from my east, my side, or from my region. But in terms of understanding the politics, he doesn't understand that politics. That's why hardly would you see any strong Easterner who is a politician. I say it again. You can mention 10 names of politicians in the East that say they are supporting Obi. Strong politicians, Kenuna Mani, all of them, Ungigi. They are not really openly showing it because, of course, they understand the whole games that this man doesn't understand. He's not really politician, but they're just doing it underneath because they understand he doesn't understand this game. I remember one of my daughter who told me here that, Daddy, who are you supporting? I said, this person I'm supporting. I said, why? He said, it's Obi, it's Obi. He said, what do you know about Obi? He said, no, I don't know anything. I just saw it on social media. All of us are just saying Obi, Obi. He doesn't understand. But one day I just sat her down and said, this is the man they hate. This is why they hate him. Of course, the youth won't like him, but these are the things he has done and this and this. When he said, they said, oh, I never knew. So that's the challenge. There's some people who are not ready to listen to history. And there's a Yoruba proverb that says, Omotoba baiton, Umabaronba. So you need to listen to history. But unfortunately, Obi is a gentleman. He's a wonderful man. If we have him as a president, honestly, there's no doubt about it. He's going to make a change. But I hope the cabal won't frustrate him, just like what's he called, Jonathan, that said, I have Boko Haram in my government. If the president could say that, that means I'm not in charge. That's what he's trying to say. But for Obi, when they interviewed him last in Arise News, in Arise, I think he parried the question. He never said, hello, my followers. I'm Peter Obi. I'm your leader. And every leader has a follower. And I should be able to, of course, to be able to caution us for some things. If he could say that honestly to the whole world, he's a wonderful man. He parried the question. Wale Soyinka, my God, if you see the abuses, even Obi himself, if not for, because he contested this election, if we are to be Obi of maybe 4 years ago, if he wants to book an appointment with Wale Soyinka, I doubt he will not see him in the next 1 week. Because this is the figure, this is an international figure. He's not a trader. He's an international figure. So these are people that could stand in American Parliament. This one can stand because they have it. So Obi will not even see him in 1 week. I'm sorry, he won't see Wale Soyinka. Look at, instead of you to caution your followers, and you did not, and you came after to look at. If you look at this picture very well, look at this picture. Look at Wale Soyinka. Look at how he's looking. He's not. If you know Soyinka, if you see him afar, what you first see is he'll be smiling. That's Soyinka for you. Check his interview in Arise. He will always be smiling. He talks smiling. He'll be smiling. Look at his face here. He's not smiling. Look at Obi. Obi is smiling as if a primary school student sitting with an headmaster and who wants to have a pictures. So that's the challenge. You should be able to caution your followers. That's the truth. Be able to caution those who are following you. Now, Daddy Adeboye has said something. There are a lot of battered again on the social media. And they will not tell Obi again, Obi, look at your followers abuse Daddy Adeboye, a man of God, a reverence man. Oh, you find time again comes, Daddy, I'm sorry. Why are you doing the third thing first? You are doing what you should do first is what you are doing last. It's quite unfortunate. Honestly speaking, that's the truth. He's a wonderful man. He's a good man. I love him to be the president. But the way he's doing this thing, this is not the way politics is being done. See him smiling, as if somebody is looking at a photograph to smile. Wale Soyinka is just, look at his, Soyinka is a very jovial man if you know him. Anywhere, I've met him several at the airport. When you see him, he'll be smiling. So, but look, you can understand. You just read the whole photograph. So I'll just appeal to Peter Obi. You're a wonderful man. please try and caution your followers. Some of them don't really know these people. Like I said, my daughter does not even know.
Sorry, can I interject real quick? 1 minute, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was actually coming to you next. So interject, and then after him, I'll come to you. Yeah,
Mama, are you going to him next? When I even told you I have something going to, please come to me and let me quickly round up.
All right. So sorry. Yes, I have that interjection, but I want you to speak on the Elumelu space, Prince Daddy, but not now. Have that interjection. But stay there until you have your turn. But have the interjection.
All right, cool, thanks. Yeah, I just going to ask the speaker. Do you think Victor B is really fully in charge of his followers?
Of course, we have said it. I made that clear statement. It is beyond him. But for you to be in charge of these followers, that's when you put word to them. But it's as if he's not in charge. He has not. Of course, it's just like I come to your house and your dogs are barking. They are barking at your visitor, and I came to you. What I expect you to do, of course, these are your dogs. You own them. You know them. They don't know me. I'm new. I'm your friend coming in. And until when they bite me, and that is when I went back to my house. You now came to apologize that I'm sorry.
What about the dogs, the stray dogs?
What's that?
So what about the dogs are stray dogs?
You should caution them. What I'm saying is that you.
Well, actually, maybe to be fair, actually, from the beginning, actually, I think Donyo Okupe and some other people said the Labour Party is beyond Peter B or anybody else. I think that's how they put it. So
you're not a leader. You're not a leader if your followers can listen to you. Even OPC.
Let me ask you something.
You're not a leader then.
Okay, let me ask you something. Please, have you not read out some tweets or many places that they ask questions?
I can't hear you, please.
Haven't you read out a statement or about maybe 2 or 3 statements that Obi has cautioned his followers because of his complaint?
In the Twitter or where? Because this same thing you've asked, I've been on this platform for some days now. The same thing somebody said, that he doesn't caution his follower. The same question you asked, this same question, and it was prolonged. That have you not heard? Obi's he grants interview in social media that we could see. There is nowhere that Obi has even said anything. Even the one that he said. There's nowhere that they will play it back. If he says anything, don't bring, and maybe they type something on Twitter. You said that same time when somebody said something like that. But I've never had him to say, my followers, or
justify.
even 5 minutes. He has not. I've not seen
that.
Well,
I want to tell you that he has
justify.
done that. He has done that several times. But the issue is this. I'm not if you see the youth these days, see, I'm not happy what is happening in the country, especially with especially me as an Igbo man, the way things are happening between Igbo and the somehow not happy. I'm not happy about it at all. The way they talk about it, whenever I come or lodge into that conversation, I'll just feel somehow angry about it. But it's because of the politics. So the issue is this: what is happening in the country? I've said it several times. It's very difficult to control the minds of millions of people. So what is going on is we, the intelligent ones, supposed to be more organized to put out a better message on how to make the country better. You understand? We are all one, and I believe that one day this country will be good. This country will move on. We want it.
Thank you so much. That's a good
one. So the issue of Obi, I'm not saying, I'm not defending him, but I've seen many of his tweets where he has been able to make that statement to say, my followers, do it like this, do it like this. Let us not abuse. Let us base on. Let us do this and let us. And he has done it several times. So I don't know how he is going to do it again to appease them.
Do you know that Obi is embracing? Obi is an embracing person. Is welcoming. I love his character. Of course, he knew what the mistake was, and he came to me showing very wonderful. Let me tell you, after this swearing, let them say the swearing where Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu he becomes the president, the whole court cases is done. Don't how will I put it? I'll tell you, Obi will be the first person to meet Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulate him, embrace him, visit him, have pictures with him and all the stuff. I know he's a welcoming person. He's good in that. Very, very good. So I'm not really castigating or something. This is a wonderful man. Honestly, I love him. But unfortunately, the system of politics in Nigeria, I think if I'm to appraise him, I will give him 40%. He still doesn't understand the politics of Nigeria. Let me tell you something. Hold this for free. If the time has come for the Southeast to produce the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I hope you know, Nigeria is not decided by the East nor Southwest alone. It's decided by the majority of the cabals in the North. Obi will not be presented. They will list 10 names of Eastern politicians that have good relationship with the Northerners and cut across. If you choose 1 to 10, hold that for free. I've been in politics for years. Obi's name will not appear in 1 to 10. It won't appear in 1 to 10 because he's a good man and he doesn't have good network, good handshake. He has across the whole Nigeria. So that's just to let you know that. Yep.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, give us a very brief thought on the Kogi state. Let me bring the headline up, and then after that I'll go on to War Peace. Igala paramount ruler refuses to endorse our PDP's Denomelaye. So a brief thought on that.
Well, definitely, that's just a brief thought. I wouldn't say anything. Then I read this when he met the Oba prayed for him. Aside the caption, the Oba prayed for him. Even there is a picture there. The Oba brought his staff and prayed for him. And the Oba said, I will bless everyone that appears in my palace, but I will not endorse anyone. So that was really the word, aside the caption of what I saw, because I went there to read it. It's saying, I'm not going to endorse anyone, but I'm going to pray and bless everyone that comes there. And he made mention of it. Let the will of God be done. So that's what I would say on that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Brilliant. Brilliant. So that's another newly discovered voice, Justified. So Justified, thank you. So let's go. Thank you. So stay with us. So let's go on from Justified to World Peace. So World Peace, you're up next. So where do you want to kick it off? Do you want me to run you through the topics, or do you want to specifically speak to?
Let me quickly say, quite Justified. It's a tough Igala. It's not Oba Igala. Please take that to correction. Okay. And
sorry, because I'm a Yoruba man, everyone is Oba, no problem. Let me just say King then. King Igala.
It's okay. It's a Igala.
Okay.
And then the question I wanted to ask you, one man didn't allow me. Probably I'm driving because I don't know if I'll mute myself or he will mute me. I wanted to ask if every obedient are Southeastern. That's the question I wanted to ask, but we already moved past that. But I will blame the obedient. I keep saying it. I will blame the obedient because most of the Southeasterners, they are very, as the way Sita would say, they are too frontal. That's why anything thrown at them, it will stick. Now they are seeing the repercussion. Nobody have monopoly over propaganda or being so. How will I say? Let me borrow one more word. Verbatim, a bit verbatica. I don't know. Now they are saying it. But most things that is playing right now, if we can break it down, we could see your element of shadow hands in what's going on. Obi cannot be apologizing for everybody, but like you said, you have done the first thing at the beginning. Come out and make a general a statement at the beginning that will stop all these things, or that will take his name away from all this thing that's happening between him and Obedient Online. But we should understand there's Western, there are other people from this Southwest, Middle Belt that do not have voice, that they could not say what they're going to say. They are hiding under the umbrella of Obedient to unleash a lot of menace. So we should understand this, and it's going to take everybody in Nigeria to control this issue. But again, the Batify are even worse. I've never seen where Tinubu issuing a statement to by Nonuga coming out doing outburst on TV every day. So sometimes when people are judging Chris Farley, sometimes it's becoming too much. Let's slow down. The election is over, and let's see how the country will move forward. And I've said that. Let me go to that mayor of New York. I tend to agree with you, Niger, with him on that. Though I don't agree on the fuel price. It's not now the mayor of New York. Suddenly, you remember that we have Abuja that they want to partner with. Ever since when our democracy was fresh and new, we needed everything to move us away from a military regime. We didn't see them. All we saw was all these economic pushers and sabotage with their own private jet, giving us loan with one hand, taking the loan from the other side with their private jet back, giving us a amount of nothing. Yeah, it's good on paper on the face of the world that America is coming to, New York is coming to sign number whatever city they want to sign. But what's that for? Is that what we are looking for now? We're supposed to be hearing, yeah, New York is going to sign with Abuja how to build a new, how to develop on our harbor. Or America, New York have a lot of ship dock. I think the most in the world. You know, if they are going to that space to teach us how to improve our maritime space, that is a good thing to create a employment.
Is Abuja not landlocked? Where is the maritime?
No, I'm not talking about Abuja alone. I'm just saying if we are hearing something like that, they're coming to sign how to develop our maritime space. It's a good thing, but they always bring what we amount to nothing for us. Give them something, but give them nothing. That's what the Europeans always do to us. They give us something that amounts to nothing. Now, all these things we are saying is because of the Russia and China war. Now, America and Europe and England, they want to sit up now to hold Nigeria down. There's a reason I asked Fatai, I think the last 2 months now, about a month or two, like, how do you see this China and Russia, this that is going on, the policy? It's affecting Nigeria more. Nigeria is a stake they must hold. America must hold back to Nigeria. And China and Russia wants to take it. They're already taking Chad and Burkina Faso and Mali from them, from the French. Now you see them putting Tinubu on a hot seat that Tinubu must stand with the European power, aka America. If he doesn't do that, he will be gone from that position in a minute. Because China and Russia are bent to take Nigeria from them. But we'll leave that for another discussion. That of Atayi Gala, I don't think that our traditional law should be taken side. Though this guy that just spoke now expand on it that he prayed for both of them. We should stop dragging our traditional rulers into all this political nonsense, and we should pray. Traditional rulers should be seen neutral. And when any of all these candidates come to him, he should pray for both of them, any of them, and they go their own way. I don't understand. You endorse me, you have to endorse me. The enemy of this endorse you. It's a wrong politics. It's good for succession when we want it to be good, and it's bad for succession when we feel it's not for us. It's very wrong. I condemn that, and they should remove our traditional ruler from that. And that of Adeleke, congratulations to Adeleke that he won. But I've said it before that Adeleke is going to win this court case because the good politicians will sacrifice Adeleke to keep the presidency. Those are smart to understand what I'm saying. Because if they want to take Adeleke away from there, they will take the victory from him. But to keep the presidency, they have to sacrifice Adeleke. And it's a good thing. We will not be looking for negative in Nigeria. He won't let Osun move forward. Osun has nothing to offer and has a lot of minerals. If Adeleke can develop that space, it's a good thing. And one man, take me to on that talking point before I go to that. The last one is this gas thing. I don't want to flame the house up. Can you ask me on that talking point so I can
go to Oji Kalu?
Yeah. Oji Kalu is a nice guy, but Bishop seems not to. How will I use English? Seems not to amaze me the way I see not to amaze the super brain on this platform. Because Bishop always speaks against anything. He feels anything coming to Tinubu is a threat, and he wants to defend and demolish the substance of, like, let's say substance or whatever. Like he just said, none of them has been convicted of crime. Even though he was let go on technicalities or whatever they say, he was let go. Let go is let go. Just spelling let go in one way. Letgo. Let go. He was let go. They let him go. Even in other cases, other people they let go. They let them go. Meaning they're not convicted. The Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi were all let go. Nobody has ever convicted them in Nigerian court. So what he's not saying, when it comes now that when Tinubu was using Kalu at the beginning of the campaign, this bishop was rating Kalu one of the power brokers in the north, the south, at APC win south. Now when it comes to now, he wants to become a Senate president. Now he's not a corrupt man. Why are we dying in all these people's war? Why are we always bringing ourselves down? Why are we the crap in the basket? We always pull ourselves down. The Akpabio, is it a sense? Is it not Akpabio we're watching here that on the Senate floor, when they say off the mic, one of his goons, one of his ministry head, they're telling off the mic. When Akpabio was speaking, the Senate didn't tell him to shut off the mic because the counts of corruption, the count of war of corruption was about to be open. Is it not Akpabio that they said so many billions is missing in his ministry? So why are we not saying it's even a shame that Akpabio is going to be our Senate president? But like I said, if Akpabio is the one that will work with Tinubu for him to so that he can carry out his agenda and just to move forward, so be it is okay. He's a Senate president. That's not really a big deal. Tinubu needs somebody to pass his bills for him, like just the way this Mala that is there now in the House of the Senate that is passing Buhari all the bills that's not in a mess. You understand? So I don't see anything in it. We should not fight over it and die over their war. That's how I see that of Kalu and probably one man.
All right, and finally to the all
Can I at least respond to that? At least you mentioned my name.
Yeah, sure you can. I'm just under your name. You can.
Good. Number one, I mean your allegation was wrong. I always rushing to defend Tinubu. That is absolutely not correct. That is not correct, and that's not fair.
You have never gone against Tinubu in this platform. Never. Go and play this thing. All your attraction when it comes to Tinubu, you must always find a way to land your thought on.
That's you are still doubling that. That's a blatant lie. But I'm not going to go on you on that. And you misquoted what I said. Just listen. You misquoted what I said. I presented facts. One, I was not defending Tinubu. Number two, I interjected Adeleke Osun that was finding, and that was not the first time he was talking about Kalu and the decision of the Southeast. I had a conversation with two persons on Sunday on Kalu that are living in Aba. What is a chief, very, very much older than even Kalu himself, but that's private. And the position was not different. So what I don't understand is why is Adeleke Osun pushing so hard and we're wasting so much time on that topic. And I hear my own view. The people you mentioned were they convicted? Kalu was in jail for 6 months. He was not let go because he was not guilty. He was let go because they said some technical whatever at the Supreme Court. The one you were making about, I'm not saying Akpabio is not corrupt. He's not my man. I never liked him. But what you were saying about him is a lie. The one off the mic, it was when they were doing the what do you call it? The interim person they brought when they were doing what's this audits? What's the name of this audit that they did then? Forensic audit. The forensics audit. So please, when we say things, I have so much respect for facts, and I don't just throw what I don't know. And that's why a lot of time when people talk and pick some figures that is flying on the air, all these figure of things that are not scientifically backed, but because somebody has just thrown them, people keep back. I don't follow facts like I don't follow figures. I do my little research on figures. So what I said about Kalu was not because I want to defend Tinubu. I'm saying, even when a woman was saying earlier on that is the smallest of the rule, which zone gave a whole party, all the zone gave 120,000. If that's how all the zones voted, will there be anything to share in the first instance? Politics is a reward system. No sentiment, no emotion. It is a
Okay,
reward system.
I got you, sir.
So I'm
My
not
battery is running
defending.
low.
No,
Sorry,
well, I'm not
my
defending
battery is running low.
Tinubu. So don't. I mean, lay
Okay,
accusation that you're not very sure about, please.
All right,
okay,
take us
thank
to
you.
the fuel subsidy war pace, and then we'll move on. The fuel subsidy.
Before I go to first, I remember this. The Tucano jet. I support Tinubu for that, and I think it was Admiral Ed Commodore doing me, and some other people have talked about it. That Tucano jet, and I read about it. Tucano jet is mainly designed is a dummy jet for practice, but you can upgrade it into combat. That does not make it in any generational jet. Right now, we have 5 types of generational jet in the world. We have the first, the second, the third. Now, they are designing the 5th generational jet. When Japan is trying to design the 6th generational jet, the Sukhoi 57 is the 5th generational jet. The F-35 is the 5th generational jet. The J-20 is the 5th generational jet. They are trying to upgrade it to the 6th generational jet. I think Saab from Sweden. Now, Tucano is a dummy jet, a practice jet for all whatever, when practice school, that's what they use. Then they upgrade it to combat level for practice again too, because you cannot start flying, going to combat, you don't practice about it. Well, we are so happy that we bought Tucano jet. It's kind of a joke to us. I'll say, is upgraded, it has capabilities. Really, a Typhoon, the Aero Typhoon fighter. All of you can Google it and check. A Aero Typhoon fighter, I think, is the 2nd generation jet, which is sold for $15 million. How much did we buy? Barry paid for Tucano jet. We paid $25 million for each, and we bought 20 pieces. Times that. A Aero Typhoon have fly-by-wire and all new capabilities. But Nigeria will always go for the lowest, and we will always say, oh, we are doing the best. I don't get it. Now, let me go to the fuel subsidy. Now, when I was speaking about this subsidy, I know a lot of people think I was sounding dumb and stupid. When I used to run bar, there's this professor that always come to my bar and drink after work hour. So, Japanese are very close people. When they know where you're from, they'll not ask you where you're from, or talk about anything they know from where you're from. And the guy is always highly Professor William Sholeka, you call his name, sorry. Then one day he said, Shrika used to come to Japan for lectures, for speech lectures, but they stopped him. I'm not asking why. He said his ways are so advanced for their students, even them that is a lecturer. They have to go and check dictionary or go play back. That he use a lot of grammar and vocabulary that is very good. It's well recommended. I mean, well recognized in the UN and all that. But for them, if the message you are passing to them, the lecture you are passing to them, the people you are passing to cannot make good use of it. Is as well as good as it's not good to them. That's why they stop bringing in. They start bringing lesser people to come and speak in Japan. Why did I say this? Now, this is where I disagree with Nigeria. He's just said it that Nigeria fuel subsidy is Nigeria fuel is the cheapest in the world, cheapest than Saudi Arabia. And I said no. Now, let's just quickly use this. Let me just cut the argument short. If the fuel price right now, like HNS said, not my word, like fuel is 204 naira, 240 naira per liter in Nigeria, including its subsidy. If we divide that with the black market rate, let me use the central bank rate now. The black market rate, that's about $4 per gallon in America. Now we are saying with our subsidy, we are still buying fuel as $4 in America. All the American citizens are complaining it's too high for them. And yet somebody is telling me that the price of Nigeria fuel is the cheapest in the world. I'm not basing our economy right now, or our income to it right now. Now, if we now remove the subsidy, I think we'll be buying fuel 1,000 naira per liter, which will be more expensive in the world. Please, can somebody help me make sense?
No,
So I wanted
excuse me, what piece? That your calculation, how did you make it? 210 naira per liter now become $4. How did you make that calculation? Sorry.
Okay, I said, listen, I said, if you divide it by the black market rates, how much is $210? I said $240. How much is it in dollars? If we divide, because fuel is capped. I think crude oil is capped on dollar, right? So we should not talk about naira. But unfortunately, we buy in naira. We don't buy in dollars. Venezuela buy in their currency. The Saudi buy on their currency. It's only Nigeria that buy on dollar and sell in naira. So it's a big arbitrage. Now convert 240 naira to convert it to dollar. How much is that?
It's still 240. 240 is just like you said black market rate.
Yes, black market rate.
It's 730 naira to $1.
And that convert it to $1. How much is that? That's about $4.
It's less. You
Is
know,
that
I 0 point something now.
is about
like 30 cents or 35 cents.
Okay, 30 cents. Okay, like 30 cents. Sorry, I get carried away. About 35. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. About 35 cents per. That is $3 now. That's $1, right? You understand? That is about because $1 is a 700 and it will go be 74 naira, right? So we. Hello?
Carry on.
730 naira.
You are confusing us slightly, but bring it home.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, a dollar is a 74 naira. It's just by $1 to a naira. But if we use the
730, not 74, not 74. What piece?
730. Yeah, sorry, 730 naira. Yeah, sorry. But if we use central bank rate, which is 410, that means we are paying half of
530. 530.
It's not 410 again. It's not 410 again.
It's
Central
not
bank.
Yes.
When did they increase it?
Just continue.
Take us to the point you want us to.
Okay, sorry. Now we have 30 something cent per a gallon, but we are buying, and based our economy, we not base our economy on that right now.
Per liter, not per gallon.
Per liter, America call it gallon in America. We call it liter in Nigeria. So
4 liter,
now
4 liter. No, low is not the same thing. Our 4 liter is a gallon. Don't confuse; they are not the same.
I tried what I'm saying. The way America described their pump price or they say gallon. They say gallon, but like we
I'm
use
not telling
kilometers.
you the equivalent. A liter is 4 liter.
A gallon is 4 liters. Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Okay, I'll just make a general statement. Now, if we now remove subsidy from what we have now, let's try to not base on.
Hold on. You've not laid any premise to land where you are now. You've not laid the premise.
I have not landed though.
Okay, just carry on. But you've not
let
laid
me
the
land.
premise.
One man. We should not let him go like that because initially he arrived at $4.
I'm not going anywhere.
No, Zimba, that's why I said.
Wait, I'm not going anywhere because I'm not going anywhere, one man, because we always base our economy on.
All right, just bring it home. You are confusing us.
Yeah, we always base our economy in America. When it comes to base our economy to spite ourselves, we put in America. Then when we try to raise our standard, we say no, we're not yet to the American level. Now let's go to the American level right now. We are basing our gas price on American standard. If we convert dollars, we are buying. If we convert to dollar, we are buying on cents when it comes to American dollars. But we are buying on naira. That's why I use that word. We are buying on naira, and to that naira to our economy is a huge money for us. The minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000 naira, and somebody buying for 240. It's not only not only minimum wage is in effect. We use gas for everything, production and everything. So food price, everything goes up. We only just look at the pump price at the fuel station. Prices in the market, Alaba goes up when your pump price goes up. But our salary still remains same. So if you put all this, base all this, fuel is not cheap in Nigeria than Saudi Arabia. Okay. If our economy cannot purchase what you have, if our economy cannot buy what you produce, you cannot buy it easily, cheaply, based on our economy. It's not cheap. So I think I've landed that point. You might not accept it, but it's okay.
Well, that's what you think. That's how that. Yeah.
But very quickly, kerosene is already deregulated and has been for years. Ditto diesel. That is what do you call it? Diesel. I don't know what AGO. It's been deregulated.
Yeah.
So when we stop, the one that affects the poor mostly is kerosene. The one they use. And kerosene.
No, do you know a lot of people abandon kerosene? You now use charcoal. You know, one man, hold on.
No, just round it up. I want to move on. Yeah, let him round up, Bishop.
Yeah, the kerosene and diesel these days in Nigeria is not for the poor anymore. Actually, kerosene, people shy away from kerosene these days. What they use kerosene for, they use alternative for it. My sister used to have a bakery. They were using charcoal. Because gas is very expensive. Kerosene is very expensive for them. So they not depend on charcoal, wood But I think we on this platform we only see
But
things from the.
what is?
Just Jeko land now.
No, I just want to. Which one do you think will affect the price of commodity between petrol and diesel more?
Both all of them is affecting. Man, now the fuel is our last hope right now, and is the reason it's gonna be. So see, I said fuel is our last.
Because what is the industry? What did they use? The transportation of commodities. What type of fuel do they use?
They use both of them, three of them.
No, don't just say is more.
They don't use
diesel.
they don't use kerosene to transport
It's more of
commodity now.
diesel.
Hold on now.
We are telling you.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me hold on. Relax. Let me just tell you the vehicles that use kerosene, diesel, and fuel. Now, when you say vehicles, transportation, you use transportation. That's why I'm not saying vehicle transportation. Most of these boats, you think it's only a truck they used to bring food to Nigeria, or there is a truck they used to carry food in Nigeria. You don't know they use that at Nigeria. They use boats carry food from Benue and bring it down south. But you guys don't know. They use kerosene. Those boats use kerosene. Most of the big heavy diesel trucks use diesel. There are semi-light trucks that use fuel, which they use mostly with chain.
I don't like you just say something. You said why we use do we use maritime transportation? You said Niger from where to where?
But you don't know. I'm just telling you, so you go and do your research. Don't just jump on me. That's my area.
No, that are not right.
No. Hold on.
From where to where?
We don't need to argue. Don't need to argue. Let me just round up. Let me round up. Just me round up. I might look stupid, but go and do your research and know whether they use maritime in Nigeria to move in their local way. Just in Lagos, there they do fishing under the bridge. They go to Ghana every day. Nigerian fishing is a very big space, and they use boats, local boats, and they use boat engine. They use kerosene. They don't use fuel. Most boats don't use fuel. They use kerosene. But let's just drop that. Let's just drop that.
Okay, engine boats don't use kerosene. They don't use kerosene. Don't be safe. They don't use. That is my view. I'm a mariner. I am a mariner. They don't use kerosene.
Hold on. That's not your field. That's what I said. Hold on, Bishop. You don't just shout. That they know me. That's what I said. I said go to Bugatti. That's what I saw. That's my company. I sell engines from Yamaha to Toyota. Any of them. To Suzuki, I said every day. So don't talk to
music.
Listen. They have the type of both engine.
One piece. Bring it home in a couple more sentences, and then we move on.
Wait, man, you people like to generalize something. If when you want to personalize things, there are different boat engines that use fuel and kerosene. But go and do your research, then you will know. I don't just say things I don't know. Then stop that. Anyway, oh, now this guy is interject me now. I'm missing what I wanted to land on.
Well, what you wanted to land on is that fuel is more expensive in Nigeria than Saudi Arabia.
Yes, because of our economy and how we use fuel. Because within city, we transport food within city. From Benin to Akure here, they don't need big vehicles. They need all these small Serena or small light trucks. I would send them to Nigeria. It's just fuel. That's what we're opting for now. That's why food stuff are cheap. The diesel truck is from the north to just one destination to one destination, maybe from north to Lagos. From Lagos to Akure and the rest is small truck. So if you I don't say they should remove subsidy. I don't say they should remove subsidy. But what we are saying, if it's not broken, we don't fix it. Let people know it's difficult. It's going to be high, so we know what we are facing. But we are telling you it's cheapest. But telling you remove fuel subsidy and the country go at flame. Then you'll still be the one coming here to start telling people that it's not supposed to be this or not supposed to be. They want to spread Tinubu government. First tell the people what they're going to face, so that when they are facing it, they won't feel so pain about it. Simple one, man. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. So that was War Peace explaining it as he understands it. So the next person to explain it as he understands it Prince Daddy. So are you still there, Prince?
Yeah, I'm here, woman. How you doing?
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Prince. So there it is. It's a mixed bag of everything on this platform, and as I'm sure you've come to, it's a mixed bag of everything. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you on Clubhouse giving out stock tips to people.
No, it wasn't me.
But yeah, I did join like a couple days ago, but I didn't give no stock tips.
All right. That was why I was saving you for this, because I thought you were a financial person. So because I could distinctly hear your voice giving out stock tips, telling people to buy PayPal and whatnot. But to this space, then Otedola dismisses friendship with Elumelu, says UB Azar betrayed, backstabbed him. So you are into finance. What does this mean?
Well, I mean, what does it mean? Well, nothing new going on here. I mean, it's I wouldn't even call it like a hostile takeover, but I think it's more what Otedola is trying to convey, saying here is that it has to do with friendship. I would say he said backstab. So um, I think this is actually beyond trying to make deals, so to speak. Yeah, it's all about control, and what is going. I think somebody kind of dismissed this topic earlier, and what is going on really, it's a billionaires club issue really, and there's nothing really phenomenal in the sense that they're just trying to have control or take control of a company. So nothing spectacular, I would say. But interesting though. Last time I was watching, maybe a couple of weeks ago, watching Elumelu on television. It was talking about. I think Tedola was the only other person apart from his wife that he follows on Twitter. So it's quite interesting how their relationship has degenerated so quickly because of the transaction. So
I wonder if it will go into that social media. He unfollowed me, sort of. You know how the influencers do. Unbelievable.
you know,
But I'm a bit conflicted on how I'm digesting this news. Because on the one hand, you think that Elumelu is a bad guy, but then on the other hand, you think that at that end of business is dog eat dog, and he has outmaneuvered Otedola in a business deal, and Otedola now coming to the public space to try and color him bad. So is it a case of sore loser?
well, it appears to be so. Yeah, I mean is this article or this headline really the true narrative? I mean, it kind of sounds almost petty, I would say, for him to come out and try to make such a statement against Elumelu. Um, and that would show how deep truly their friendship is. So yeah, it appears to be a sore loser, but again, it's just a financial transaction whereby one wants to control or have more shares to have more say in the company. There's nothing to it, really, if you ask me. But yeah, just looking at the headline, you would think it's all about yeah, being backstabbed or uh, breaking a trust, so to speak, between the two of them. But again, these are two wealthy people. They should know. I mean, Tedana should have the insight to a lot of things to be outplayed or outmaneuvered by Lumelu so easily. But it appears again that Lumelu is an insider in this transaction in a lot of ways, and is able to quickly displace Tedela if he wanted to. And I think that's what has happened.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the Space Prince. So somewhat of a good news, at least for the Davido family. It looks as though now fate accompli is going to be breakdancing State House, Osun State. Adeleke, you are the Osun governor, Supreme Court affirms. So is this good news for the Osun indigents?
Yeah, I think it is actually. We're on the late hour yesterday on Thomas's session. We're talking about it. Yeah, I think it is a good news for the, I guess, the Osun people and the governor. Um, I think it's well liked, even beloved, I would say, in the states. And I think to what I've heard also, well, 4 years ago when he contested, I think there's a claim that he was outmaneuvered by the APC somewhat, and that's why he lost. But overall, I think personally, I believe he won. But earlier, I was listening to you said there was a local government that was where they over voted, or a lot of shady deals. And that happened there. Well, uh, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is correct. But I would say that this guy genuinely looks like is well loved in Osun State, and um even though I think he won. I think it was a clear win for him. He looks like a good guy. Yeah, he dances a lot, but I think unlike those, they were trying to make a comparison with Dino Melaye. I think is not in the same category with Dino. I think it's okay for him to dance, but I think he is quite a smart person. Actually, I've heard him speak on television. He knows what he talks about. Is quite brilliant, I would say. I'm not saying Dino's not, but Dino's shenanigans are just over the top in many ways. I don't really care for him. That is Dino. But this guy, Adeleke right here, I think is a good guy. I think the Osun people would enjoy his leadership. And just like somebody said earlier, also, it comes from a family of a dynasty in the state. I think his brother or his father also was a governor for the state. So, and they're wealthy. So to him, I don't think it's going there to siphon the money from the people, but I think he's actually committed to doing a good job. I kind of see somewhat of a Tinubu in him, quite frankly. I think he wants to do good for his people, really, and I think he has the capacity to do so.
And my conspiracy theory that they've gifted the opposition this victory in order to take the bigger slice at the presidential space. Are you buying any of that?
Yeah, it seems palatable, in a lot of ways. I heard your conspiracy theory. It seems to be, yeah, but you know what? If you remember, after the first when they went to the appeal court, no, the tribunal the first time around, and the judgment was against him, he was not perturbed in any way. Then it went to the appeals court. He was quite confident he was going to win. So he knew he has, I don't know the numbers, or he was quite confident all throughout. So I see what you're saying with your theory, but I don't think so. I think it was a clear winner of the election, and but again, if anything, actually, it kind of solidifies the Supreme Court's decision to uphold, I guess, INEC's electoral conclusion to an election. So that's what I would say. So yeah, this is the case whereby the Supreme Court is affirming INEC's decision in an election. So which in turn kind of works out for Tinubu also, on the presidential level. So yeah, your theory, it's good, but to me, I don't think it quite meets that standard all the way.
All right. So unconscionable, the idea of not having the Southeast at the top echelons of power, but that is looking at like the reality of the incoming administration. The last throw of the dice are Senate Chief Whip Kalu, right ruling party APC, insist on Senate President despite party's choice of Akpabio. So now the last stand are the last of the Mohicans, the last of the Red Caps. So what are you then making then of this open letter of Ojikalo to the party that is interested? Was it worth the effort to put pen to paper?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if he feels it deserves, or if he feels it should be nominated to become the Senate president, why not? If he doesn't speak, who's going to speak for him? Quite, I mean, frankly, I mean, people like we always call his name, the guy from the East earlier, Ekene, right? Ekene says all the time that they don't care for him in the East. So if his own people, so to speak, are kind of turning him down or denying him, who's going to speak for him. I think his letter is okay, but again, looking at what transpired before the Tinubu's nomination, him supporting Ahmed Lawan, right? That didn't bode well for him this time around for Tinubu to return a favor. And so he kind of dogged on Tinubu somewhat, and he can't turn around now to want to curry favor at this point in time. Politics is a game of interest, as they say, and loyalty is a big thing in politics. And I think Tinubu is very keen on that, as should anyone be if you are in politics. But there are only a handful of people that can be loyal to you. And this guy, he doesn't look like a loyal person. You're not loyal to a person when things are good only. It goes both ways, when it's good and bad. And that's why, I think it was last week also, we're talking about, hey, there's another, I can't remember his name, but there's a senator from the East that supported Akpabio when Tinubu went to River State to commission some stuff with Rike. I was saying that this is the problem with the Southeasterners, in the sense that, look, if you truly want a Southeasterner to be the Senate president, then you should support him regardless if he was going to win or not. But they don't tend to do that. And someone was saying, well, it's self-interest. And I like, well, it's more like selfishness. It's not like self-interest, because self-interest, it looks beyond one's self, really, because it's the interest that you gain from, but also extend to the people around you or your community. Selfishness is all about me. So that other guy that supported Akpabio from the East was more concerned about himself, and that's how they've always played politics in the Southeast, if you ask me, because I've seen the pattern and I've watched it over this few months and even a couple of years. I would say that they are quick to abandon their own if they don't think it's going to work out. But if you don't support your own, why would you expect somebody else from a different region to support that person? I mean, that's the case of the Southeasterners. And that's why also when it came to Peter B not winning the nomination with the PDP, I blame the Southeasterners in PDP. I think they took the money and neglected Peter B or any other candidate for that matter. Really, they don't go all the way. That's one thing I've noticed. They don't go all the way with their own candidates. They do the calculation if it doesn't favor them, so they bail out. But you can't just be bailing out on your own. You have to stick with one person. No candidate is perfect, including Tinubu, of course. Nobody's perfect. So, but if you find a candidate that you think, oh, this person is going to work for us, let's support that candidate, push that candidate forward, and let's go from there. Wherever the chip falls, let it be. But the Southeasterners, they don't do that. Either they follow the money or follow selfish interests all the way. And in the Nigerian space, politics is not going to work. It's not going to work because 2 or 3 regions have to align for somebody to get to the top. Not only they don't appeal to other parts of the country like the North, because we saw Peter B's poor showing or lack of ability or the skills to garner a lot of support deep into the North. He didn't have that because they don't spend time to build that relationship. It takes time for someone to just show up and wants to be the president. I think someone was alluding to that earlier. I said it before. To me, I think this is Tinubu's third election. Absolutely third election. Third presidential election, which of course he won the 3 of them. The first 2, he campaigned vigorously and for Buhari, and the second time around, I think he campaigned as much as he did for his this time too, because he knew that for Buhari has to win so he can have the opportunity to come in, and it kind of worked out for him. So Tinubu is always putting the time. If he's putting the time, the resources, and dedication to his craft, and it plays a long-term game. Not the Southeasterners. They play short-term games. And it's quite obvious.
Prince, does it concern you somewhat that the Southeast has been skimmed out of the power structure for the incoming administration, and does that forebode dark tidings for Tinubu? Does it because they're a big and an important power block within the Nigerian dynamic, but they've been skimmed out of the power structure? Is that no reason for concern?
Well, you would think it should be naturally, given the Nigerian composition of the state. But again, you can't please anyone. You have to do what we call your four square. If you can win 2 or 3 of the squares, then you're ahead. It's quite clear. The Southeasterners, they've always put the eggs in one basket, which is PDP, right? And it behooves me why over these years they've never been able to emerge as the leader or a candidate in PDP. And I don't know what kind of a magic Atiku has, because he's always confident that it was always going to get a ticket for the PDP. But whereas we have, well-established, smart, intelligent Southeastern politicians, but somehow they don't get it. They just acquiesce to Atiku. So you can't come overnight. They'll go. Peter B runs to Labour. He didn't build Labour. He just ran to Labour to become their candidate, and wants to become the president. They always shoot themselves in the foot. Why they do it, I don't know. Well, if you ask me, I think they always go for the money, because they don't think they have the ability to go all the way. And I mean, and as a people, I think they should be able to right now, they should start working on the candidate, as they should have done previously over the years, to build a candidate that they can all have a consensus on, to nominate and push forward. But they don't do that. If they don't do that, then why did they come forward to want to blame others and make a demand Emilio Khan turn to be the Senate president? No, to me, again, to your question, it doesn't concern me, and I think they know deep down in their heart, they don't have that. They can't be too concerned if they don't get nothing in this first term of Tinubu, because I don't think they deserve it.
All right, brilliant. I'm almost trepidatious to ask you this one, but let me take you to this space. I never met Peter Obi for reconciliation. Rather, he apologized several times for the misconduct of his followers. So the icon of the Nigerian space, Wale Soyinka, clarifying matters. So what are you making of Soyinka's interview, the follow-on reaction from the obedience space, Peter Obi's interview with the Rice TV, which has now culminated in this apology?
Yeah, yeah, and I was asking that in the last 2 callers that is Peter B actually in charge of the obedient people, and can you really tame a stray dog? Peter B is not in charge. I mean, we're talking about people in the diaspora and everywhere around the world. He's not in charge of these people.
Do you think it's in fear of them? Sorry, Prince. Do you think it's in fear of them? Do you think Peter Obi is held hostage by the obedient space? Do you think it's a hostage to a monster that he has created?
No, it's not afraid of them. But let's be real. The support it gets from these people is what propel them forward. He cannot go about and biting the thing that fits him. The obedience are strong supporters. Why would he expect? Why do we expect him to castigate his supporters? No, he's not afraid of them, but he knows that they are the ones keeping the fire burning. They are the fuel to his mission. He knows that. Peter B is a smart dude. Peter B is smart. He knows. So he's more than happy to apologize one-on-one as often as it occurs. It's fine with him. But to go out there in the public, maybe after 29 sworn in by of Ashwaju, then if you think it doesn't have anything to offer anymore, you might go on the national platform and maybe denounce or apologize or whatever he's going to do to his followers. But now he's playing the game. Yes, it's not a shrewd a politician as Ashwaju. We know that, but Peter B has his crafty ways. Okay. He has his crafty ways, and he knows how to play the game somewhat, but is not really the best at it. And let's be fair, I don't think it's okay for us to tell him to castigate or put a leash on his followers. No, because what they may turn against him or is going to lose him. He doesn't want to do that. That's his base. He doesn't want to do that. So it's more than happy to apologize. He doesn't have that problem. I don't think he has that problem, quite frankly.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this place, Prince. So this now, your home country to your historical country. New York City mayor to visit Nigeria to sign sister city agreement between New York City and Abuja. So what do you read into that, Prince?
Yeah, I guess you explained, clearly earlier what a sister city does or serves. But somebody, I can't recollect the person's name earlier when you first started the show, brought in the angle of culture into the topic. But somebody was quickly to dismiss the person. And if you ask me, his visit is actually more relevant to cultural influence than economic influence. I don't think is a mayor. He doesn't have anything to offer, quite frankly. Okay, we have few students exchange here and there. How does that really boost the Nigerian economy? How does that bring in foreign investment to the country or any big project at all? He doesn't have that capital. He's just an official of the government in New York. As you know, businesses are done in the private sectors. Sure, the U.S. government can give a lot of money for projects, but this guy has nothing to offer the Nigerian state. And if you ask me again, I'll say actually New York. Sometimes, unless I'm mistaken, sometimes sister cities tend to have some kind of topology or geographical resemblance to the other sister city they're looking to forge relationship with. But I don't see any resemblance with Abuja and New York. If you ask me, I think New York and Lagos have a lot in common than Abuja in a lot of ways. But leave that aside. Culture is the influence that this guy is bringing. As I think perhaps Kolata or Rational Man would know that this guy here, this so-called Adams, said it was okay, and they do it actually, in which he supports. It supports what you call it, drag queen story time reading in New York State libraries. Imagine that. And guess who attends this so-called drag queen readings? Little children, toddlers. This joker right here. This is what he supports. Okay. Now, is a full-blown support of the what you want to call it, the LGBT queer agenda? I mean, is in support of it. So if anything that he has influence that he can bring about, just like Kamala Harris was trying to do, was to bring about cultural influence to Abuja of all places. That's quite interesting. So, yeah, for what it's worth.
Abuja is too conservative for all that LGBT. I don't think they are ready for that,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, and it's closer to the northerners than Lagos. So that's what I'm saying, that's all he has to offer. And if you look at his record, he stands strongly behind all this stuff. That's what it does. And in a state like Nigeria, in a country like Nigeria, I don't think we have a place for that right now. I mean, it's gonna upset a lot of people, religious people, especially in the northern part of Nigeria, even in the south. Okay, so that is in a nutshell. I think Madazita also may have mentioned it or noticed that. In a nutshell, that is what Adam has to offer. And Madazita also made a great point. It's okay. Right now in New York, they barely persecute criminal offenses. In fact, the DAs and all this, the police, they let them go. So New York is like, I think New York, Chicago, and Detroit is like, crime galore everywhere. They don't persecute them anymore. And this guy here is in charge. So what is this guy? I mean, well, sometimes this kind of a transaction that happens, you have to like, hey, who's pushing this stuff? Who's behind it? Really, what are they trying to get from it? I think that's what we should be looking at. But in a nutshell, this guy here has nothing good to offer us in Abuja. I don't see it.
I somewhat agree with you that there's more of a synergy between Lagos and New York than New York and Abuja. Because, in fact, probably the most similar to New York of all of the cities that I know is probably Lagos. For the vibrancy, the energy, the impact, the confidence, it's just that seems a more natural fit.
Oh yeah, I mean, years ago, I mean, walking in New York, I mean, people just speaking Yoruba left and right. I mean, you think you're in Lagos. I'm telling you, like, people from everywhere. You would think you are in Lagos, especially in Manhattan. You think you're in Lagos, Nigeria, if you go there. I mean, so it's got so much similarities to Lagos than Abuja would ever be, at least for now. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. El Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So a lot of people have said that if Tinubu for him to even stand the merest chance of an opportunity at success, the first thing he has to tackle is that fuel subsidy. But is rescue coming though via the Dangote refinery? So that's fuel subsidy space. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, three smart guys, Saludo, El Rufai, and I think you said Sanusi, right?
Sanusi, yes.
Yeah, the three of them, the CBN governor, former CBN governor, would know the effect economically of the fuel subsidy on the economy in the country. So I agree it should go, but now we know everyone is concerned about the consequential effects of removing the subsidy to the common people. But again, they had this $900 billion, and I think they can put it to work to try to ease the pain that people may suffer in the short term. But we talk about subsidy, and I think vaguely, I'm not even sure. Even the expert, they may not even know in detail the benefit of this so-called subsidy in the Nigerian state. We don't know. We don't know that much. But we know it depresses the price at the pump. But just like this subsidy business is like a lazy, when politicians don't have, when they're not creative, or when they're just being flat out lazy, this is kind of things they do. All the subsidies that we paid over these years, could we not have built multiple refineries as a result of these subsidies? Even if we borrow money over these years and build refineries and repay them, I think we would have been successful doing that. But it's just a lazy way to keep, to want to project that we're helping the poor people by giving money to the rich people. And who knows how these prices are manipulated or controlled? I mean, I know the price of a barrel of crude oil is standard pricing around the world. But there are so many things over this many years as an oil producing nation, at one point in time, the sixth, perhaps the fifth producer in the world. During the Gulf War, 91, I think Nigeria was like the number one exporter of crude oil, and we made billions and billions of dollars because then I think Saudi Arabia and the Middle East were affected. We made a bunch of money. We didn't think about doing anything back then. So this subsidy, of course, we don't want the people at the bottom, the common people, to suffer, but I think it has to go. It has to really go. It has to go. And if it has to go, or they can think about in the short term. They can think about ways, but we don't. That's the thing. I think Ekene, somebody was explaining also in Europe that they have a way to capture the sale of fuel from the pump. So it's more a real-time figures or numbers that they have. I don't think we don't have that mechanism in Nigeria to do so. If we could, I think they can subsidize right there at the pump of sale to consumers, and maybe have a quota or cap on how many gallons or liters somebody can buy in a week. That'd be a much direct way to help the people. Okay, but just paying a bunch of billions of dollars or trillions of dollars to importers of this fuel and all this waste along the continuum, it's just too much. It has to go. It just has to go. I mean, from my looking from the outside, that's what I would say. And of course, this at the inside, as you know, Soludo, Sanusi, and Erufai, governors, CBN governors, I mean, they know better. They deal with these people. They deal with the people. They know what the pain is. They know what the benefits are. So I think I have to align with them and say, yes, remove the subsidy as soon as possible. But you don't want to disrupt Tinubu's presidency right away. And I think that's why Buhari the government has deferred the removal to later. So maybe, I don't know, 6 months into Tinubu's term, they may be able to do that, to remove the subsidy. And let's quit deceiving one another as helping the poor, whereas the poor are not really, nobody owns a car in Nigeria with $30,000, 30,000 naira, what you call it, salary. It's not possible. You can't even buy the fuel for that on that salary. So it's a class of people that are benefiting from it, and I think they can take the blow. Everybody can ration or find a way to substitute. I mean, a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, whatever, we did suggest that, hey, the $900,000 million, they should try to improve the commercial transportation in each state. And I think it would be nice for each state to get equal amounts of the distribution of the funds, but I don't think that's fair. A place like Lagos County should get more than other states, and I think that would go a long way in helping the people.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So brilliant, excellently put. So well done. So let's go on from you, Prince Daddy, onto Ajanle Koko as we start to enter the final phase. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Are you still there, or have you fallen asleep? Oh, there is Simba. I thought you. Huh?
What do you say?
No, I was coming to you because I thought we'd lost Simba, but let me come to you and then we go on to Simba after you, and then we wrap it up. So yeah.
Please, I have to go to work. If you want to allow me to talk, just me.
All right, Ajale Koko, should I go to Simba first?
Yeah, go to him.
All right, Simba. So let's go through it then. I think you were especially keen on the Osun State narrative. Governor Adeleke now, really Governor Adeleke for the next 4 years. You are from that space. Is that good news?
Yes, I will agree with you. It's a good news. Well, because I've heard so many people talking about it, that it's well loved, it's brilliant, he has a very good family pedigree. Yes, I agree with some of these assertions. The father was a senator in the Second Republic, and the elder brother was a former governor of that state and was also an ex-senator, Cherubawon. So it was the sudden demise of the elder brother that actually made him popular. Jackson. And the Aregbesola actually prepared the ground for what this guy is wreaking in Osun State now, because of the perceived poor performance of Aregbesola. Aregbesola did well by providing infrastructure for people of Osun State. But what he failed to do is to actually the stomach infrastructure and the salary payment of workers that he failed woefully. And that was what actually shifted the momentum towards this guy. And so that is what is actually reaping today. Let's see let's see how we perform the next 4 years, so that everything that we are seeing now, maybe God willing, we'll be able to come and discuss it after 4 years about his performance. You mentioned something about the judgments. You were saying something about conspiracy theory.
Yes, I was saying that they gifted the opposition this victory.
The question I want to ask is that who is it? You think somebody that Buhari can do such a thing? I don't think so. And then if you look at, in fact, I'm not happy that we don't have enough panelists on the platform today. Maybe it's something maybe we can discuss tomorrow, because if you look at the judgment, it was predicated on 3 things. You know, he was accused of certificate forgery, overvoting in about 774 polling units in about 10 local governments, and then so those are the 2 major things that the case were based on. On the certificate surgery, the judge ruled that the school where he claimed he got the certificate did not actually rebook that he didn't got the certificate from them. And that will lead us to what we discussed yesterday, maybe during Thomas' time, or I can't remember, that in election petition, it's not the duty of the judge to actually give judgment on a case that has not been judged before. So everything that you have to bring up in an election petition has to be fact-based, and maybe a previous judgment that person has gotten. Like this, what's it called now? Dual citizenship or whatever that they're talking about. If there is no fact, or maybe he has been accused and judged, and a verdict has been given against all these things, it's not something that the court can entertain an election tribunal. Then the other thing about the overvoting, and this is the one that in fact is very, very crucial, even in this Tinubu case. You know that Bivas and the IREF evidence were not accepted in court format.
I did not know that, no.
Yes, they were. The court said it's not in the constitution and it's not in the electoral act. So when they said they have to prove the overvoting by bringing the evidence of the INEC evidence of the number of registered voters, not based on Bivas or what is in IRF. You know what they claim is that when they look at the IRF and the registered voter, they discover that in 74 local government, they discovered that there was overvoting, and they were unable to prove it by what is on IRF and Bivas. So this thing that all of us were shouting about IRF and whatever, it might not be acceptable. So that one is done and dusted by Supreme Court. So even before the Tinubu case began. So those are the issues that we have to just. And then if you look at the governorship tribunal, always it starts from tribunal to appeal court to Supreme Court. But in the case of the presidency, they start from the appeal to Supreme. So what this one is saying, of course, the judgment of the appeal court was based on the judgment from the tribunal. And if you recall, one of the judge in the tribunal that judged in favor, that gave judgment in favor of Oyetola, was actually, he didn't write his own judgment. He only signed one of the judgment given by another judge that he concur or he agree with his judgment, which the Supreme Court now set aside. I said no. Whether he agreed or not, he's supposed to give his own judgment and sign for himself. So they threw that one out, and those are the things that went in favor of Adeleke, and he got the. So there are so many things that we have to discuss, but the panelists are not. Maybe one of maybe tomorrow or any other day is something that we have to dissect and see how this judgment can affect the incoming judgment from Tinubu's case. So I think that's what I want to say about.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. The OG Kalu space is open letter to the APC. Simba. Have we lost you? Are you gone? Can anyone still hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear me?
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
No, I said let's go to the OG Kalu space and it's open letter to the APC.
Okay. The OG Kalu case, I was listening to Senator Ali Ndume yesterday, and what he said was that because when they put the question to him on Arise TV, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're all listening. Carry on.
Okay. The guy said that the anointed, that he heard that the party has anointed Akpabio, Senator Akpabio. And Ali Ndume corrected him. He said, because if you say the party anointed somebody, it means that they have already agreed totally, and it's like the guy it will be at all cost. He said no, that he will prefer to use the word the party preferred candidate for Akpabio. And then he went on by saying, okay, that he even heard that Orji Kalu was having on his backing him now. And they replied him by saying, no, that he is now the campaign manager. Ali Ndume said he's now the campaign manager, and he was the most senior senator in the House now. That is the campaign manager for Akpabio. That he has 64 senators on his list that have signed to back Akpabio. And he will now ask the guys, if you had 68 and 64, that will be amount to how much? That will be more than 109 senators. So that's who's telling like that he believes that the 64 that they have and they are still campaigning that will get more. So what I'm trying to say is that is not we cannot confirm totally that Akpabio will win this senatorial. I mean the president as the Senate president of the Senate, but it looks like Akpabio is still having upper hand. But I can't say categorically that it is done and dusted. But when you look at what is actually going, what is not in favor of this guy, they cannot get the backing of the party because of what we describe as the anti-party activity that has been doing. And then, when Adeleke was talking about Amosun, yes, he also engaged in such a thing, but he was not actually contesting for any other thing under the party. It's only when he is now coming out and the party whipped that one away and they supported him that we can now be using him as a good example to actually prove our point for Orji Kalu. Then if you look at in politics, you look at what has he really brought to APC. He had more than 40,000 votes for him on the same election, the same day, the same ballot, the same time. He got 40,000 and Tinubu got 8,000 in the entire state. And you could win by more than 40,000 votes. Is one of the senatorial districts in the state. It confirms what we are talking about, the anti-party activities he has been doing. And I wonder how he was able to convince his people to vote for him and not to vote for APC in the presidential election. That one I can't understand it. So to me, is not somebody that Tinubu can rely on. And we don't want any Saraki type of Senate president for now, because we need to do a lot of things to put that country on the right track. So that is what I can say on this one.
All right. Before I take you to the next talking point, let me actually ask you something. I've always been curious, but you don't have to answer. But are you allowed to treat women in Saudi Arabia as a doctor?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
With a chaperone, do you have to have a chaperone there?
Yes, you need to. Anywhere you need a chaperone as a man to treat a woman, even in Western world.
All right. I just had the thought that all those women in Puda and all that. All right. Let me take you to the space. El Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So this is a space that we have discussed ad infinitum, and I think the consensus Tinubu has to act very quickly on this subsidy space. Zita was even questioning if there was even a subsidy, but certainly this is something that has to go.
Yes, I'm in support of removal of subsidy in Nigeria, because it's actually the rich that are benefiting from the subsidy. How much of fuel does a poor man in Nigeria consume? Somebody was talking about Nigeria, some Nigerians being poor, and he was talking about using fuel to power their generator. If you say they are poor, would they be able to even buy a generator? Talk less of saying they are buying fuel to power their generator. Woman, I think there was one of the section, maybe during Thomas. If you see the way people are actually smuggling this petrol out of Nigeria, more than half of what we saw. If I were subsidizing fuel for the whole of West Africa, our fuel get as far as Sudan. I'm telling you, woman, they smuggle our fuel as far as Sudan, and the people that are doing it, they are making billions of naira from it. I was telling them, I have some guys that they know this business very well. They are telling me that if they send a truck to Sudan and the truck will not come back, once they deliver and they get the money, they will make profits, and they can buy from their profit another truck. So they don't bother, just deliver, get the money. If the truck come back, fine. If it doesn't come back, what does that want me to you? And if Cameroonians can afford higher fuel price, the Beninans can do that, the Nigerians can do that, the Chadians can do that, then what makes it very difficult for us to be able to do that? We have had fuel scarcity in Nigeria for so many times. People buy fuel even with subsidy at 500 naira, 600 naira. We didn't die, and the price of things didn't jump up the way we are making it to look. I think if we remove this thing, it will be better for us, because the rich are the one actually benefiting from this, not the poor. Presently, this has been deregulated. Kerosene has been deregulated. And I was telling somebody, most of the things that are being moved, most of the commodities, food and everything, are moved by trucks that are powered by diesel. And the only thing that is just a commuters, maybe within some few kilometers around that, people use taxi and all those small vehicles that use petrol. So to me, I don't think it will have a significant cost, add significantly to the cost of food and even common things that the common man use in Nigeria if they remove it. And I think it will benefit more by the removal than to continue this, because we cannot even account for how many fuel we use. People will just bring it. Some of them, they will bring it. By the time they go to the port, they will claim the subsidy and then take it to another country to go and sell. And we still want us to continue in this mess. So I don't think the best thing for us is to. So I also commended Buhari for shifting the removal before handing over, because some people can use it to actually destabilize the country. And so if Tinubu, by the time Tinubu settled down, I think the best thing for him, and then for us to benefit fully from the Dangote refinery that is coming on board, we have to remove the subsidy. If we don't want to remove the subsidy, then Dangote will be selling most of its product outside Nigeria, and it's not going to be beneficial to our economy.
All right, brilliant. And the meeting between Soyinka and Peter Obi, what are you making of that? The professor said he came to apologize.
Well, to me, no. If Obi is going behind the door to go and be visiting Soyinka, is also confirmed the kind of person Obi is. To me, I see him like a funny man. Because what you cannot do in a public space, why are you going behind the door to go and do greeting and so on? If he cannot control his followership, then he doesn't have the pedigree to be a president of a country. And ordinary followers, you can't talk to them, you're afraid of them. Is he the person that will be able to control the Kaaba and be able to assert his authority and govern the country? I don't think so. So simple thing, talk publicly. You guys calm down. You cannot say that, and you are going behind to apologize on their behalf. What kind of apology is he giving? To me, if he cannot control his followership, then he's not qualified to be a president of a country like Nigeria. I think so. Obi. To me, I don't like his because to me I see him as a liar, honey, and there are so many things. All these people, this thing that they say he did in Anambra, and somebody that took state government money to go. It was during the was it Soludo of Sanusi bank recapitalization that he went and put the state money so that his bank would be very strong, and he was now lying to us that he saved the money for the state. Has he finished all the problem of Anambra? Why is he saving money? To me, and we were buying all those rhetorics that he was painting, and everybody was praising him for that. How many countries are saving money? Can you save money? Even America, they are borrowing money. So are you telling us that your state is so rich that you don't need the money again for you to go and save in the bank? I don't understand. And most of us will still believe such things. To me, it's not. I don't like his attitude. To me, he's too weak to become the president of that country. So that's what I want to say about that.
All right, let me take you to this space. Senate Chief Whip Adeleke Kalu writes APC insists on Senate President despite party's choice. So we
have discussed that.
Oh, have we discussed that? Have we discussed? So let me take you to the Elumelu space then. And it's
oh my, I don't know much about that space. I cannot really comment much about what is going on between them.
All right.
I don't have a preview to what's actually happening.
Was it Olumelu and was Adetola? What are they fighting? What are they fighting for? Is this so important to Nigeria, the Nigerian economy, woman?
No, but it's a topical item in the news, so that's why we're just discussing it.
Okay. I thought it was kind of like I know just about to go back Central First Bank, so I was thinking it was something like that. Yeah, dragging. So I was trying to figure out what's going on.
They are battling over Transcorp.
Oh, okay. But Elumelu is always fronting for people, though. That one thing I know him for. I don't know if there's on that 2 to 8. That Elumelu really have that capacity to take over Transcorp. But I know he fronts for a lot of billionaires in Nigeria. But what is Adetola looking for? You want to buy the full Nigeria to himself?
Well, I don't know.
But this guy Adetola is a ambassador boy now. He's still front for the ambassador too. So probably it's war between ambassador and Tinubu, because we know Elumelu is close to the Tinubus and other elites. So let's see how it goes anyway.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Simba, the goings on in Kogi State, the Igala paramount ruler refusing to endorse Dino. I would like to see Dino as a governor, just for the jokes.
When Dino Malaye emerged as the PDP aspirant, and these other guys, Bello, anointed his cousin, whatever. I was thinking that Dino Malay will have an upper hand because Dino Malay is from the Yoruba side of Kogi, and they have about 4 or 5 local governments in that state. The Galas are the most, they have the largest population in that state. And I thought by the time he reconciled, because before the emergence of Bello, Kogi has always been a PDP state, and they have a lot of ex-governor, especially from the Gala side. And I was thinking that by the time he gets their backing, he will be able to win the election. But the way things are going now, and he's not getting the backing of the Gala paramount ruler, is just casting some doubt on the possibility of him winning the election. Then coupled with the federal might that might come because of his shenanigans and everything that he has been doing, I don't think he will get the support from the. So to me, it is looking very dicey for him to win that election. So I don't think he has a good chance of winning the election.
Okay, and finally to this space, Simba, New York City Mayor visits Nigeria to sign Twin City Agreement with Abuja. So is that good news?
What is good news about this? I don't want. Actually, I cannot say much about this. I don't know what they are bringing. I don't know the kind of agreement. Is it for them to go? I don't know what they are coming to do. Are they bringing expertise or they are bringing one design, whatever? I don't understand what they are coming to do in Abuja. And coupled with what other people have been saying about this guy that is coming, all these transgender things, I don't think it would be a good thing for us to accept.
What is your position on the transgender narrative? How are you positioned on that?
One man, I'm a black African, I'm a Nigerian. What position do you want me to? I don't like it. It's just I don't want it in our space, and that's my own position. I don't see it's a bad thing as far as I'm concerned, and it's not something that we can encourage in our community, and we should not even let our children be exposed to it.
Do you think they are trying to force it on us?
No, that's what they are trying to do. You look at what they are doing for Uganda now. The Uganda parliament and the president, they came frontal and they rejected it publicly. And look at what the US is trying to do to Uganda now. So they have the money, they have everything, and they want to. In fact, I won't be surprised by the time they are tying their transgender thing to the AIDS and the something that they give to the third world in order to force. And I don't know what they stand to gain by doing this. I don't understand.
People feel it's a depopulation strategy. Do you buy into that?
Yes, I could agree with that because there was a time Bill Gates was also accused of doing that. Even there was a time in Nigeria that people rejected taking vaccine for their children because they believe that some of the vaccine has been given, they have incorporated some substance inside that can cause sterility. So, and I might quite agree with such, so that by the time we have a lot of all these transgender, then it will actually affect our population because they see our population now as a threat to them because their population is increasing and our own is increasing. So maybe they are afraid of, maybe with time, we might actually subdue or take over from them. I think I might quite agree to some extent with those who are thinking that direction.
How is the Middle East positioned in all of that sort of space? Are they having conversations around it, or they just they don't acknowledge it at all?
Is a no. You can't discuss such thing here. Though it's happening, but it cannot. It's not something that you see in the public space.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. Was there anything else you wanted to add before I go on to Adeleke Osun?
I have, but I don't have the time. I have to resume work now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for staying. Next time I try and get you slightly quicker. So let's go on to Adeleke Osun, who I could hear sleep in his voice when I went to him last. I wonder if he has submitted to sleep. Adeleke Osun, are you still with us? So there it is. Let's just take a very quick commentary from Dewale, and then we round up. So Dewale, you've turned up at the last moment. Just give us a few words, and then we call it a wrap.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, one man. I've not been listening. I was just joining you guys. I've been on the road all day. Thank you very much. I was traveling from one city to another. That's why I left late. So, it's just I haven't really looked at the judgment of Osun State gubernatorial case. So, but I knew that Supreme Court is probably going to side with appeal court, because most of the time the cases that goes to Supreme Court are not always started from scratch. They usually look at the matter itself, the issue at hand. So, and there's no room for expansion or broaden any further sort of investigation or anything. So they look at it and they make their judgment. Good for Adeleke. He fought for it. I mean, he's been fighting all this while for it, and yes, he deserves it. Congratulations to him. And I think that also will point out the judgment that will be coming out, not just for the presidency, but even gubernatorial elections and any other disputed cases. Shows that the Supreme Court, if it goes to, because it's likely that all of them will be going to Supreme Court, or most of them will be going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has set a tone. I was listening to Samba. I think he said that. I think I heard it from Kulatan this afternoon as well on another platform, that the IRF actually is more or less like irrelevant to the judgment that Supreme Court gave today. So, and that tells us that some of these things are not really just like it's a tool, are not necessary that it must be, as long as the umpire is satisfied with the outcome of the election. That is what the Supreme Court is going to look at. So, good job. I don't want to go to and I speak for Tedola and Elumelu. Yes, they are friends. But at the same time, when it comes to business and friendship, it's like water and oil. So they go in a separate way. But I think, like Elumelu said, sometimes we need this kind of healthy competition, among our investors, our local investors, because we need to plow back the money, even the stolen money from the politicians. They need to put it back into the system so that we can be able to grow wealth and create jobs for people. So, and I think it's good when people, because if Transcorp is not actually performing, because they did excellently well in their last financial statement that was released and their shareholders meeting, they did excellently well. I think that was what actually prompted this rush to start putting money. So it's good, but at the same time, we need it in our economy. We need it because that's a good sign that economy is doing well. I mean, it's on the good on the good pedestal. So, and we have at least we can have at least 3 to 4 sectors of economy that people can be able to compete. I mean, investors can compete and put money into it. Nigerians will be having a good time. So whether it's a competition between them, it's good. It's good for us. It's good for the economy. It's good for Nigeria. I think that's how I can comment so that I won't stay too long.
All right. And brief thoughts on Kalu writing an open letter to the APC, insisting that he's still in the contest to be the Senate president. Is it too little, too late?
Possibly, yeah, or probably yes. APC doesn't hold Southeast anything. I kept saying it. And all use of Kalu, I was listening to somewhere earlier. If you look at the total numbers that was accredited to APC during the last presidential election, I mean, the same day the presidential election and the senatorial election were conducted. So APC didn't have much vote in the Abia state, but all use of Kalu, one is senatorial district. So I mean, if you look at the total number given to APC, you begin to wonder what happens. Does it mean that people voted for all use of Kalu, and when it comes to the presidency, they decided to vote for another party? Because if that is the case, that means he had gone into an agreement or a deal with some people or other political parties in the state. But you know, the way he was hobnobbing with Tinubu before the election shows that he knew where the pendulum is going to swing, and was trying to create this, optic that yes, I'm with you. And he did not even campaign for Tinubu, so now he wants to reap where it didn't sow. Remember, he was dashed. He was given this position that is occupying now. It was given, all right. So initially he said that he's not going to campaign for it. That if the party decided, if they deem it fit to give it to him, that he would take it. But now it shows that he's much desperate more than any other candidate. His letter doesn't make jack. If the party decided, because party has to go, it's not just about my friend or my party. It has to go to the area where they know that they're going to. It's about give and take, right? So you do well, you get compensated, and we're expecting more from you. But if you don't do well, you don't perform, then you get a soaked bread, and that's what you're going to eat. And the way he lays bed is good. I mean, I don't even see why he'll be so neck deep in, it must be him. Because this guy has been, neck deep in the controversy, for a very long time. So I don't know why. If I were him, I would just, ask for whatever they can give me. But I don't think he has the votes too. I don't think he has the number. He doesn't. I was listening to Alun Dume on the Arise News today. I mean, it was obvious that Pape wasn't his first choice. He himself contested for it. But now he's leading the man to campaign for a party. So it's high time Oju Kalu, told the party line, or else it will be completely, I don't know. They're going to do it the way they do the people in the past. Samba said that, Oju Kalu knows that, he doesn't have a vote. That's one thing. So writing an open letter or closed letter won't make any difference, because if the party decided this is the way to go, who are the party? Talking about the chieftains of the party. The president-elect is going to inherit the party from Tinubu, from Buhari, and is going to be the leader. So you have to have someone in the House, National Assembly, that you can work with, that can give you the vote, that can galvanize and give you the vote and rally support. And when you don't have that, what is the point? What is the point of appointing him? So he knows it's just, he's chasing, riding a dead horse. It's not going anywhere. That's just it.
All right. And finally, to this space, Dewale El Rufai Soludo Sanusi insists on fuel subsidy removal. So it looks as though there's absolutely no way that this would not be removed. So it's really a matter of when, Dewale.
Mm-hmm. It's good that the president-elect has said that he's going to remove it. It's a promise that he has to keep. Now, once he remove it, I know it's not going to be easy at the beginning. But I think with the Dangote refinery about to be open fully for operation, see how much input the refinery will have. But I was listening to the students' analysis earlier. Sometimes Yoruba will say, at least we need to know Ododa and Dorasi. Can't keep putting water in the basket. Because it seems that every money, every penny being spent on these stuff, it doesn't even right. I haven't heard in any economy where, where we pretend to be running capitalism, but it seems that socialism is what we really love in Nigeria. We can't continue to live off credit, all right? At least let's know how much we are spending on this product. And I think, I mean, at the beginning, it's not going to be easy, but people get used to things and it gets better. We'll be able to plan better. The money we are spending on these subsidies is enough to put in education or put in any other sector. And you can see the result, even in agriculture. So, and whoever is, have a stake in pocketing this subsidy, I mean, in order not to create chaos in the country, we can find a way to make them part of the stakeholder and see how they can, participate. Maybe they too can have build their own refinery or sort of, maybe, because Nigeria deserves better. Kerosene, diesel, and all that has been deregulated. Why not petrol? Why not? It's even shameful that we have to input what we are producing. What will it cost us? We have illegal refineries everywhere in the creek. What will it cost us to produce these products? And yet, we have the raw material to refine it. Becomes a problem. So, yes, I support subsidy removal. However, as a matter of fact, this gradual removal doesn't even make any sense. Remove it once and for all and let us see, how it's going to pan out. And Nigeria can take it. It's all a matter of communication. If you tell Nigeria, look.
Have we lost you? All right. I'm not sure if anyone can still hear me. Dewale?
I can hear you.
All right, brilliant. I think we've lost Dewale to the connection somewhere, but so that seems to be a good spot to wrap it up. So thank you, Justified. I think Adeleke Osun has gone to bed. Prince, Prince has stayed the full duration. Simba on his way to work, and Dewale lost connection, I think, whilst driving. So we call it a wrap there. Just to quickly acknowledge the super chatters that have come in. Kulata came in. That's Alexander Gomez there, of course. The Ken now, I'm concluding now that's world peace. And so those were the names. They came in severally, but those were the names. And that's world peace again. And of course, let's document the buy the coffee as you know, Ayo traditionally always does and does in this instance as well. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Let's document that. So that's Ayo right there, clocking in as it always does. So thank you, everyone. So thank you. So we do it all over again. We will. Just a few hours break. That's all I'm giving you. We'll reconvene to discuss all matters Nigerian. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say peace. Thank you, everyone.
All right, bye. Thanks, sir.
Cheers.